Okay, Cap. Okay, Council, we are looking for a resolution to go in camera for our September 14th, 2021 meeting, moved by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Strange. Is there any discussion to the motion? All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimously approved. We will now resume in camera downstairs in Committee Room 2. Okay, welcome everyone to tonight's City Council meeting of Tuesday, September the 14th. We just concluded our in-camera meeting downstairs. Councillor Haudenosaunee was with us. She's left. She wasn't feeling well, so we're going to continue on with our meeting. First order of business is the singing of O Canada. So tonight, or this afternoon for O Canada, we have a pre-recorded singing by Anthony and Julia Scaringi, brother and sister duo. Anthony is a city employee since 2014 in our finance department. He began his music studies at the age of 4 and achieved Royal Conservatory Level 10 piano. He accompanies the Queenston Women's Chorus and the Niagara Men's Chorus and is the pianist for St. Patrick's Church downtown. His sister, Julia, is a vocalist and has been singing for 20 years. Trained and was a member of the Niagara Star Singers in her younger years. She is since a graduate of Brock's Dramatic Arts program and Humber's Performance Arts program. She's performed at the Blue Jays games and at Disney World. This afternoon, Julia and Anthony will perform O Canada for us in open council. I invite everyone to stand, and we'll now listen to Anthony and Julia Scaringi, brother and sister duo, singing O Canada. Okay, thank you, everyone. Do you want me to switch sides with you here? That was terrific. Anthony and Julia Scaringi, my gosh, so proud to have you. And actually, my kids actually took piano from Maria Scaringi, their mother, for a number of years. So well done. And I love the ending, Julia's ending. It's exactly the way Councillor Peter Angelo ends when he sings O Canada. It's amazing. So thank you to Anthony and Julia. Well done. Made us proud. Fantastic job. Next up on the agenda, and I'm going to get a little bit of technical help from our technical people, is a ceremonial smudging and land acknowledgement. I'd like to start by introducing what you're about to see on the video screen. So, given that September the 30th is Truth and Reconciliation Day, now recognized across Canada by our federal government, and that there's a proclamation of council with respect to this day, as well as an illumination of the falls in orange planned to honor this day, and a motion of this council to implement a land acknowledgement at council meetings, we thought it fitting that today we'd invite members of the Indigenous community to our council chambers for a ceremonial smudging. Jackie Labonte, traditional knowledge keeper and local member of the Haudenosaunee, will join us to perform a ceremonial smudging of City Council chambers. Jackie is experienced in performing smudging ceremonies in Niagara Falls and beyond, and has recently performed a smudging ceremony at the City of Hamilton City Hall as well. Because we're virtual this time, we asked Jackie to come in before council this week to perform this ceremony, and we videotaped it. So please join me in observing Jackie Labonte's smudging of City Council chambers. We'll play that video now.
Sego, skana oga, digaya dakwas onkya sa hondo, kalibodegre, ahnual ganigi hagene, would gonna polado. My English name is Jackie Labonte, and it's my honor to be here and to help with the council in Niagara Falls. And I'll be doing a smudge afterwards as well to help cleanse and protect the area. And as Haudenosaunee, our responsibility is to offer these words, what we call our Hondo Galibodekwa, to bring everybody together, bring our minds together as one. And so with that, we offer that gratitude that everyone has come together. And sometimes we have these challenges and it's in this virtual way in a lot of times and places, but we are able to still come together. And our guides and the Creator has made it so that we're all able to come. And so we offer our gratitudes for the gifts of each and every one of us. And then we acknowledge our Mother Earth, that she provides everything for us that we might need on our journey. The sustenance for our bodies, the beauty when we can look around and see what she has brought here for us. And then we acknowledge all of the plants. There's so many different varieties, and for us, the leader amongst them is that strawberry. And we recognize that it has a dual role because it's not only the food plants, but it's also the medicine plants. And we also acknowledge those people that know those medicines, that are able to make those teas or salves or help us whatever way to help us on this journey. And so for all of the plants, we offer up our gratitudes. And then we acknowledge all of the tree nations. And again, there's so many different varieties, and we were able to see and witness in the springtime the wata, the leader amongst them, that sugar maple, and the sap that came from that tree, that we were able to still continue to drink it to help our bodies to detoxify from all of the winter buildup that we've had. And so for that medicine, for our sacred fires, and even for us to sit around and enjoy. And so for the tree nation, we offer that humble gratitude. And then we acknowledge the waters. And for here, we're amongst the largest fresh water in the world. And that Niagara that joins it, we're reminded of the perseverance, the strength within those waters. Even over time, those waters can change the shape of those grandfathers, those rocks, or move them around. And so we know and see that medicine that's there. And for us as humans, we recognize that we're the majority of water, 60 to 80%. And so we acknowledge that sometimes we forget the gifts that sit within each and every one of us. And when we look and pray for those waters, when we sing for those waters, sometimes we need to reflect that back at us, to remind ourselves all of the gifts that sit here as well. And so for all of the waters within this creation, and it comes to us in different forms, we offer up our humble gratitude. And then we acknowledge the creatures, and there's so many different varieties again, from the smallest ones to the largest ones. And we recognize, as Haudenosaunee, the deer is the leader amongst them. He provides not only the sustenance for our bodies, but the garments for our footwear, for our regalia, and for our crafts. But we recognize that he brings a lot of these gifts to us, even in our sacred items, like our drums and our shakers. And so for all of the creatures, we offer up our humble gratitudes. And then we acknowledge the winds, and they come from these four directions, and we're told that they come in a pair of twins. And we recognize that sometimes they're nice and gentle against our skin, refreshing. But sometimes, and we've seen the devastation that those winds can cause. And so there's a fine balance within that, within all things. But the winds also help us to remind us of that. And they also remind us of that gift of breath that each and every one of us need for our daily walk here. So for all of the winds, we offer up those gratitudes. And then we acknowledge, as we turn towards the heavens, that those winged ones, they fly about, and they start pretty early with their beautiful songs. So you need to be up by that first dawn to hear when they begin. And so we recognize that the leader amongst them is that eagle. And we're told that he's the one that flies the highest and he watches out over all creation. And he brings that message to Creator when we're gathering in circles, when we're utilizing our sacred items and our medicines. And so we offer that gratitude that he's still continuing his responsibility also. And for that, we offer up our gratitudes. And then we acknowledge our brother, the sun, that he still comes from that eastern doorway, and he brings us this light of a new day that we're able to see about. We're able to feel that warmth, that gentleness against our skin when he shines on us. And we know that there are a lot of people in our circles who suffer if they don't have enough of that sun energy. And so we know and recognize that is a great responsibility to our brother, the sun. And so for that, we offer our humble gratitudes. And then we acknowledge our grandmother moon, that she also sits up there in the heavens, and she's called the nighttime sun. She also brings us a special energy. And she's the one that takes care of all of the waters within this creation, including the water within our bodies. She's the one that helps that ebb and flow of those tides, and also taking care of those 28-day cycles within all of the female energies to help and make sure that new life continues. Whether it's the plants, the creatures, or us as human beings, we know that she still continues with her responsibility. And so as she builds up into that full moon, we recognize and know that there's a lot of circles that are celebrating and honoring the gifts that she brings to us at that full moon. And so for her, we offer up our gratitude. And then we acknowledge the stars in the heavens, that they represent our ancestors. So all of those that have gone on before us, whether it's our siblings, our parents, our grandparents, our aunties and uncles, even our friends and neighbors. We know when we look up in the heavens, the multitude that there is, that we have a vast family. And so we're told that we start in that place and we will return to that place with Creator. And so for the stars in the heavens that help to guide us along, help give us direction, because we know that they've helped a nation of people travel from the far south, cross this old Niagara, settled in these areas of Niagara, and traveled even further west for those places of peace and freedom. And so we offer that gratitude that they're still there helping us with that direction. And so we offer up our gratitude, our love, and our kindness. And then we acknowledge the guides that the Creator puts here for us. Each and every one of us, when we come to this place, these guides are provided for us to help guide us along this journey. And for that, we offer up our humble gratitude. We're also reminded that we're not supposed to put anything into our bodies that alters our way of thinking. Those guides then, they step back for their protection, but they're always there to help guide us back on this journey should we step away. And so for our humble gratitude and love and kindness, we offer up our gratitudes there. And then we acknowledge that as human beings, we know that we're not perfect. And so if there's anything that may have been forgotten in this that we can offer those up in our minds. And then we bring our minds together to acknowledge Songoindiso, or God, whatever you choose to call that great mystery, that each and every one of us was given the gift of today. And it's up to us, those choices that we make of what that's going to be about. And then come the evening when the sun is setting, we're supposed to step back again and reflect back at this day, and to see that if we've harmed another spirit through our words or our actions, that given a chance again tomorrow to open our eyes to greet a new day, that we will do that in a kinder and a gentler way. And so with that, we offer up our humble gratitudes and say, Nyawa, Songoindiso, Donato. And I'm going to do the smudge for this, and the smudging process is a cleansing. It's a protection also. And I've adopted this on my journey from some other friends, some other nations, because I know what it does for me on my journey. And I've heard what it does for other folks as well. And so I'm going to, I've got the medicines here, and I'm going to light it and to smudge this area so that everybody, even all the names that I see here, they're gonna be, regardless of whether they're conscious of it or not even, they're going to benefit from the medicine that's being presented here for them, for that protection of all of this circle here. And this is no disrespect to any of the other nations, but as Haudenosaunee, my spiritual direction is counterclockwise. And so that's the direction I'm going to go with this medicine as we offer it up and recognizing that the guides and the spirits are here to help us along on this journey with this protection also. The medicine that we're given helps, and even the words can be medicine. And so that helps us to bring our minds together for the reason and purpose that everyone's gathered, to move forward with a unified mind, a unified heart, to be able to work with all of the issues that are before you. So with that, we offer up our humble gratitude and say, Nyawa Goa, Songwendiso, Donato.
So thank you to Jackie Labonte. It's the second time she smudged me, first time about 10 years ago, and she was kind enough to come in here and do this to our chambers. So thank you to Jackie. And while she was here, she helped us with an acknowledgement as well. With the aim of sharing information and educating our community on land treaties and acknowledging the many land treaties that overlay the city of Niagara Falls and the Niagara region, I now invite Jackie to share testimony as we acknowledge and thank the Indigenous people who were stewards of this land for a millennia before. We look forward to continuing to build on our friendships in harmony and in shared gratitude for this special place we live in. So I now ask our IT department if you would please do the next video. Bless you.
Yes, I just want to acknowledge that the words that are put out there to acknowledge the Haudenosaunee, especially within our territories, in recognizing that land acknowledgement. I'm from Six Nations, Haudenosaunee territory, and these streets, these paths in our area are part of our traditional journey from one nation to the other, because our Onondaga Nation, which is kind of like our council fire, sits in the States. And so this is one of the regular paths that our ancestors would have made to connect to other nations. And so that Niagara, that river, probably would have been a challenge too at times years ago. But today we recognize that we're able to cross it back and forth on a regular basis, and the medicine that it is for us. When we look at the falls and see the volume of water that's there and where it's come from and traveled to be able to be here in this place, for us to be able to witness it. And hundreds, millions of people come to the falls to witness Niagara Falls. And I think sometimes they're not even aware of maybe why they're called to come here, or even maybe what they experience while they're here visiting. Because when you're walking in that mist, that's a great medicine. And people kind of protect themselves from that. But when you're able to just enjoy it and to be with it and to recognize the medicine that it is for us, it's beautiful. And what we can look at and how we can grow in knowing and recognizing the different messages that are here for us. And the city has also gone another step to acknowledge different symbols within our area. It has in the past turned the falls, the lights on the falls, orange, and it will be doing that again September 30th. And it's going to be for a longer period of time. And we recognize and to know that, and I was there when the lights were orange, and people traveled from long distances to be able to witness that. And it went viral pretty quick that was happening. And so to come and to witness that as well, that's a great medicine for our people. And so I just appreciate all of those good intentions, those good messages that have been put out there to recognize the place that we share, okay? The medicine that we all share as well. And so we see now that there's a lot of energy, a lot of planning going into place to acknowledge September 30th. And so sometimes people can do some simple things just to recognize that, to be able to ask questions, to be able to have those conversations, to learn a little bit more about the Indigenous population, especially here in Niagara. And we have a mix of that population. I'm Haudenosaunee. We have our Anishinaabe friends. We have our Mi'kmaq friends. Some even Hopi and Lakota. So there's a real mix of Indigenous people here in Niagara. And so for them to feel that connection, to feel acknowledged and loved, that's pretty huge for our communities today. And so I welcome and introduce each other, that we can walk side by side on this journey, learning from each other, teaching each other, and embracing each other. So with that, I offer that gratitude for being here again and to share this. Yeah.
Thank you to Jackie. Hearing voices from the Indigenous community is critical, as this is a time for us to listen. We look forward to welcoming more Indigenous friends from our community and amplifying their voices through the opportunity to share at the beginning of our council meetings as we offer land acknowledgement and strengthen our friendships. So thank you to Jackie Labonte for doing such a great job. And I also know she did double smudging at the CAO's desk. I think that she felt he needed some extra assistance. So that's great. Okay, we're looking for an adoption of the minutes from the August 10th, 2021 meeting. Thank you. Councillor Locoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will put a motion forward to adopt, but I would like to correct something. 7.10 PBD 2021-43, it was the River Road Eastwood planning matter. I was opposed and the minutes did not reflect that. I have sent an email to the clerk. I did watch the video, hoping that my audio was on, and it was on, and I did say opposed.
Okay, great. Mr. Clerk, you're good there? Okay, good. Okay. Any other, Councillor Campbell?
If that was a motion, I'll second.
Do we need a motion for that, Mr. Clerk?
No.
We're good? Okay. So just correction of the minutes? Okay, sounds good. Councillor Thompson, you're going to move them?
Yes. First of all, I apologize for not bringing this up because I didn't know how to do this. Last council meeting, we had a discussion about vacation rental, and I've been having conversation regularly with Mr. Wethuse, and he was in touch with the clerk. Could he come on and talk about it?
Sorry about that, Counselor.
And the clerk said, no, you can't. It's been decided. But he sent me and everybody an email with 5 very serious questions about it. And he called me and said, could you see this, just defer this till the October meeting so I can get all these answered so I know what's going on. And I said, well, I'll certainly bring it up. The decision with respect to that has been made, and I think Mr. Matson made that clear, but he had questioned and wrote to everybody, and I thought just to give him the opportunity for deferral for a month. And also I looked at Bylaw 2021-99 for licensing for vacation units and also B&B. And I looked on the map that Mr. Hurlovich sent out regarding the colors where it would be permitted, and I was really concerned that it wasn't accurate. So I would like to make a motion to defer to the next meeting, 2021-95 bylaw and 2021-99 bylaw regarding the same thing.
Okay, do
Thank
we have
you.
a seconder for that, Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will second it, but I think there's 2 different numbers on that. There were 2 bylaws side by side and then 99. It was 2021-95 and 2021-96. Those 2 plus the 99. And I will second that.
Okay, I'll agree to that.
Okay, Mr. Clerk?
I just want to kind of bring us all back here procedurally. We were first trying to get an adoption of the minutes. This is probably a separate matter from the adoption of the minutes. So there was already a motion on the floor for adoption of minutes. We didn't get a seconder, and we haven't voted on that yet. We might want to step back before we entertain this new motion.
Okay, who made the motion
I
for,
did, but somebody said we didn't have to have a motion.
No, sorry. Councillor Lococo made a motion for the adoption of the minutes, but at the same time, just wanted to point out about her correction to the minutes. My comment was we don't need a motion to correct the minutes,
oh, okay.
but we can certainly make that change to the minutes, but we should continue with the seconder and the adoption as amended.
Okay, so we've got a seconder by Councillor Campbell to adopt the minutes. Okay, so we'll say, yes, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Your Worship, I have a question, just for clarification. Bylaw 95 and 96.
We're not dealing with that one yet.
Oh, we're not dealing
We're
with
going
that
to
one
first
yet.
do the minutes.
This is just the minutes?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
All
then
right.
we're going to entertain the motion. Okay, so on the minutes, if there's no other discussion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that. And then now to Councillor Thompson's motion, seconded by Councillor Lococo. Mr. Matson, did you want to comment on that specifically?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I should point out the fact that the reason why I had turned away Mr. Westhu's request is because we do have a policy where we don't entertain written correspondence on an agenda for a matter that has already been decided by this council. And as the Councillor Thompson has pointed out, that was decided at the last meeting. If there's a motion for reconsideration, perhaps first, that might be appropriate if council wishes to go that route, and then possibly entertain what the councillor just spoke about possible deferrals for the bylaws. We could take this one step at a time.
So, Councillor Thompson and Councillor Lococo, if you want to bring those forward, that's a motion for reconsideration. So it wouldn't be a simple motion. So that's 2/3 majority? So I'm not sure how you'd like to handle it. Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just thinking about procedure-wise. Is it a motion to reconsider? I know we approved it, and these are to pass the bylaws. If we just defer the passing of the bylaws, is that really reconsidering?
We'll go to our clerk for guidance on that.
If it's just that portion about the bylaws, then perhaps no, it's not reconsideration. But it sounded to me like the way the motion was going to go was to also have a staff report come back to try and answer all of these questions that Mr. Westhuse has also submitted, and that I would perhaps think that would be a motion to reconsider.
Okay, Councillor Thompson?
Well, all I want to accomplish is giving Mr. Westhuse the answers to the questions that he sent in. So if that takes till the next meeting, we don't have to deal with it. If he's satisfied with that, that's all I'm trying to accomplish.
Why don't we just ask for the questions to be answered in a separate motion and just leave the minutes alone? Why don't we just do it that way? This way he gets his answers.
Well, I didn't want to, I didn't know where to bring it up, under bylaws or at the end, but so this is separate from the council minutes, yeah.
So, Mr. Clerk, when would you suggest, if we want to just get the questions answered by way of a motion, staff report, but not to affect the minutes, when would be the best time to do it?
Council has the option of amending their procedural bylaw at any time. So, I mean, the fact that we're already on the matter, I have no problem with discussing it now. However, before council does anything, it might be appropriate to get comments from staff, particularly Mr. Hurlovich, since he would have an opportunity perhaps to address these questions instead of just going on the advice of a resident.
No, that's a good idea. Why don't we do that? Mr. Hurlovich, you've seen the email. Did you have comment for us?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have answers to every question. The applicants were represented by Mr. Vaca. Mr. Vaca made a motion to council that he wanted only 5411 River Road considered. That's the property of the D'Souza's. One of the questions posed by Mr. Westhuse is, did they consent to that? All I can tell council is Mr. Vaca is the agent. What instructions Mr. Vaca received, I do not know. But Mr. Vaca appeared before you and said he wished only to have their property considered. So you can take the lawyer's word for the fact that he was acting on their behalf. The owners do live in Markham. That doesn't prohibit them from using a management company to manage their rental. They're not required to live in town. They are required to meet certain licensing requirements, and so they would have to meet those licensing requirements. How do staff explain the discrepancies between the two draft bylaws on the agenda when they approved a vacation rental and final bylaw is now asked to approve? I don't even know exactly what he means. He asks number 4, it is a 4-bedroom house, and he's wondering what's happening with that 4th bedroom, and that 4th bedroom would have to be secured. Usually a deadbolt lock is used. An inspection would occur by the fire and building departments before a license is issued. And they do have to be licensed by the clerk, so that would be the way in which that would be checked. Have the owners converted part of the parking area? Well, I think Mr. Westhuse could walk around there and see that they have not yet done that, but we have not yet passed the bylaw to allow them to have the use. So that would be something we'll be following up on. So that's the best I can answer those 5 questions, and probably I wouldn't be able to answer them in any more detail in 2 weeks from now.
Thank you, Mr. Hurlovich. Yeah, Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, in talking with Mr. Wethuse, he didn't even know whether they still own the house, whether they were interested in proceeding with the vacant rental. So, you know, it's just questions. And a deferral to give somebody who lives next door to them, I tell you, this is a real problem, having them in single-family areas. Anyway, let's deal with it.
So we can call the vote. Now, staff, Mr. Hurlovich said, he gave you answers. He said, I won't have much more information in 2 weeks, but we can call the vote and see where it goes. So the motion is to defer the bylaws 2021, 95, 96, and 99. Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. You haven't taken conflicts yet, and I'm going to declare a conflict on 99. So I'm actually going to declare a conflict on, let me see, PBD 2021-52, and as well the amending bylaw 2021-99, which deals with the amendment to the bylaw 2021-57, as I own property that's affected by the amendment. So if you want to split them, that's great. I won't vote on 99.
Okay, so then we're going to have to split them. Yes, Councillor Carrió?
Well, Your Worship, this matter's been decided. We voted on this. It's been decided. So if someone has questions, is his right to appeal gone or something? Doesn't he have a right to an appeal? Well, we've already decided this issue. So I kind of agree with the clerks. If we're going to not continue to finish up on the issue we've decided, should it not be a motion for reconsideration? Not a deferral? Like, this has been decided.
Not reconsider.
Well, then why would we be asking questions on an issue that's already been decided?
The opportunity.
I'm asking the staff the question. Thank you.
Mr. I'll get to you. Yeah, Mr. Clerk, do you have feedback on that?
I don't really dispute that point, and I think the point is valid. Council has made a decision. The passing of these bylaws is a housekeeping matter to follow up on council's decision that they'd previously made. I do see that our planning director's hand is up. He may want to comment. While I have the floor, though, I just also want to point out that in my opinion, the two bylaws that would be of question are 95 and 96, that 99 is a separate matter, not dealing with these properties, but the vacation rental unit bylaw in general.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Your Worship, correct me, Mr. Clerk. It's not-
Well, your microphone.
Thank you. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe that a motion to defer is non-debatable.
Yes?
Thank you.
You're right. You're right, it is. Okay, so the question is, is 99 being considered? I just want to be clear, because then we have to split them if 99 is one of them. Is it 95, 96? Is 99 one of them? Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy with removing 99 because it's in general, not specifically.
He's the mover, so you'd second it?
I would second it if it was an amendment.
Okay, so 99 is not part of it then?
That's the bylaw.
Your microphone, Councillor Thompson, you got to put your microphone on.
I'm okay with it.
Okay. So he said yes, he's okay with that. Okay, so then the motion, moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Lococo, is to defer bylaws 2021-95 and 2021-96 to the October meeting. Is that right? And for staff to answer the 5 questions in a written form, I assume. Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, the motion does not pass.
And that didn't include 99.
It did not include 99. Okay, so I'm going to move on to the disclosures of a pecuniary interest. I've got Councillor Pietrangelo, then Councillor Lococo, and Strange.
Thanks, Your Worship. I'll finish up now. I already declared one. I don't need to declare that again, Mr. Clerk?
That's correct.
Okay. So in camera, item number 3 that deals with Spark, Your Worship. My spouse's employer has litigation against the Spark CEO. Item 6.2 that deals with the Innovation Hub. I honestly don't know what the discussion is going to be, but again, if it gets into the litigation, then I'm going to have a conflict and I'll leave the room. MW 2021-58 and the amending bylaw, or the bylaw that goes with it, 2021-92, dealing with regulatory signs. I own property with one of the applicants, and also correspondence, PDS 32 2021 and CLKC 2021-46. My family owns property that's affected, and I'll leave this here for the clerk, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Pietrangelo. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The following checks, the first one's payable to myself, 446665, July 28, 2021, for $122.12, reimbursement for expenses. Niagara Falls Art Gallery 00361-001, July 30th, 2020, for $2,333.33. I sit on the board as a resident. The following are conflict of interest. 8.3 L 2021-18, the conveyance of road allowance. I have family that owns property. 8.10 RNC 2021-10, the Santa Claus Parade, my husband's former employee. 10.8 downtown business improvement fee waiver, husband's past employer. 10.17 downtown board, same thing. And in camera, the downtown zoning appeal. I live in the zoned area, so I have conflict there, and I have emailed that all to the clerk.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Under communications, item 10.18, it's a noise bylaw exemption for our 10th annual Heaters Heroes Run for children. I'm part of the Heaters Heroes Committee and part of the Fallsview Hose that is running it.
Oh, that was it? Okay. Councillor Dabrowski.
Same as Councillor Strange, I'm a member of the Fallsview Hose Brigade. Under communications, report 10.18.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Check number 447048 is made payable to myself.
Thank you. Any other declarations? And for myself, 3 checks, number 446626, 446842, and 447061, checks made out to myself as well. Okay, if there's no further, disclosures, move on to everyone's favorite part of the meeting. Bathroom break time. The mayor's comments. So first off, under obituaries, Joyce Pilon, mother-in-law of Cesar Ramirez of our building department, passed away. Bernadette Clayton, wife of Jeff Clayton in our municipal works, passed on. Our condolences also to Robert Byers, father of Barbara Byers in our transportation department. Costantina Mazzari, the mother of Tom Mazzari, retired city employee. Antonetta Pica, mother-in-law of Lydia Pica, retired employee. And William Harmon, father of Scott Harmon in our municipal works department. Our condolences and sympathy go to all the families who've lost loved ones just recently. Council and senior staff, we did have some birthdays. Councillor Carriel celebrated Sunday, August the 15th. Councillor Campbell. Which one was that? I'm not sure what number that was. 15th. Oh, yeah. That's right. That's what it was, the 15th. Does that answer your question, Councillor Pietrangelo? Councillor Campbell celebrated his birthday on Monday, August the 23rd.
Actually, it was a birth month.
It was a birth month. Oh, good. It's
At my age, it's a birth month.
these Leo the Lions we've got here. And Regional Councillor Bob Gale celebrated his birthday Thursday, September the 2nd. So happy birthday. And I celebrated a birthday last week too, September the 6th. Yes. It's not in my notes though. We don't. Never mind, doesn't matter. If no one's given ages, I'm not giving mine either. So we've got some upcoming birthdays that we're going to miss between now and the October meeting. Councillor Thompson, Friday, September the 24th. I'm sure he's got something pretty exciting planned. Jason Burgess, our CAO, is the next day. Saturday, September the 25th. You guys can go out together and celebrate. and Kathy Moldenhauer, our Director of Rec and Culture, Thursday, September the 30th. So we try to track some of our birthdays. It's hard to track everybody's, but we do try. And if I miss one, let me know, and we'll acknowledge it. Council representation, I want to thank Councillor Campbell, who represented the city at the 75th anniversary of India Independence Day. Councillor Dabrowski represented the city at the Battlefield Gospel Church Prayer Breakfast. And Councillor Peter Angelo representing the city at the Niagara Malayali Association Tug of War and the Rotary Club Paul Harris Awards Nights. So thank you to you. Childhood Cancer Awareness Month flag raising took place in front of City Hall. I was joined by Councillor Strange and Peter Angelo, and the flags are still sitting out there in front of City Hall. Very nice gesture. Also acknowledge, draw your attention to the screen. There's a memorial at the Vancouver Art Gallery, and Councillor Peter Angelo recently visited the Vancouver Art Gallery this summer with his family, and he offered the City of Niagara Falls flag and a Heart Niagara Falls, Love Niagara Falls t-shirt at the memorial. It was graciously received by museum staff and Indigenous volunteers who staff the site 24 hours a day. They were honored to receive this offering from Niagara Falls. We'd like to thank Councillor Peter Angelo for adding that as part of his travels out west. The memorial will be up through Thursday, September the 30th. And as well, want to acknowledge I had some people text me that were visiting Vancouver who happened to see it and sent me pictures as well. And they said, didn't know if you knew about this. They were pretty proud that Niagara Falls had did that. And we want to thank Councillor Peter Angelo. Councillor Peter Angelo, is there anything that you wanted to share with us?
Not really, Your Worship. I mean, I didn't want to do it for any type of recognition. I just thought that it was the right thing to do. When we were on our holiday, or before our holiday actually, we had asked our children, you know, what they wanted to do when we were out there. It was my daughter who brought up the fact that, you know, we should be visiting the memorials. We were going to Victoria and Vancouver, so we decided to visit both of them. I then had the idea of presenting one of the memorials with something from Niagara Falls, so I contacted your office. Your office was great in, you know, reaching out and arranging it with the Vancouver Art Gallery. And for anyone that's ever been out to Vancouver, the traffic and the foot traffic that's in front of the art gallery is like being on the corner of Yonge and Dundas. It's a very busy place. And as you mentioned, there are Indigenous people who look after this site 24 hours a day. So the day that we were there, we had a little ceremony with leaders and volunteers of the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh tribes. It was very special from the standpoint, Your Worship, that they were very honored and grateful to have our flag as part of their memorial. They said that we were the very first city that had approached them with any type of support. We were very touched when they actually wanted to put our flag right in the middle of their presentation, as you can see. So the flag is there. There's a small child shirt beside it. My kids put a message on that. I know you can't see it because it's not blown up. And then as well, my kids bought a pair of baby shoes, and that's hung off the left-hand side of the flag. So it was nice, Your Worship. I wanted to give them something. Very gracious that they accepted it and made it part of their memorial. So thank you.
Oh, good move. Thank you very much, Councillor Peter Angelo. Councillor Strange?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, this is it's really the first time I've seen this picture, but are those all little shoes on the steps? Is that? That is. And that's pretty incredible that we're the only, it looks like we're the only municipal flag there too. So it's an amazing picture, and possibly maybe it's something that we could get blown up or something for, you know, even to celebrate Reconciliation Day on September 30th, whether it's a billboard or whatever, because that's just an outstanding picture and centering the city of Niagara Falls in, you know, somewhere that's way out west, and we're the only municipality. So it says something about our community. So I would love to do something. I don't know what, maybe staff can come up with something, or yourself, to enlarge that and maybe post something on September 30th for Reconciliation Day.
So why don't you make that motion?
I can make, okay, I'll make that motion. for some sort, whether it be a billboard, whatever it can, that we can celebrate that photo and remember these lost lives as well.
So motion by Councillor Strange to use this picture as part of our celebration on the 30th of September, seconded by Councillor Dorowski, and we'll make this part of our celebration. If there's no further discussion to that, let's call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. And thank you, Councillor Pietrangelo, for showing the initiative and the leadership to do something like this. Obviously, we're the first municipality. There's a lot of municipalities, even in the West Coast, that we'd be the first one from central Canada. So thank you for doing that. And I want to point out the staff and the mayor and the CAO's office are fantastic. The customer service extraordinaire. They are unbelievable, really. And I probably don't mention it enough, but their job is very busy, and not everybody that calls the office is happy. So they deal with all of the calls in a very professional manner. And I have to say that they do such a great job. Grand openings, we celebrated the Norcini and Company Butchery and Deli that opened up on Portage Road in the old KFC. I was joined by Councillor Thompson and Councillor Dabrowski, and if you've got a barbecue coming up, step out and try out some of their stuff. They've got aged everything. They've got everything you can imagine. It's not just a carnivorous dream, but they've also got vegan things and real neat place. Also, the Happy Hippie Cannabis opened up in Chippewa. I was joined by Councillor Dabrowski, and Mr. Cappuccino News Cafe, which reopened after 26 years. It's reopened under new ownership. I was joined by Councillor Thompson and Councillor Lococo. So it was a very nice day, and we didn't mind the bees, but it was nice to have the grand reopening of these businesses. And last 2 points here, I want to point out, Fireman's Park Amphitheater had their official opening. I was joined by Councillor Thompson. It was a bit of a last minute thing by the SCVFA, but we did pull it off, and they're great partners. And what a gem that is. 120 acres. And when you see the family picnics, the Bruce Trail, the dog park, tobogganing in the winter, disc golf, the baseball diamond. I mean, there's so many things going on at the same time. I see the YMCA had their day camp there all summer long. People hiking, fishing in the pond. I mean, it is just an unbelievable, and I know there's been a lot of leadership of this council to invest in that park, to as I say, polish the gem. The city's investment, we put in 400 tons of armor stone to create kind of a Roman amphitheater style, similar to a little bit of a cross between Art Park and Jackson Triggs, where you can entertain Blues in the Park every Thursday night there. Very, very popular. The crowd really responded, and everybody really appreciated this natural setting to go watch music outside. Blues in the Park every Thursday from 7 till 9 p.m. Bring your lawn chair. Future plans include, and they're still ongoing, we're going to be dredging and restocking the fishing pond with some docks there for fishing off of. There'll be parking lot upgrades with security lighting and new signage at the front entrance. And I want to specifically acknowledge Councillor Pietrangelo. You've been very active, engaged to help get that park brought forward to the glory that we think that it can be. So thank you for that. And looking ahead, Heaters Heroes. We all know about Heaters Heroes. Been taking place, is it hard to believe? 10 years. Celebrating 10th anniversary, 10 years of raising awareness and funds for childhood cancers. This is an initiative of Councillor Strange, and it's been a huge success. This Saturday, the 18th of September, at Oaks Park on the track. Opening ceremonies will be 12 o'clock noon. Congratulations to Councillor Mike Strange and all of your team involved. Councillor Strange, maybe you'd like to say a few words about the event this Saturday.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, finally we got the okay to have the event. Actually, last year was supposed to be our 10th year anniversary, but we couldn't do it. Even though we couldn't have the event, we helped 5 children last year, and we called that our 9.5th year because we wanted to make the 10th year a very special year, which we're allowed to do it. And we're doing it in September this year. Usually we do it in August. But we have 8 children this year that we're helping, and they either have terminal illnesses or life-altering illnesses or injuries. They will be participating at Oaks Park, and they'll be walking, get wheeled, bike, whatever they can to go around that 400-meter track And for some of them, it's like running a marathon. It really is. And you know, we were debating whether to do it this year, but we know that these children can't wait. You know, they can't wait till a fourth wave, fifth wave, whatever the pandemic is over. They can't wait. So we want to help these children. And we have some great celebrities coming out every lap. A child walks, and we have some celebrities. Steve Ludzik is going to walk the final lap, who just got a liver transplant, so he's going to show us that he's doing great, and he wants to help these children. He was at our first year Heaters Heroes years ago. So we have a bunch of events, live music, which is going to be there that day, and you know, can't wait. Like, everyone's waiting to see a live band. It's been so long to watch some bands, so it's going to be great. Mad Hatters are going to be our main band from 8 to 10 o'clock, so it's going to be a great event. And we have our former Heaters Heroes coming out, because we want to highlight some of these Heaters Heroes that we've helped in the past and how well they're doing. We have a couple great ones. Haley Patrick, who was one of our first year, and she had leukemia, and she wasn't doing very well over 10 years ago. And she's doing amazing. She's top of her culinary class now. Now she comes back every year and bakes goods to help out and sells them and gives all the funds to Heaters Heroes to help these children, as well as Scott Gamel, who fought cancer years ago, and he was having, going through all the therapy and the treatments and radiation, chemo, and we got him. It was like a mini wish. So we got him a set of drums. Now he comes out and plays those in a band every year. And I always said, man, I go, you look like a model, you should be a model. Now he's a runway model. So it's unbelievable, the stories. And we want to know that these current Heaters Heroes children, that they look up to these guys and say, if they can do it, we can do it too. So, our first lap celebrities is City Council and our CAO. So hopefully you can make it out for noon. It's a great event, and it really puts life in perspective. When you hear some of these kids' stories, there's not a dry eye out there, because you think you have a difficult day, and you have no idea until you hear some of what these kids are going through. So come on out, support, cheer them on. It's going to be an amazing day, and hopefully we'll raise a lot of funds for these kids. So thank you.
Awesome. Well done. Well done. And we're excited. The CAO's coming out to join us too, so it should be a lot of fun.
I have very low standards for celebrities.
And the last thing I do want to mention is National Day of Truth and Reconciliation, Thursday, September the 30th. Among other observations being brought forward by staff, and the one that was brought forward motion tonight, the picture that we're going to use that Councillor Pietrangelo took in Vancouver, we'll be raising the flag, Every Child Matters flag. There'll be lowering of all flags to half staff, 9 a.m. on Thursday, September the 30th. Then the illumination of the falls each half hour on Thursday, September the 30th for 15 minutes at a time in orange. There'll be many educational opportunities through our Niagara Falls Museum and the Niagara Falls Public Library. We look forward to learning and listening together as a community on that day. And I didn't know, Councillor Campbell, was it at this point that you, Councillor Campbell, that you wanted to... You just...
I had something that I was going to...
Okay, well, you look for that. I'll also mention that the next council meeting will be Tuesday, October the 5th. And yes, this concludes the long mayor's comments, Councillor. Okay. Yes, Councillor Strange.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, as Councillor Campbell's waiting to speak, I just wanted to quickly, and Councillor Carroll reminded me about a legend in this city. Nick Bymont passed away last week, a week and a half ago, I think it was. Great guy. He was the captain of Niagara Falls Canucks 1975, 1976. Played hockey in Europe, and just I was so shocked when I saw it on Facebook, and unbelievable. His parents are still here with us, and he's a father and just a true legend. Did a lot for charities, and we're gonna truly miss him. So just want to send our condolences out to Nick's Bymont's family.
Yeah, thank you for that, and I appreciate you bringing that to my attention. I know Councillor Carriol brought it to my attention as well. Nick Bymont, like you said, Bymont family have been incredible in our community on so many fronts, and volunteering in so many ways. And yeah, it was a tragic loss, unexpected. I know I attended the funeral service, or the visitation rather, and yeah, everybody was really stunned by this, to say the least.
And just on I guess a happier note, Shelley Gauthier, she just returned from the Paralympics.
Oh, yeah.
She did very well. She didn't medal, but she's had so many medals at the Paralympics. She's a legend in cycling, and just like to send out our congratulations to her right here from Niagara Falls, and represented us, Niagara Falls and Canada, so well in Tokyo. So hopefully we could get her in here and maybe tell her about her experiences in Tokyo. So I'd love to that motion too.
Okay. Motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Pietrangelo, that we send a letter of congratulations to Michelle Gauthier on her Paralympic performances. Yeah, and you're right, she's got so many medals. I mean, like, she's got tons of them, yeah. We'll call the motion. All those in favor? Okay, thank you for that. And Councillor Campbell on the...
Thank you, Your Worship. I was asked by Inclusivity Committee to make some recommendations with respect to January 30th.
September 30th?
Or September 30th.
Okay.
Number one, we'd like to see the members of the Strong Waters Women's Group. It's a local drummer group, and we do have a contact through our committee. Two, we want to have an open call to all Niagara Falls citizens to wear orange on September 30th. And three, during the lowering of the flag, start it off with a land acknowledgement, and four, have a moment of silence during the ceremony. I would make that a motion if we could.
Okay, absolutely. A motion by Councillor Campbell, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. Is there any discussion to the request, the motion by Councillor Campbell? So let's call the vote. All those in favor?
Thank you.
That's unanimous. Thank you for that, Councillor. That's great. Okay, now we'll move on to presentations and deputations. So first up, it's a very big year for Rotary. It's the 100th anniversary for Rotary in Niagara Falls. I'd like to welcome Jan Jalufka, retired lawyer and Rotarian, and any other members that are going to join him. It's a special milestone of 100 years in our community. And they've done things like Rotary House for Children and Youth, Pedal for Polio, many years of Lobster Fest, the Rotary TV auction, all to support various community groups. A whole week of celebrations. So I hope am I giving your speech? Is that what I'm doing right now? Is that why you're laughing? Oh, he's muted now. No, you muted him. I'm not sure. Sorry, you were muted there, Jan.
Just keep speaking, Mayor Diodati, and I won't have to say anything.
Okay. Well, with that little bit of advice, I'm going to keep quiet. Let's welcome Rotarian Jan Chalufka, and he, I believe, still holds the record for having eaten the most lobsters at Lobster Fest at Club Italia. I think you still have that record. So the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Mayor Diodati and members of council. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here this evening. As a longtime member and director of Rotary, it's my pleasure to present some ideas and some information regarding our club, so you're better acquainted with what we do as a club and the many ways we benefit our community. I don't know if there are any other members of Rotary in attendance. There were people that were indicated that they might be present, and I don't know if the technical people have the ability to give us that information or not. Are there any showing?
He had Elizabeth. He had Elizabeth, but she's no longer there.
Okay, yeah, it's been a long wait with the in-camera and so forth, so maybe some of our people, couldn't stay. In any event, as Mayor Diodati indicated, it's a very special year, 2021, for our club, because it is the 100th anniversary of our club's founding, and it marks 100 years of service to the Niagara Falls community. Our club's first meeting was held on March 16th, 1921 in the old Oddfellows Hall on Queen Street, a block from the present City Hall. So began Niagara Falls' century-long association with Rotary, the international service organization which now comprises 1.2 million members throughout the world. Over the years, our club has been made up of some very dedicated, public-spirited individuals. Their good works have helped make a positive difference to our community and have served as a living embodiment of the Rotary motto of service above self. Our club currently has a membership of about 50 men and women who meet weekly on Tuesdays at noon at Shriners Hall on North Street here in the city. The club raises money through annual events such as the Rotary TV auction, the famous Lobster Fest previously referred to, trivia night, and a golf tournament. Recently, we have held Christmas poinsettia and chrysanthemum flower sales to augment our fundraising efforts. We raise in excess of $40,000 annually, 3/4 of which is invested back into our community to help fund various local charitable organizations and worthwhile initiatives. In addition, our club has a charitable foundation, the Niagara Falls Rotary Club Foundation, established in 1997, which provides gifts in excess of $35,000 annually in support of worthy community projects and organizations. Some of the organizations and initiatives which our club has financially supported include the Niagara Health System, Grow Community Food Literacy Program, Boys and Girls Club COVID Relief Effort, the FACTS Summer Camps, the YMCA Summer Camps, the Niagara Native Center, the Niagara Falls Library Summer Reading Program, Out of the Cold, for whom we recently assembled and donated both winter and summer survival kits for the homeless. We also donated PPE equipment to Salvation Army Eventide Nursing Home during the early days of COVID, when no such equipment was then available. We also delivered lunches to first responders during the early months of the pandemic as a thank you for their dedication. Annually, our club supports the Interact Club at A.N. Meyer, and an organization well known to council, being the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee. We also sponsor the Rotary Student Medalist Awards, providing academic scholarships to 6 local high school graduating students, and also the Rotary Student Spirit Awards, recognizing the extracurricular achievements of 6 local high school students. Since its inception, our Niagara Falls Rotary Foundation has made financial gifts in excess of $500,000 to local recipients, including the City of Niagara Falls for the Millennial Trail section named the Rotary Story Walk Pathway, for which the 40 storyboards are changed regularly by the Niagara Falls Library. The McBain Niagara Falls Community Center, the Red Roof Retreat, Pathstone Mental Health Foundation, Niagara Peninsula Children's Center, YMCA of Niagara Falls Youth Fitness Center, Cave Springs Camp, Niagara Falls Rowing Club, Niagara One Foundation, and the Boys and Girls Club. Internationally, our club supports initiatives including the Rotary End Polio campaign, under which Rotary has spent billions of dollars to vaccinate children to eradicate polio throughout the world. We sponsor a village school library in Liberia, along with other Rotary clubs in the area. We help fund the Giving Bowl, a meal program in Uganda enabling young children to attend school. We also help fund Shelter Box, supplying emergency shelter like Lobster Fest and Trivia Night. In conclusion, our club is looking forward to another century of serving the Niagara Falls community and helping to improve the lives of all who live here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council.
Well done. and that was much better than what I was going to do, Rotarian Jaluvka.
Thanks.
And by the way, you are joined. You do have Elizabeth Bordnave.
Oh, good. Wonderful.
She's cheering you on. She's clapping. Every time you did something good, she clapped. So she was there to support you. Do we have any questions or comments for Rotarian Jaluvka and Bordnave? Yes, Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Jan Elizabeth, for taking the time out. And big celebration, 100 years is pretty amazing. And, you know, the groups that you listed off, just incredible how much funds and how much help you give into different organizations and charities. And even through the pandemic, you still found a way of helping certain groups and our health professionals by giving them lunches. So I just want to congratulate you guys. I don't know how you guys do it in the middle of a pandemic and you're still managed to fundraise and do virtual events and whatever, because it's really, really tough right now. And but we want to wish you another 100 years. And how many members do you have in Niagara area, and what is your oldest member, if you know?
We have about 50 members in our club, and there's the Rotary Sunrise Club. They have about 30 members, Councillor Strange. Our oldest member, oh geez, in terms of age or in terms of length of service? It's a tough question. I can't speak to it. We've got people a couple of people in their 80s, I think.
Yeah. Well, I just want to thank you, and it's just amazing, you know, and some people just want to volunteer their whole life, and your group is typical that way. Not even helping in our own country and city, but you're helping in other countries. So congratulations again. It's such a huge, huge feat, and I know there's a big celebration, I think, Saturday, right, for the 100 years. So congratulations again, just amazing.
Yes.
So this Saturday...
Thanks very much, Councillor. Appreciate it.
This Saturday, there'll be a big celebration. They're going to unveil the clock and the Niagara Parks Commission, which is going to be a really neat event. And the falls are going to go the colors of blue and gold. So we're going to do a lot to acknowledge these great Rotarians who've been representing our community so well. And it's always fun when they bring in guests from other places. And if you have never been to a Rotarian breakfast or lunch, you definitely want to get there. It's very interesting, and a lot of unexpected things happen. Make sure you bring a bunch of $5 bills just in case you tell a bad joke or you wear a goofy looking tie. They give you fines. So it's a lot of fun, but the fines all go to their charitable causes. So
right.
Oh no, that's why if I go, I got to bring a roll of fives with my bad jokes. Oh, for sure. I just give it to them at the door. I say, here, you know what? This should cover me off for the while. Yes, Councillor Strange.
Well, I just thought of something. I know your celebration is Saturday, and we're doing our Heaters Heroes event, and we always want celebrities to walk a lap with some of our children. So maybe after your event, if all you guys like to come and walk with a child and be our celebrities for one of the laps at Oaks Park, because we love to recognize you there as well, because you guys are true celebrities.
Thanks, Councillor. I'll pass the word.
There you have it. And you know what? Cross-promotional, cross-marketing, great job. That was excellent. 2 birds with 1 stone. All right, so I just want to say thanks, Elizabeth. Thank you, Jan. Really appreciate you taking the time, enlightening us, all of our guests and viewers at home that are enjoying, and really appreciate what you guys are doing behind the scenes. A lot of people don't even know it, but now they do. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so now 6.2 on the agenda. This is the Niagara Falls Ryerson Innovation Hub update. So I'm going to call on our Director of Economic Development and Tourism, Serge Felicetti. And Mr. Felicetti is going to introduce this part of the agenda. Welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's been just over 2 years since we launched the Niagara Falls Ryerson Innovation Hub, and we want to provide Council with an update on the activities and the metrics that the Hub's achieved to date. When we launched the Hub, it supported a number of Council priorities, such as to diversify the economy, youth retention, and downtown revitalization. And the Hub created this special space to support and accelerate startup companies, to help drive innovation, the ability and the opportunity to work with Ryerson's DMZ, the #1 incubator in the world, and leverage their international partnerships to create soft landing zones and to support our hub companies. It also allowed for the collaboration with other agencies and institutions. You're going to hear about that momentarily, and provided the foundation for the development of digital technology cluster, which helps to diversify and strengthen our local economy. And to go over the presentation for you this evening, we have Caitlin Sverko. Caitlin's the manager of satellite programs for Ryerson, and Dan Bordinavi. He's the interim CEO for Spark Innovation Education Center, Inc. And they've got some great information to share with you tonight. Also, Your Worship, we'd appreciate it if we could hold questions to the end of their presentation. Dan, over to you.
Thank you so much, Serge, and thank you so much to Your Worship and all the councillors for having us on a presentation today. I know you guys are extremely busy and your agendas are very packed, so we really appreciate you giving us the time to tell our story. So I'm just going to share my screen and go through a quick presentation. So can everybody see the screen okay?
Yep, we can see it perfectly.
Awesome, thank you so much. So like Serge said, we're going to go through a quick presentation. We're going to start with a little bit about us, how everything works here. We're going to go through some of our companies, the impact we have in our FedDev metrics, some of the businesses that we supported, partnerships we created, our startup visa program, and then we're going to end with some startup testimonials and community testimonials as well. So as Serge said, we have 4 main objectives for this project. The first is to diversify the community economic or the community economy here in Niagara Falls. The second is to improve the socioeconomic future of Niagara Falls through innovation and entrepreneurship. The third is to have private and public partnerships using collaboration between community institutions to solve issues such as job creation and youth retention here in Niagara Falls. And the fourth is to combine innovation, education, and partnerships to develop the future workforce here in Niagara Falls. So there's 3 main partners in the ecosystem. The first is the City of Niagara Falls, which includes a Small Business Enterprise Center. And their role is to help us with startup referral, connections to local ecosystems, and student opportunity referrals as well. And then you have the DMZ from Ryerson University, and as Serge mentioned, that's the #1 incubator in the world according to UBI magazine. And they're really here to provide the 4-month intensive cohort, startup evaluation, community coaching, programming, and international connections. And then you have Spark Innovation Educational Center, which is responsible for all the recruitment for the companies into the cohort, for the physical hub itself, for Niagara ecosystem connections, and also to be responsible for the alumni once they graduated from the cohort to provide them with space, technology, resources, and mentorship as well. So how the program works is that the 3 main partners are listed here on the bottom. We often get recruitment through either the Small Business Enterprise Center or individuals that we go out and recruit ourselves from Niagara Falls and the community beyond to join the hub. Once we recruit these companies, they go into one of 3 streams. So either they are NFRA ready and they are have a tech component, so go directly into the cohort. If they are not quite ready but have a tech component, they go into a prep course, which eventually will go into the cohort. And oftentimes we have companies that have no tech component to them and they'll never be a part of the actual cohort, but they take advantage of our co-working space and services as well. Once all the companies go into the cohort, then DMC, that's their role is bringing them through the 4-month intensive cohort. And then after that cohort, they become alumni. And our goal here with the alumni is to give them enough supports, give them enough resources, technology, mentorship, and coaching so that they eventually reach independence and have independence in Niagara Falls. Now, this process can be anywhere from 2 to 5 years before a company actually reaches independence. And then for companies that go through the co-working side of things and use our services, again, our main goal is for them to reach independence and operate here on their own in Niagara Falls. So we offer a large facility here in downtown Niagara Falls on Zimmerman Avenue, over 25,000 square feet with a lot of amenities. I'm going to go through each of them in a little bit of detail. So the co-working space is crucial for a lot of our startups and entrepreneurs here. This is where we see a lot of the cross collaboration in the physical hub. This is where we see a lot of our entrepreneurs bouncing ideas off of each other, sharing their services for lowered fees or even just trading services, and really collaborating together and actually spurring off new ideas from companies, which we've seen in the hub as well. The co-working space has a lot of shared desk space, individual desk space, has cubicles, and even has treadmill desk space to take care of our health and well-being of a lot of our startups, because it's very important as a sole entrepreneur. We have a classroom, again, to lead different types of seminars, workshops, any type of training. This facility, this classroom alone can host 50 people, so that's a huge asset for a lot of our startups. We have private offices, so a lot of our companies, we have very affordable space here. because we recognize that the overhead cost of having an operational space is very expensive for startups. And this is typically their last step before they reach independence. So they start in the co-working space, they move on up to the private offices, and then they reach independence and establish themselves in Niagara Falls. We have a boardroom, again, to lead webinars, seminars, workshops, training sessions, and again, it can host up to 50 people, COVID regulations aside. And then we recently included a podcast studio. So this is a state-of-the-art podcast studio where our startups can voice a lot of their ideas, a lot of their collaborations via podcast. They can do sound bites for such things as commercials or even just practicing their pitch competition as well. And then we have a makerspace, which is relatively new too. So a state-of-the-art makerspace, one of the only makerspaces actually in Niagara Falls that has some state-of-the-art equipment, such as 3D printers, virtual reality, CNC machine, laser cutters, assembly space. So a lot of our startups, if they're doing any type of physical prototyping, any type of assembly, they can actually use the space and again, keep those operational costs down, which as entrepreneurs is tremendously important into the success of your organization. And now I'm going to pass it over to Caitlin, who's going to describe a little bit about how the cohort works. Caitlin?
Thank you, Dan, Your Worship, councillors. So what I'm presenting on here today is really about the cohort elements of the program. So the NFRH cohort, the eligibility criteria really align with digital media companies. And when we're talking about digital media, we're really using the definition of a blend of technology and content and building digital media products and services, which of course includes startups and media companies. So the 4-month of free programming begins at acceptance for the 4-month cohort, and it's really intensive in terms of building tailored content to startups and digital media businesses in the city of Niagara Falls. Beyond being accepted and started in the cohort, remote access to entrepreneurs and residents, EIRs, is given. We'll get into EIRs in a later slide, so you don't have to worry too much about the terminology, but we really provide that remote access for one-on-one support to build on the skills that the founders have. And without workshops and events, what would we be? We wouldn't be an incubator, that's for sure. So we really provide access to exclusive workshops and events to build on founder skills, to have a minimum level of knowledge to go into the entrepreneur meetings or entrepreneur and residence meetings with a level of competency to discuss the means that are really, really important to them. Beyond that, we also facilitate connections to international markets, as Dan also mentioned. An example of this is Landing Pad Tokyo, where we facilitate cross-collaboration between manufacturing SMEs in Japan and Canadian startups and SMEs in the city of Niagara Falls for mutual gain. So an example of this would be an opportunity where there's small to medium enterprise in Japan that's looking to improve their process, but there is a manufacturing SME and a startup here that tracks the process for manufacturing to improve efficacy. So making those connections where possible and also doing a little bit of knowledge transfer on how to actually conduct business in Canada and how to conduct business in Japan and vice versa to build up mutual success. And then of course, ability to leverage university-based funding opportunities to increase founders' ability to scale their reach, including hiring incentives such as the Magna Student Work Placement Program, which covers up to 50% or $7,500 of a net new student employee wages. So this is on a per semester basis, but a lot of our startups have really made use of this to increase their efficiency, but also build their team in a sustainable way. And of course, number 6, which is connecting and facilitating the learning of others to get better together. Founders are often in silos, and it's our job to make sure that founders are not alone. So facilitating learning together to make sure that people don't feel like they're the only ones doing what they're doing, and understanding that it's okay to have problems, but it's about working together to overcome them and know that there are other people doing similar things. So I know Dan has touched on a lot of the physical space elements, but I'll really narrow down on a few here, which talks about coaching and mentoring really being the bread and butter of the NFRAH and especially the cohort, building up those founder skills, tailoring everything to exactly what the founders need at that exact point in time, and then going into perks and discounts. The perks and discounts that are offered through NFRAH are over $1 million Canadian dollars to applicable startups that get into the cohort. Now, it's not saying that they're getting $1 million. They have access to over $1 million off different products, free trials, and abilities that would otherwise not be available to them if they were looking to use these resources outside of the cohort. So we have things like Amazon Web Services and hosting that are at very steep discounts to really reduce the burden on the founders and reduce their burn rate when they're conducting their business so that they have longer longevity. And then we have USA market entry. Being in Niagara Falls, we provide greater customer opportunities and connection opportunities that are passing through the NFRAH program that are looking to expand. So really bringing the dollars back to the city of Niagara Falls while still getting consumers and customers in the United States with a greater population there. And networking is very crucial beyond the networking that happens between the founders in the room. It's really about facilitating connections to potential customers, potential partners, and as well as potential investors to really build up the ability to scale within the relevant areas that the startups are working in. As promised, here's the entrepreneurs and residents slides. We can go into greater depth on this. We currently have a roster of 25 EIRs. Once again, that's the entrepreneurs and residents. And through the first 2 years of the NFRAH program, we've administered over 500 hours of coaching to the startups in the program. These entrepreneurs and residents are best-in-class subject matter experts that have expertise that range from everything from growth hacking to finance to marketing and pitching to really position these startups in the best avenues for success. And we'll dive into this a little bit on the next slide. So this is a high-level view of the entrepreneurs and residents that we have available to the NFRAH program, but I'd really like to highlight three. One, I would like to highlight Sultan Merabi, who is formerly a founder of a company at the DMZ called Zen Insurance, really well-versed now in the insurance tech space, but saw his company to acquisition by Travelers Insurance. So he really understands fundraising, he really understands the avenues that founders take and co-founders take when they're building a business together, and can relay that onto the startups from that 10,000 down foot view. And then we have Marianne Dunlop. Marianne Dunlop is actually located on Niagara-on-the-Lake, so pending COVID restrictions and comfort levels with accessing the space for one-on-one mentorship, she can actually make it down, so it's not just remote one-on-ones. But she's worked with numerous companies in terms of building their capacity to scale in a talent and human capital perspective, and has done that for numerous founders throughout the program. And then we have Kareem Arafat, who is a CTO at a company that was just beginning to scale and saw the company to an acquisition of over $1.2 billion. So it's not people who think that they've done it all before, that I've made $5,000 and I'm really successful in my business because I actually made money. These are people who have done it at scale, who have done it in the digital media and startup technology business, and are able to relay that onto the founders. Now I'll touch on these really briefly and move through rather quickly just to really highlight the cohort companies that have gone through the NFRAH program. In cohort 1, we saw a lot of ed tech companies and med tech companies, and I really like to highlight Get Ready in this slide because they were really centered around emergency preparedness. So they were really well in tune when COVID-19 came about and had to really adopt different processes and procedures in many workplaces across the city of Niagara Falls. In cohort 2, we saw different types of technology getting involved, a little bit more involved in deep tech with things like blockchain and as well as VR. And we'll, of course, hear some companies talk to their experience a little bit later. And a little bit more tangible on the digital media side as well with companies like Brush A Lot. In cohort 3, we returned back to seeing more ed tech companies, but also more social media based companies with IsDope, Onera Group, LineTrap, as well as Mama Mobile. While it's not a social site, it did have a social component about bringing mothers together in an online environment, but also providing the massage therapy element. So the mobile massages really came out while COVID-19, it kind of changed the direction of some of where the business was going. We really start to see how the types of companies that came through the NFRAH cohort have shifted due to the demands seen by COVID-19. Cohort 4, once again, we start to see a few more deep tech companies and social enterprise, so having a social impact cause at the heart of what the startups do. So Aero Life and Still Solutions being an example of that, are really looking to change the way people interact either with their smart devices or interact with their sustainable choices going into a place of work or a public space. And cohort 5 actually just wrapped up on Friday, and we started cohort 6 yesterday. So this is a good time to just kind of highlight where we are in terms of cohorts, but really seeing social media-based companies and health-based companies coming up again in cohort 5. It makes sense that we're seeing a lot of the med tech companies, especially given that we are in Niagara Falls and the population here is really focused on health. So it's great to see that this is a constant thread. And of course, it also allows us to make a a lot of connections through the cohort. So it means that if you're in cohort 1, it doesn't mean you're not going to see somebody in cohort 5. We want to make sure that we're facilitating those connections as well so that we can get better together. And now here comes the meat of the presentation in terms of impacts to date on our 4-year FedDev impacts. So when we're talking about 4-year FedDev impacts, we're presenting about 2 years through the program. So the impacts presented here are our progress on the total that we should reach by the end of the 4-year FedDev program. As of today, we've reached 5 out of 9 of the FedDev metrics completed as of today. And we're not going to stop because we've hit the metrics. We're looking to definitely blow that out of the water and continue to grow and impact startups beyond the metrics that we've put forth. So far, we've worked with new products, services, and processes commercialized. So we've had 5 out of 8 new products, services, and processes commercialized. And then we've also had 19 full-time equivalent jobs created out of the 25 that were expected by the end of year 4. And once again, these are not through the partners involved in this project. This is through the startups that are involved specifically in the cohorted model. And we've also impacted 82 out of 85 Niagara digital media focused businesses. So once again, looking back to that definition of digital media, having a blend of technology and content. Any companies outside of that have not been included in that metric, but will be presented a little bit later on. And we've had 8 out of 10 businesses receive support for productivity improvements. And when we're looking at productivity improvements, it's increasing efficiencies within companies, reducing redundancy, and really aligning on what it takes to improve what they're doing so it becomes scalable. And I really like this slide because it shows that we've surpassed some of the metrics, but when we're talking about amount committed to productivity improvements, this is really aligning with hiring new staff, bringing individuals onto the teams within the startups to support them. Once again, we're not funding the individuals to do this, but we are connecting them with resources that make it possible to do this. And then we have reached over $600,000 in sales of new products, services, and processes commercialized. And what I really want to highlight here is that these are only the new products, services, and processes commercialized that have been through the NFRH cohorted model, but not the total sales that have been impacted throughout the entire program by companies that are either leveraging the physical space or not yet in the cohorted model. We've also, this just touches on the number of products, services commercialized that related to the sales on the previous slide. So there's been 14 new products and services commercialized and 7 out of 5 new intellectual property creator licensed. So this includes things like industrial designs, patents, copywriting, all of anything that could be licensed or intellectually protected property that is counted towards this metric. And then we have 9 out of 4 partnerships formed. We will dive into the exact partnerships with Dan on a later slide, but just highlighting that these are partnerships that are looking to create an impact alongside NFRH for the startups that are coming through the program and providing avenues for them for further connections and opportunities. This slide is a bit of a doozy if you're looking at it for the first time, but I'll go through the high-level points to make sure that we're really highlighting what the impact is here. So over the last 2 years, we've had over 196 events and workshops occur in the cohort model of NFRH and over 70 virtual networking activities. So these are things like Fika Fridays that are really providing avenues for startups to connect with founders and other stakeholders in the city of Niagara Falls. And as I mentioned before, we have the sales from new products and services commercialized, but this metric for $7 million includes products and services that had previously been introduced to market, but is only counting from the beginning of the NFRH program, not previous sales that are outside of that time frame. So really aligning with impact, whether it's through the physical space, the cohorted model, or the pre-cohort model for the $7 million figure that's presented here. And then 101 new jobs created from NFRH and co-working companies includes all of the companies that have not necessarily only gone through the cohort model, but also includes part-time positions. So on the previous slide, we're talking 19 out of 25. That is the hard metric for full-time equivalent jobs created in cohort-based companies. This aligns with the entire ecosystem of the NFRH. And there's been over $2 million in funding secured by our startups, whether that's through venture capital, angel investment, grants, or pitch competitions. And we really like to highlight that 46% of the engagement with the NFRAH program as a whole in 2020 had individuals identify as women founders. And it's an important metric for us to keep track of in terms of what we look at, and not just for eligibility, but equity, diversity, inclusion purposes as well. In the last 2 years, we've also impacted 135 businesses. This includes the 82 digital media businesses that we've highlighted previously, but also includes other businesses impacted by the center, whether it is a rum cake company or a company that doesn't necessarily leverage digital media in a way that they could be classified as a digital media business. And they could be impacted through community events, workshops, and programming as well. And the next slide is really just highlighting the startups and the companies that have been supported to date. As you see, Monfrey's Rum Cakes, who we'll hear from a little bit later, is mentioned here, Brush a Lot, and some of our cohort companies as well. And I will pass it back to Dan at this point to discuss partnerships.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Caitlin, for that great overview. So I'm going to highlight a couple of the partnerships here. We don't have much time to go through all of them, but one of the first ones I want to highlight is our partnership with Niagara Health. So this was established about a year ago. And since we saw that a lot of our companies going through the cohort were actually medtech companies, we signed an MOU with Niagara Health, in which our companies have the opportunity to meet with a lot of healthcare professionals in their space, have a soft landing zone in their space to meet and discuss their products, discuss the market opportunity for their products, or just to really just delve deep into how they can improve their products as well. And then our hub is a location for individuals in Niagara Health to have a second meeting space in case they want to have offsite meetings as well. And in the future, we're looking at creating a stronger partnership with them to allow it for pilot opportunities for a lot of these startups and their medical devices. And then I want to highlight 4 specific ones, and those are our international partners, and that's with Buffalo Niagara Medical Campus over in Buffalo, Cheque, which is over in Niagara Falls, New York, Antigua and Barbuda Science Innovation Park, and Vivica, which is a full-service accelerator in Turkey. So these partnerships with these international partners allow us to have soft landing zones in those countries. So a lot of our startups who want to do international sales in these specific continents and areas can actually go there, have a soft landing zone, and vice versa. We open our doors for a lot of companies from these countries to come over here, have a soft landing zone, and make the Niagara Falls Ryerson Innovation Hub their Canadian headquarters for doing business. And most recently, we had some amazing partnerships with the Niagara Women's Enterprise Center. So as Caitlin mentioned, in 2020, 46% of our founders identify as women. So we saw a unique niche that not many other incubators, both locally across Canada, have. So we decided to partner with the Niagara Women's Enterprise Center to create more opportunity, to create more programming, more resources, more technologies for women entrepreneurs. So we level the playing field to provide equity and innovation for, again, women. And then another partnership that we were approached to is by Startup Canada. So Startup Canada is a federally funded agency. Basically what they have is they have these chapters in large cities in which they provide support to entrepreneurs and innovators through workshops, through funding opportunities, through networking. And we actually created the Startup Niagara chapter here in 4551 Zimmerman Avenue. So again, we are the only startup chapter in Niagara on this international scale. So that's a big accomplishment for our organization. And I'm happy to share that there's going to be 2 more partnerships coming down the pipeline, one with the Canadian National Institute for the Blind. So we will become the headquarter here from Hamilton down this way for any entrepreneur or innovator who has a vision impairment. We will become the headquarters to provide programming for them as well. And another big opportunity here is we were approached by a local engineering organization by the name of Hatch to actually partner with us or explore the opportunity for partnerships. They were very interested in what we have accomplished to date, including the makerspace that we recently built, and we will be exploring a partnership in the next coming weeks with them as well. And then I'll pass it over to Caitlin to talk about the startup visa.
Thank you, Dan. So I'll be brief on the startup visa side of things, and it's really focused and its impact is supporting founders that are looking to immigrate to Canada with their business as the sole means of income or primary means of income for the immigration process. So it really quick starts permanent residency, and that we are enabling this through the DMC Startup Visa designation. We can provide letters of support for the Startup Visa program, but ultimately the Government of Canada makes a decision regarding acceptance. We have seen quite a few applications come through, but of course, Due to COVID-19, the immigration process, specifically for the startup visa, has taken quite a long time. The current wait times are between 12 and 16 months for post receiving the letter of support. But that is to say, we do offer the startup visa pending appropriate fit with the NFRH cohort acceptance, providing a letter of support, and then of course confirmation by the Government of Canada. Perfect. And this slide is really just to say we're creating a collaborative innovation ecosystem that's connecting business, innovation, research, and education to grow a prosperous community in Niagara Falls. We are here to be collaborative. We want to make sure we're doing what's best for the founders, what's best for business and driving economic development and youth retention. And now we really are going to hand it over to companies and stakeholders that have experienced and worked with the NFRH to share a few words. So I'll hand it back to Dan on his side of things.
Perfect. So it's going to be a hybrid model here. We're going to have a couple of live testimonials and a couple of video. We recognize that your time is very valuable, so these will be very short and sweet, but just very impactful as well. So we'll hand it over to Zoom.
Thanks, sir. Hello, everyone. My name is Walid Al-Hilali. I'm from St. Catharines, Ontario, and the name of my business is Zoom Zoom, a ride-hailing company based out of the Niagara region. We started this company in 2019 for the residents of Niagara, and we've been able to scale our business to about 400 drivers in the region with 30,000 users on our mobile app. We scaled the business from 5 figures to 6 figures, and we're projecting to do 7 figures this year. The Niagara Falls Ryerson Innovation Hub has helped us in many ways with office space. We're a tech company, so they've helped us with perks and discounts when it comes to Amazon, Stripe, email marketing, and this incubator has helped us in many ways when it comes to strategic partnerships. And also now we're about to open our business on the 4th quarter in the US, and they've helped us in being able to make that happen. And I'm thankful for the NFRH and what they have done so far. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you, Walid. And next, we're going to go over to a video by Melanie Goodchild, who is the founder of Turtle Island Institute and Indigenous Social Innovation Center here in Niagara Falls.
I'm Melanie Goodchild, and I'm the founder and co-director of Turtle Island Institute. We're an international think and do tank. We do social innovation from an Indigenous perspective. The NFRIH really helped us because we're new to this area. We're new to the traditional Haudenosaunee territory, and I'm Anishinaabe Ojibwe, but when I moved down here, we were looking for some support to launch a new social entrepreneurship organization called Turtle Island Institute. And so we had our first office and meeting space at the space of the NFRIH, and now we have an independent space. We've moved to a new office here on Queen Street. So the NFRIH really helped us, I think, in marketing and being more aware of what Niagara Falls was all about. I came from Northern Ontario, and so there's mentorship, setting up our Wi-Fi connection, just really helping with some of the operational aspects, but also being aware of the community itself. It's been really nice to have the NFRIH help us get to know the area and what we could possibly do here.
Perfect. And now we're going to go over to Zomi, founder of Tribe Meals.
Good afternoon or good evening, everyone. My name is Zomi Ibe. I'm the proud founder of Tribe Meals. So we're a meal prep company, and we provide healthy pre-made meals that customers can buy a week at a time. We focus on just helping people eat better and live a better lifestyle. Since we joined the NFRIH program, it's been really amazing. We joined the cohort in May, and we've been able to make lots of connections, find like new, just get lots of advice and new opportunities around the Niagara region. Everyone in the NFRIH has been extremely helpful, from just starting up the business to opening a bank accounts, incorporating the business, and just also providing a very good space that we can work from on a daily basis. So it's been really amazing with the NFRIH.
Thank you so much, Zomi. Really appreciate it. Okay, we're going to go over to a video from Karen Vanskoy, the founder of Mental Health Solutions.
Hello, my name name is Karen Banskoy. I'm the owner-operator of Mental Health Solutions. Mental Health Solutions is an organization developed to focus on improving the health and well-being of both individuals and organizations in the Niagara community. The NFRIH project has been an invaluable support to my company. I've had the opportunity here to collaborate with some very diverse and exciting entrepreneurs to share my experiences, to learn from others, to expand my horizons, to kind of be more creative. And it's been a wonderful experience. I would recommend it to anybody who has the opportunity to join this organization. You won't regret it.
Perfect. And now we're going to go into a testimonial from Mick Majid, the founder, CEO of Cyglera Health Systems, Inc.
Hi, good evening. My name is Mick Majid, and I am the founder and CEO of Cyglera Health Systems, Inc., but also relatively more importantly, the healthcare digital technology called Salaswell. The purpose of Salaswell is basically to connect physicians, dietitians, and consumers together in order to address their lifestyle issues that pertain to either chronic illnesses or specifically things like diabetes, cardiovascular issues, or obesity or cancer. Our purpose has been to sort of develop that because there's a huge gap when it comes to connecting the right connections between the dietitians and the physicians, because most of our lifestyle problems are created as a result of poor eating and lack of exercise. I have joined NFRIH 8 months ago. Prior to that, I was in other accelerator programs where I did not make much traction in order to get very far. But since I joined 8 months ago, NFRIH, I have benefited tremendously, purely from mentorship and also to the point where I have been able to accelerate and also get ready for product launch in 8 months. And this has been a wonderful opportunity, and I am ready to launch the product out of Niagara Falls and staying in Niagara Falls.
Thank you so much, Mick. Really appreciate that. And next we'll go over to Expert VR.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Your Worship and councillors. My name is Evan Sittler. I'm the co-CEO and co-founder of Expert VR. We're a VR business based out of St. Catharines and been in the area for 5 years now. And basically we create virtual reality simulations for e-learning and research. So working with academic institutions across Canada and now into the States, and educating over the next 5 years. Our mission is to educate 1 million people through actions instead of statements. And I can tell you, we've been through a bunch of accelerator and incubator programs, and the NFRH has definitely been the most beneficial to us, obviously through the perks and networking that they provide, but most importantly through the EIRs and working alongside those EIRs last year, and now actually just yesterday entering the DMZ program and taking that next step after the NFRH. We've been able to grow our revenue from $132,000 in 2019 to now just under $600,000, and expand our team over the past year from 5 people to now 12 people. And I like to think some of that is due to myself and my co-founder, but definitely a lot of input from the NFRH and their mentors, and making sure that we skip over a lot of the challenges that startups have to go through. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Evan. Great story. Okay, next we're going to go with Andrea Wick from the Niagara Women's Enterprise Center.
Thanks for having us here this evening. And I just want to say that the Niagara Women's Enterprise Center is a little charity with a big heart. And as a women's training organization, we focus on providing opportunities for responsible entrepreneurship, skill development, employment, and empowerment for women in Niagara. And we're committed to creating economic vibrancy through helping women realize their full potential. Currently, the NFRIH is supporting the same by providing strategic input and inviting amazing physical space to be in, access to resources, meaningful connections, and just powerful opportunities for collaboration for our organization and also for the women that we support. Together, we are creating the kind of trust relationships that that really have the power to create lasting change. And we just see that this opportunity is a vital foundational pillar. It's creating positive economic and community development. And we're just really delighted to be here and to be part of the initiative.
Thank you so much, Andrea. And I think we're delighted to be working with such an amazing organization. So appreciate that. Next, we're going to go to a video from Christine Monfries, the CEO of Monfries Rum Cakes. And if you haven't had one of our rum cakes, then you're definitely missing out.
My name is Christine Monfries. I am the proud owner of Monfries Rum Cakes, based in Niagara Falls, Ontario. We specialize in rum cakes sold in 8-inch sizes and jars, and soon to be rum cake mixes. The NFRIH houses many different businesses, and it's perfect for those that are just starting out and for those wishing to advance as well. And being within that community has really helped my business grow. The community was awesome, very helpful with anything I needed pertaining to business. They were there for me, and they also supported me. They purchased my products, and they helped share the word amongst other businesses as well.
Oh, perfect. Next, we're going to go with Sheila DeLuca from the Atrium. Sheila?
Good evening, Mayor Diodati and members of council. My name is Sheila DeLuca, and I'm the host of the online show, The Atrium, that was launched in July of 2020. Our interviews recognize and interview our unsung heroes in the business and volunteer communities in the Niagara region. Our messages are of hope, inspiration, and motivation. The NFRH was instrumental in providing our locations for all our interviews. As well, they were instrumental in providing a broader scope for us to connect to different businesses, entrepreneurs, and non-for-profits to interview as well. In September 2020, I'm super excited about this news. The Atrium was picked up by Hong Kong International TV and is aired on their channels. It wouldn't have been for the mentorship and the connecting of the businesses here at the hub. It wouldn't have been possible for them if this would not have happened. This is exciting news for Niagara Falls, because as we welcome back our visitors and our tourists, also for our new investors and our new citizens, so they become aware of what's happening in Niagara Falls, in the Niagara region, and the Greater Toronto area as well. So check out episode 4 of the Atrium called The Heart Connection, and we will be promoting the Niagara Night of Art, and we interview the 905 Intergalactic Artists Collective. So thank you very much for having us here, and I'm super thankful for the program here in Niagara Falls. Have a great night.
Thank you so much, Sheila. I really appreciate that. And now we're going to go with Carmine Mastrapuro, who is the founder of and copywriter of Mastrapuro Commerce. Carmine? Oh, Carmine?
Hey everyone, my name is Carmen Mastro-Piero. I'm the founder of Mastro Commerce, a copy. And I'm also a partner in ProfitableAds.com, a digital advertising agency. The hub has been extremely beneficial for all of my businesses. The physical space has been great for networking, connecting with like-minded people, getting clients. And in fact, my business has actually doubled since joining. And I used to go to Toronto and Waterloo on a regular basis to go to incubators and startup accelerators, but I realized staying locally with the hub was actually the best decision I could ever make, and I've experienced the most success doing that. Also, being a part of Cohort 5 allowed me to connect with mentors that have completely transformed my marketing, my hiring, operations, accounting, everything in between. I think the Niagara region has really needed something like the Innovation Hub for a long time. It's been one of the best investments I made in my business, myself, and I look forward to it being around for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carmine. Fantastic testimonial. And lastly, we're going to end with a video testimonial from Terry McTaggart, the co-founder of the Niagara Angel Network.
I'm Terry McTaggart, and I'm the co-founder of the Niagara Angel Network. The Niagara Falls Ryerson Innovation Hub is something I've just experienced now as a cohort member, so I can speak with some authority. It is terrific for grooming companies, for helping them develop their capabilities of moving forward, networking to people they'd never meet before, introduction to other sources of finance, including the Niagara Angel Network, and fundamental to really assisting their development through a really critical commercialization stage. Companies here are as good as any in terms of the development that the Niagara Falls Innovation Hub with Ryerson and so on provides. Niagara can become more of a hotspot economically, but only if young companies are stimulated to develop and grow. Otherwise, it falls back on old assets, which in the 21st century isn't good enough.
Perfect. And that concludes our presentation. I want to thank again, Council and Your Worship, for giving us the opportunity to share our story over these last 2 years. And I apologize if we took a big chunk of time, but we're just really proud of the accomplishments we were able to come to in the first 2 years of our existence. And now we will gladly open the floor to any questions.
Thanks very much, Dan. That was very impressive, and I know you rushed through it, but I realize there's a lot of content, and I don't think we've had an update in a couple of years to find out how you're doing. But I'm going to open up to Council if you have any questions. Councillor Pietrangelo and Councillor Dabrowski.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. That was a great presentation, and I'm absolutely astounded as to how many businesses there are that have been helped through the Niagara Falls Ryerson Innovation Hub. I think when it started, Your Worship, that's exactly what we wanted it to be. We wanted it to be an incubation center that would start to help companies get off the ground, and we really wanted to diversify Niagara Falls. So it's really great to see that we're here, and that's what's happening right now. I noticed that the gentleman who was speaking there talked about a partnership with Hatch, and I was just wondering how that became to be, Your Worship. Maybe he can expand a little bit on that.
Dan, did you hear that?
Yeah, absolutely. Great question, Councillor. So they actually reached out to us. I would say, just over a month ago. They were very excited in some of the news that they heard that we were accomplishing. They recently got wind that we created a makerspace here for a lot of our startups. And since they are an engineering firm, I think that's what interested them most. They are actually coming in about 2 weeks to have a tour of the facility and to discuss a potential partnership or sponsorship opportunity for the hub. So again, it was, I think, just from the opportunity, the social media we've been providing, that they saw that and they're really excited and reached out to us.
That's great. Thanks very much, Dan. Great. That's exciting. Like, Hatch is not like they're a huge international engineering firm. I mean, and they're in Niagara Falls downtown. And the fact they came to you, I think that's a huge testament to what you're up to there. Love it. Councillor Dabrowski and then Cario.
Yeah, as a fellow entrepreneur, it's exciting to hear all of the success stories and hearing the passion. I wish 20 years ago, when I was just starting up one of my businesses, I had something like this. There was mention of office space, which is very difficult to obtain when you're first starting out, access to funding, and just putting yourself in a room with like-minded individuals and having that positivity moving forward. Just great to see. Couple of questions, maybe just one, and it could be for Caitlin, but in terms of the Ryerson DMZ, how would you compare 2 years into our results 2 years in?
Oh, absolutely. I think that's a great question. So taking into context that the DMZ has been around for 11 years now, we're going into the 12th in April 2022, that we are essentially started at the 5-year point where DMZ started. We only introduced entrepreneurs and residents in year 5 of the DMZ's existence, and we've really fast-tracked that process in the NFRAH. I'd say we're at least at the 7-year point now, being 2 years in, but of course we have had the advantages of already having programming that physically worked, whether it's workshops, knowing the right types of mentors and EIRs to have on board and what kind of process actually works. So when we're looking at things like program lead one-on-ones, which are the basically recurring meetings that really align you as a founder with your goals and moving forward and making the appropriate meetings, making sure you're getting the most out of the program. We're at that 7-year point. So I'd say we've catalyzed ourselves to 7 years onto the DMZ's journey, but still, of course, it doesn't necessarily take into consideration that we are leveraging the resources that have been around for 11 years.
Yeah, it's amazing to hear, and again, firm believers, surrounding yourself with positive people, positive things will happen, and I believe your hub and the hub here in our downtown is just an atmosphere for positivity, and congratulations to all of the success stories. I'm proud of everybody, and proud that they call home Niagara Falls, and they can always, no matter where they go from here, whether or not they're still a local business or they branch out across the country into North America, we can be a proud council of the state that they started right here in Niagara Falls. Either way, thanks for the presentation. It was awesome, and look forward to hearing more success stories. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Caitlin. And Councillor Carrio.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to echo the other councillors' congratulations to the team. Looks like they're doing a great job. During COVID, it's hard enough to run anything today, never mind trying to get new things off the ground. It's very impressive what I see. It's way overdue. It's been overdue for us to get brought up to speed and for the residents and other people to see what's going on. I can't imagine anybody being critical of such a great organization. Quick question. It looks like it's a very diverse group that's using what we have. What is the mix? Demographics, young people, old people. I see a little bit of everything, and mostly men, mostly women. Just an idea of what the mix might be.
Caitlin, you want to handle that one?
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. So yes, when we're looking at the mix for programming, we are skewing quite a bit younger than the region itself, but also the city of Niagara Falls. We do involve quite a lot of students, whether it's looking at full-time staff beyond the founders, but once again, 46% of founders through the NFRH program in 2020 identified as women. But for any more in-depth statistics on breakdown of diversity, equity, and inclusion, we can provide that as a follow-up if you're looking for that.
No, it's okay. I was just maybe looking for something for ex-councillors to do at the end of this term.
We are accepting of any age and any tech-based digital media business.
And I want to echo Caitlin's comments too. I mean, you hear success stories all the time of people starting in their 70s and 80s becoming successful entrepreneurs, and then you have youth starting at 15. So as Caitlin says, we really help anybody at any age, and it's so great that we have such a diverse group in Niagara Falls, because it really shows to the type of city that we are.
Oh, that's great. Thank you very much for that. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'll partner up with Councillor Carrio if he wants to do a startup with these guys.
Sure.
Good. Just want to congratulate both you and Serge and everyone that was involved. Over 2 years, they've been doing amazing and impacted on 135 businesses, which is just amazing. It's right here downtown Niagara Falls, which is great. And, I can see, in the future, another 5 years, Go Train, revitalization, everything. It's gonna all work together, and it's gonna be amazing. So I just want to say congratulations, and you got recommendations from every CEO of every company that you started up, and just amazing. You know what I mean? It's such a unique idea. Some kids, they have ideas, but they don't want to go through that 5-year program at school or whatever. And so, what, I got this idea. Where can I partner up? Where can I use this innovation? It's a great special business, and it gives them somewhere to go and start up, and they could be, millionaires within a few years. So just congratulations to everyone involved. 2 years is just amazing.
That's great. Thank you very much, Councillor. So we'll close it up with this. And you know what, I also want to say I'm proud. If anyone hasn't had a chance to go down and feel the energy, the buzz, the vibe that's going on there, these are people really excited. And anyone who started a business, excited and nervous you are when you get started. And so often people come to me, they have a great idea, they don't know what to do. They just need some guidance. They've got this creative energy, but they need some direction and mentorship. And that's exactly what they do. And they save you the spinning your wheels kind of time, And like you said, when you're like-minded people, you feed off each other's energy. So really exciting. And we've toured the DMZ in Toronto. They're like Serge said, number one incubator in the world. They're all over the world, and we're plugged into these types of groups. And small, medium business is the backbone of any economy, and to have them being incubated right here in our downtown. I can already see it. I can see where our downtown's going to be, and it won't be that far off with the GO train, with all the streetscape improvements, the infrastructure improvements, with the different development incentives we've created. I'm excited for our downtown more now than ever. So anyway, congratulations. So now, Mr. Clerk, I'm assuming, or Serge, are we looking just for a motion to receive and accept the presentation? Is that what we're looking for?
Yes, Your Worship. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Lococo, Councillor Strange to receive and accept the presentation from Spark tonight, the NF Niagara Falls Ryerson Innovation Hub, NFRH. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. So well done to everybody. I know it's obvious you put a lot of work into this, and I know you sped it up. It was long, but you sped it up. I appreciate that. We still got lots of business, and just want to say thank you, Dan and Caitlin and Serge and all your team. You did a terrific job. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, and thank you so much, Your Worship, and all the councilors for your time.
Thank you. Okay, folks. Planning matters. Mr. Clerk, would you please introduce the next item on the agenda?
Sure. I like the way you said that, planning matters as opposed to planning matters. I'm sure our director will appreciate that.
We'll get him a shirt that says that.
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw to permit a 30-story development consisting of a 4-story podium plus a 26-story hotel tower and a 26-story residential tower at 6663, 6671, and 6683 Stanley Avenue, and 5640 and 5582 Dunn Street. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Friday, August 13th, 2021, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the zoning bylaw amendment, to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal, shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting.
Mr. Hurlovich, our Director of Planning, would you please explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a large project. I'm going to have to rush through it. I know we're already 3.5 hours into council's evening, so I'll try and keep it brief. So the site in question is at the southwest corner of Dunn Street and Stanley. It's 3.3 acres, 1.37 hectares in size. It's outlined in yellow on your screen now. And in the surrounding areas, there's a hydro corridor immediately to the west, beyond which are single detached dwellings. To the south is a parking lot and the convention center. And to the east are a number of hotel developments. The project itself is for a 30-story development. So it's a 4-story podium. That's the area outlined in green. So it's a large 4-story base with retail, restaurants, and parking garage. And then there are 3 towers on this property. One is a hotels tower at the northeast corner, and then 2 residential towers along the south portion of the site. They are looking for a special TC zone for the 30-story building, and they're also looking for a number of special provisions. So they are looking for some relief regarding canopies on the building from Dunn Street and Stanley Avenue. The lot area would include the whole of the lands, and the maximum floor area for each store would be increased from 400 square meters per store to 485 square meters. They're looking for parking relief from 1.4 parking spaces per dwelling unit to 1.25 parking spaces. That's within 10% of our standard and is acceptable. And they're looking for permission to have exclusively 2 apartment dwellings on the property. And as I said, they're looking for a maximum height of 30 stories, which is the equivalent of 93.7 meters. So overall, the property, once developed, will have this appearance. So you're looking basically from Dunn Street south towards Marineland. And so it's quite an imposing structure. As I say, 4-story podium, 3 towers, 26 stories, with a dramatic roof feature highlighted with this curvilinear roof. I've basically covered those details. So the project will have 969 parking spaces, 402 of which will be in underground parking and 568 in above ground structured parking. As I mentioned, the property is already zoned tourist commercial. It permits a 13-story hotel with a 130 room hotel, and a part of the property is also zoned tourist commercial with special permissions to exempt parking standards from certain commercial uses. Mentioned the height already. We had a neighborhood meeting in January and there were no objections. We have reviewed the property and we have found that the property does comply with the provincial policy statements, and it will add to our diversity of housing options. It will assist the city in meeting its intensification target in the built-up area and incorporates compatible employment uses and will increase the opportunities for cross-border shopping or tourism. Looking at the official plan, the lands are designated tourist commercial, and this is an area which is already identified for buildings up to 30 stories. So it does conform with that. The proposal for the 30-story development is a perfect fit, and it will provide a residential density of 425 units per hectare. So the use and the building height are in compliance with the official plan. The massing of the project is reduced above the podium level, and the towers have the appropriate separation distances between each of them. The building was designed to add architectural interest to the Niagara Falls skyline, and there are at-grade commercial uses and streetscape improvements will improve the pedestrian experience. A shadow study was submitted as part of the application, and the towers do not create excessive shadowing on the residential areas, public streets, and open spaces. A wind study was submitted as well, and the design in the tower locations will not increase the wind impacts at street level. There will be a need to reevaluate the cumulative impacts when the property to the north, it's a 72-story approval was given. So when that develops, they'll have to reevaluate that to ensure that the wind effects are not severe at the street level. The development will be expected to contribute towards the streetscape improvements through Section 37 agreement. There is an architectural design review for all of our buildings which exceed 10 stories. The applicant did submit a design brief, and I'll just try and quickly go over the 7 principles and the conformity. So the property or the proposal does provide a positive podium. It's articulated along the street level to relate to the human scale. There's a canopy proposed along the front of the building where the retail stores are, which would protect pedestrians against bad weather days. The pedestrian connection is provided between Stanley Avenue and Dunn Street through the retail entrances, and there's an internal dedicated drop-off location off Dunn Street. As well, there's a requirement that they meet public realm improvements, and the site plan stage would be the appropriate opportunity to secure the landscaping, special paving, streetscape amenities in forms of benches and bike racks. There is a road widening required along Dunn Street that would be taken through the site plan process as well. And there are commercial uses at grade which will provide an active street presence. The Skyview principle, the floor plates of the 3 towers are all below the maximum size allowed by the guidelines, so again, more conformity. 96% of the building will be constructed at the property line, which will create a well-defined street edge. 2 of the towers have a higher width to length ratio of 1 to 1.76, rather than 1 to 1.5. Despite the fact that they're a little larger, the shorter sides are turned towards Stanley Avenue, which reduces the slab-like appearance when viewed from the falls. So that's an important distinction. The towers 2 and 3 meet the required separation distance of 25 meters, and the distance between towers 1 and 2 is 23.28 meters. This is a minor deviation, and it too will not contribute to that wall effect that we're trying to avoid. The architect has proposed a roof feature with curved wall endings. You saw that early on. The skyline height as well is not expected to impact on visitors in Queen Victoria Park. 30-story height of the tower provides an appropriate transition between 72-story building to the north and the residential properties to the west. The shadow study confirmed that the development does not create adverse shadowing on the residential uses. Towers 2 and 3 are oriented in an east-west direction, and again ensures that wall effect is not created. A curvilinear roof will add interest to the skyline, and at the site plan stage, specific details of that roof feature will be worked out. The views and vistas are to be protected. The towers will not have a negative visual impact on the low-rise residential area. The skyline views from the falls and the border will be maintained because of the east-west orientation of towers 2 and 3 and the compact floor plate of tower 1. The development is located about 730 meters from the skyline tower, so that iconic tower will remain dominant in the skyline. The microclimate for the area, again, I've identified that the wind study noted that the sidewalk and adjacent areas along Dunn Street are likely to become windier once the property to the north at 6609 Stanley is developed. Should that building not develop, the wind conditions at the intersection will remain acceptable for pedestrian use. The study suggests mitigation measures such as recessing of doorways, using windscreens, canopies, trellises, all to be provided at podium roof areas. And so a holding provision is recommended to ensure that the appropriate wind mitigation measures are implemented at the final design stage during site planning. The shadow impact on the low density residential dwellings to the west is minor during the summer and acceptable in the fall months. The shadowing of the front yards and homes on the north side of Dunn Street will occur for less than 2 hours in the morning. Parking and circulation. So the parking and circulation of this property, again, the parking is largely within a structured area. However, part of the structure does not front with retail, and therefore we will require landscaping and high quality facade treatment. An architectural treatment will be reviewed at the site plan stage. The zoning bylaw, right now the property has 2 zones on it, TC-294 and TC-75. This would be replaced with one site-specific tourist commercial bylaw, which would allow the 30-story towers. They're looking for relief instead of having being limited to 50% of the floor area for residential uses. They're looking to allow apartment dwellings in totality, so that would accommodate those 2 buildings along the south boundary. They're looking for a height of 30 stories or 93.7 meters. They're looking for a parking ratio for each dwelling unit of 1.25, retail floor area of 485 square meters, and they're looking for a relief from the setback for canopies on the exterior and front wall, and then the lot area would apply to the whole of the lands. All of these requirements are supported by staff. The zoning bylaw we're asking for the 2 meters for the canopies. Was determined not to be necessary because the canopies do not extend onto the cities or are maintained on the client's property, and if they were to encroach onto the municipal road, that would be covered through a separate encroachment agreement. As I mentioned, a Section 37 agreement will be required. We require that for buildings over 4 stories, and they would be contributions towards the streetscaping along Stanley Avenue and along Dunn Street. Therefore, we have concluded that the proposal does conform with the provincial policies. The mixed-use development provides opportunities for tourism and economic development. The proposal conforms with the city's official plan, as buildings up to 30 stories in height are permitted in this location. The requested recommended provisions are appropriate to regulate the proposed use, and the developer will be required to enter into a Section 37 agreement. Therefore, staff is recommending that council approve the zoning bylaw amendment to allow the 30-story development consisting of a 4-story podium with a 26-story hotel with 300 guest rooms and 2 26-story towers with a total of 583 residential units, all as outlined in this report. The zoning bylaw include a holding provision which would address the record of site condition, updated wind study, and an updated noise study, and that the approval be conditional on a Section 37 agreement for contributions to the streetscape. Those are the highlights of this application.
Thank you, Mr. Hurlovich. Do you have any questions of council for Mr. Hurlovich? Councilor, no. I'm going to get there. Okay, if there's no members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission to this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per Section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone else who wishes to speak?
Your Worship, there are no members of the public that have registered to speak for this application. The agent for the applicant is available to make a presentation and or answer any questions for council.
Well, does the agent or his or her representative have anything they wanted to add to the extensive staff presentation? Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Hi, good evening, Your Worship. We do prepare a presentation that we hope to go through with the council to just provide more information about the proposed development and just a little bit more details in terms of how we approach the design of the building.
Okay, well, you know what, just a suggestion right now, we don't have anybody appealing at this point, and council seems very supportive. So unless there's something new that you'd like to add, you maybe give it some thought. Do you feel that you need to do a presentation? Are you comfortable with staff's recommendations?
We, yes, Mr. Mayor, we are comfortable with staff recommendation.
Okay, well, if you're comfortable, we've got a couple of councillors just itching to get their hand up and make the motion to support the recommendation. So unless you feel there's something that's been left up, what's that? Yeah, unless your objective is to show them something they haven't considered, I think you might be in a good place right now.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I think we would not do the presentation and would let council make the decision.
I think we're in a good place. Our staff do a terrific job. We've all read the recommendations and the report. It looks like we don't have anybody opposing. So then why don't we do this? I'm going to close the public meeting, and I'm looking for a motion. Does anyone want to make a motion? There's nobody here who wants to make a motion. Councillor Thompson. So you're going to move the recommendations? Oh, okay, I've got Councillor Carriel with his hand up. Are you seconding them, Councillor Carriel? Okay. And a comment, go ahead.
Just a quick comment, Your Worship. I'd like to congratulate them. It's a great, looks like a great project. I like the mix of tourism and residential, and it's in a place that's perfect. There's residential on the one side of them, tourism on the other. It seems like a great project. And, you know, we do this kind of quickly, and I know staff does a great job, but we're looking at people going to invest millions and millions and millions of dollars in our in our community. So I'd like to congratulate him on the proposal, and I'm happy to second it.
Put Zappies back in the commercial.
Yeah. We'll see what happens there. Is there any other comments? And I would just echo that that's exactly what we need. We need affordable housing, rental housing in the area of the tourist area, because so many of the people can't get close enough to where they work. So that's exactly the kind of thing we need. So I think it was well thought out, very appropriate, and our staff did a great job, and it's very welcome. So we have a motion by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Carriot, that we approve the 3 recommendations that staff have brought forward. If there's no further discussion, let's call the vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. So, folks, thank you very much. Congratulations. You did a lot of good work with our staff, and we look forward to you breaking ground.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you. You too. Okay, Mr. Clerk, would you like to introduce the next item on the agenda?
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city zoning bylaw to permit 2 3-story apartment buildings at 6035 and 6045 McLeod Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Friday, August 13th, 2021, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the zoning bylaw amendment, to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's meeting.
Thank you very much. Now I'll ask our Director of Planning, Mr. Hurlovich, to explain the purpose and reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just bringing up the PowerPoint, and I'm not sure. Can people see this?
Yeah.
I should say number 2. Anyway, so the property is on the north side of McLoud Road, and the property has an area of approximately 0.38 hectares, or 0.94 of an acre. So it involves 3 lots on the north side of McLoud Road. On the opposite side of the road is a vacant commercial land and a commercial plaza. To the west is 3 buildings under construction, which will provide 54 apartment units. They back onto apartment units on Frontenac Street. And this project involves the 3 lots that park partially onto that apartment block, and then onto semi-detached lots that back onto, or that front on Frontenac. And to the east is a dental office. So the proposal itself, the property is currently zoned R4. The applicant is looking for an R5C zone, which would allow the 2 apartment buildings that you see, with a total of 39 dwelling units. The property is also looking for relief for the rear yard. They're proposing 7.5 meter rear yard. They're looking for an interior side yard of 0 meters. I'll get to that in a minute. And then they're looking for a reduced front yard depth of 4.5 meters from the lot line to the building itself, and 3.5 meters from the lot line to a small mechanical room on the south side. As well, they're looking for landscaped open space of 33% and a minimum lot area per unit of 97 square meters per unit. And they would like to have 2 buildings on 1 lot, whereas the regular R5C zone says 1 apartment building per lot. And they're looking for parking spaces of 1.3 spaces per dwelling unit. I basically have gone through this slide. So we had a neighborhood meeting in April of this year. There were no concerns, but we did receive some questions from the dental office to the east about trees and about fencing, and those would be addressed through the site plan stage. This slide actually shows the one of the 3 buildings currently under construction on McLoud Road, And so the proposed development would provide 2 more buildings, which would look exactly the same, and they would replace the houses just to the east of that particular development that's under construction. So we looked at the provincial policy statements. We found that the proposed residential development will add to the diversity of housing that's available. It provides, it is on a transit route, and it's recommended that the regulations that would facilitate development in a manner to minimize the cost of housing results in a compact built form. We looked at the official plan, and again, we found conformity here. It provides a choice of housing and on a transit route. The proposed density for this project is 103 units, which complies with the McLoud Road intensification corridor. The 3 stories are consistent with the height of the adjacent development to the west, and the lot coverage is appropriate. The front and rear yard and interior side yards in relation to this relate to the property next door are also appropriate. Building A is to be closer to McLoud Road in order to engage the street, and this setback is identical to the development to the west. There's a landscape strip along with the wall and berm will be needed to buffer the parking spaces that are located in the front yard. The property is currently zoned residential R4, which would permit apartment dwellings. They're seeking a site-specific residential 5C zone, which also permits apartment dwellings at a slightly greater density. So again, looking at the slide, they're looking for the whole of the lands to be included in this development. Instead of 100 square meters per dwelling unit, they're looking at a requirement of 97 square meters per dwelling unit. That results in a difference of 2 units overall on the project. So a relatively minor difference in terms of what they're asking for. They're asking for a front yard depth, as I outlined earlier, which is appropriate. We're looking for a rear yard depth of 7.5 meters. Staff is recommending 9 meters because the building backs onto semi-detached dwellings at this point. They're looking for a 0 lot line on the west side, which will be appropriate once these lands merge with the developing condos to the west. And the 1.3 parking spaces is appropriate as it's on a transit route. There's no problem with 2 buildings on 1 lot, and the landscaping of 33% is also acceptable. Again, this is basically in words what I just explained. Again, so the parking standard, again, the reduction from 1.4 to 1.3 is an overall reduction of 4 spaces, although they do show 51 spaces on their plan. The 2 dwellings is not an issue, and the other issues are fine. I mentioned our preferences for a 9-meter rear yard setback rather than 7.5 meters. The lands are, once the lands are acquired by the owner and merged with the lands to the west, the bylaw would be appropriate, and we are recommending that the bylaw not be passed until that acquisition occurs. Although the slide says August, that transaction has not yet occurred. Again, site planning will be used to address servicing, grading, tree preservation, planting confirmation, sanitary servicing. Plan of condominium will be placed on both the project to the west and this lands that council is considering tonight. It'll be part of a phased condominium application. So we have found that the proposal does conform with provincial policies, conforms with the city's official plan, and the requested R5C zone permits apartment dwellings, and the recommended regulations are appropriate. Therefore, staff is recommending that council approve the zoning bylaw amendment application to rezone the lands to an site-specific R5C zone, and we're recommending that subject to a 9-meter rear yard setback, and that the amending bylaw not be brought forward to council for passing until the owner has merged the lands with 65 McLoud.
Good. Okay, we are back. We had some technical issues. Mr. Hurlovich, does any council members have any questions for Mr. Hurlovich on his presentation? Okay, do you have a question for him?
Yeah, a question about the request for 7.5 rather than the 9. Apparently there's a apartment across the street that has 7.5. Why wouldn't this one be appropriate for that?
Mr. Hurlovich?
Thank you. To you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so the project with the 7.5 is immediately to the west. It's part of those 3-story buildings that I showed you on the slide. Those buildings back onto apartment buildings that are on Frontenac, whereas this building would back onto semi-detached lots on Frontenac. So we felt that the semi-detached dwelling should have a larger setback for the 3-story building. But it's up to council to determine that. I think Mr. Vaca is the agent would speak to that.
There's going to be an argument from the developer.
Okay.
Or the lawyer.
Any other questions for Mr. Hurlovich of council? Okay. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone who wishes to speak?
Your Worship, we do not have any members of the public that have registered to speak. Again, we've got agents and representative of the landowner available to make a presentation and/or answer questions.
Okay, thank you for that. Council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative. Do we have a representative who would like to address council?
Yes, sir. My name is Corey Armfelt, and I'm with NPG Planning Solutions.
Okay.
There is a presentation prepared. I have some fairly strong planning reasons myself, and I think that there should be consistency between those two buildings at a 7.5 meter setback. However, for brevity, I think I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Rocky Vaca with Sullivan Mahoney to speak first. And if there's any need for me to speak, I'll follow up after Mr. Vaca.
Okay, that's great. That sounds great. Mr. Vaca, are you there?
Yes, Your Worship, members of council. Thank you, Corey. I sent you an email last week, and you also have Corey's letter that was attached to the email. So following up on Councillor Thompson's comments, the development that I was addressing in my email is not the one next door. It's actually across the road at the corner of Alex and McLeod, which has yet to be built, but it was approved by this council in March of this year. And at that time, planning staff recommended a 10-meter setback, rear yard setback, backing onto single-family dwellings. And we requested that it be reduced to 7.5 meters. So in addition to the consistency of the building next door, I'm also asking that council be consistent with its decision in March for the same developer for the property across the street where the rear yard setback was approved at 7.5 meters, backing onto single-family dwellings. In this case, we're backing onto semi-detached dwellings, which I would suggest is slightly higher density than single-family detached. So those are my comments. Again, we're asking for consistency, but just to point out again, I was referring to the project across the road that has yet to be built, but was approved by council a few months ago.
Okay, so Mr. Vaca, so looking at the recommendations, so specifically, what are you, could you just repeat specifically which recommendation you're making comment on?
Recommendation number one, I'm suggesting that the reference to 9 meter setback be deleted and replaced with our requested 7.5 meter setback from the rear yard lot line.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Hurlovich, did you want to weigh in on the request?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as I outlined, the staff recommendation was for a 9 meter setback because it does back onto semi-detached dwellings, which are 1 story in height, whereas the proposed project is 3 stories in height. This is just a staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Hurlovich. I'm a little confused. I thought you just said that the last one backed onto apartment buildings. That's why we went down to 7.5. And if I understood Mr. Vaca correctly, he's saying it was semi-detached. So isn't an apartment building on the last one that we recommended? Or is it semi-detached? I'm confused.
Sorry to confuse you, Councillor. So right now, if you've driven down McLoud Road on the north side, west of the dental office, are 3 dark brick apartment buildings under construction. Most northerly of those backs onto apartment buildings that front on Frontenac to the north. The project that we're dealing with tonight is immediately to the east and would be merged with that project. And that building along the north side of these lands that council's dealing with tonight back onto semi-detached dwellings. Mr. Vaca was talking about a project on the south side of McLoud Road at Alex. He's just pointing out that council has, on 2 prior occasions, granted a rear yard setback of 7.5 meters, and East End Council should be consistent.
And so on the south, Mr. Hurlovich, they back onto, what does it back onto on the south side of McLoud Road?
They back onto single detached dwellings.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions for Mr. Hurlovich or Mr. Vaca? Okay, seeing none, the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I'll approve the development with the 7.5.
Okay, motion by Councillor Thompson to approve the two recommendations, but changing the setback from 9 meters to 7.5 meters. Councillor Pietrangelo, you're seconding that? Do we have any other comments or questions to the motion? Yes, Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If we can hear back from Mr. Hurlovich again, his recommendation is 9 meters, and he's our planner, and he's recommended that. So why would he recommend 9 meters compared to 7.5 if that's not what we should be doing? Can we have a little bit deeper explanation? It's easy to say go 7.5 or 9, but our staff is recommending 9, so I really want to understand that.
Sure. Mr. Hurlovich.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, it's 2.5 meters. That's the difference. I can't explain it any differently.
No, 1.5. 1.5.
1.5. Thank you. So all we're saying is that we should be providing a greater separation distance between the semi-detached dwellings and the apartment building than we provided for the apartment building to the west. Mr. Vacas explained to council that on the application to the south, staff recommended a 10-meter setback, but council approved a 7.5. Staff is of the opinion that there should be a greater separation distance between a lower density form of housing than the apartment buildings. Mr. Vaca has given an alternative to that.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, so we have a motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Pietrangelo, that we support the recommendations with the change, with the amendment of changing the setback from 9 meters to 7.5 meters. We'll call that a vote. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, with one opposed. All right, thank you for that, Mr. Vaca and Mr. Armfeld. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, would you like to introduce the next item on the agenda?
A meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city zoning bylaw to permit a 9-story mixed-use building at 5756 Ferry Street. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Friday, August 13th, 2021, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the zoning bylaw amendment, to participate in any site plan process if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I now ask our Director of Planning, Mr. Hurlovich, to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm now on my iPad due to technical glitch, so I wonder if the clerk could bring up the PowerPoint on the shared screen.
Technology is so much fun.
It is.
This is an easy one. Finally get rid of that motel. It's a disaster. Wow.
Was there anyone on the, is there any resident on the public meeting?
7.3. Christopher Horton. Christopher Horton is, I believe, oh, he's not on? Oh, he's not on. He registered, but he's not on. Rick TC? Oh, yeah, yep. So, does he know that? Okay, Alex, it looks like we've got the presentation up on the screen.
Perfect, thank you. So the, yes, this application involves a 1.2 acre parcel of land on the south side of Ferry Street. It's immediately east of Sylvia Place. To the north are commercial and to the west are commercial properties. To the south are single detached dwellings. As well to the west is the Niagara Falls History Museum and the Farmers Market. And there is a hotel development to the east as well. We can go to the next slide. The amendment is a request for a site-specific general commercial zone. The property is currently zoned general commercial, but they're seeking site-specific provisions to allow a 9-story mixed-use building having a ground floor commercial area of 462 square meters and 96 apartment dwellings in the building. If we can go to the next slide. So this slide depicts what that building would look like. So the top left corner is looking at the property from Ferry Street. And so you can see that the building, although it's 9 stories, is actually a stepped back form. So it's 9 stories at its highest, but 1 story out towards Ferry Street. So if we get to the next slide, we did hold a neighborhood. So they're on this slide, they're looking for permission for a ground floor dwelling unit. That would be for the property manager. The GC zoning does not allow dwellings on the ground floor. They're looking for a maximum height of 32.5 meters instead of the standard 12 meters in the GC zone. And they're looking for specific maneuvering aisles in the parking structure and the surface parking of 6.3 meters and 5.9 meters respectively. So in the next slide, we did hold a neighborhood. Oops, we can skip that one. We've been through that. And so we held a neighborhood meeting. We did receive positive comments from the Drummondville BIA, which supports the redevelopment of this site. The next slide. We also received concerns from the people who are currently living in the Continental Inn. They wondered where they would be relocated if this building is currently used for housing. And so they wondered what would happen. Niagara Regional Housing is coordinating the finding new accommodations for the residents, and regional staff will be having one-on-one meetings with the residents. Once this project moves forward, the residents would be given notice in accordance with the Residential Tenancies Act. The Continental Inn manager has indicated that there are community members who would assist any resident who wished assistance to move. So the next policy we looked at was the provincial policies. Again, we found that this form of development would add to the diversity of housing options and it would assist the city in meeting its intensifications numbers in the built-up area. Next slide. And we looked at the official plan. The lands are designated tourist commercial in part and residential in part, and they're part of the Drummondville intensification node. So the mixed-use development is permitted within the tourist commercial designation, and this form of development would assist in creating a complete community by providing additional housing within the commercial node. The proposed height of 9 stories and density of 196 units per hectare is permitted and will provide for a mix of residential unit sizes. The scale and massing of the proposed building, its setback and character with adjacent properties provide appropriate transitions in height. I mentioned the staggered form earlier, and the design provides a transition to the street and mitigates the mass by having suitable height setbacks. On the next slide, the proposed building would provide a continuous street edge, and the majority of the parking is being provided either below grade in a parking structure or surface parking that's partially covered due to the cantilevering of the building. There would be appropriate screening and landscaping during the site plan process. The commercial use at grade provides active pedestrian-oriented uses on Ferry Street. The next slide. So we're reviewing then the special regulations, or site-specific regulations they're seeking. So 1 dwelling unit on the ground floor, a height of 32.5 meters, and they're looking for adjustments to the maneuvering aisles in the parking structure and surface parking. The next slide. So we're basically in support of the dwelling unit on the ground floor. The maximum height of the building can be supported as it's within the height limits outlined in the official plan. The building has the greatest height in the middle portion of the building, and then it steps down towards the front and rear of the property, and it's designed to reduce the shadowing on the public realm and the detached dwellings to the south. The reduction in the minimum perpendicular width of the maneuvering aisles within the parking structure can be supported, as it's not expected that it would cause a great hindrance to the mobility on site. Next slide. We are recommending that there be a holding provision attached to this zoning change in order to provide a record of site condition. This would be a requirement of the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, because we're moving from a commercial use to a residential use, which is considered a more sensitive land use. So in conclusion, the next slide, we have found that the proposed development does conform with provincial policies. It conforms with the city's official plan, and the GC zone permits dwelling units and commercial uses, and the recommended regulations are appropriate. Therefore, the last slide, we are recommending that Council approve the zoning bylaw amendment to rezone the lands to a site-specific general commercial zone to permit a 9-story mixed-use building with 96 residential units, 461 square meters of commercial space, as outlined in this report. Those are the highlights of the report.
Thank you, Mr. Hurlovich. Do we have any questions of council? Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the things I noticed in this proposal was that there was no section 37, so I did speak with Mr. Hurlovich about it, and he said that the region has asked that a road allowance be upgraded as part of the site plan. Streetscape will be developed at that time. So I'm wondering, should there be something in the agreement, or I understand what we're doing, but should there be something in the agreement or part of the presentation for that?
Mr. Hurlovich, did you want to comment on that?
We could make that a condition of the zoning approval and the site plan agreement, include provisions for upgrading the regional road allowance.
Okay.
That would be sufficient, thank you.
Okay, great, thank you for that. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, I have a long history with this building. I used to go in there 25 years ago with the health department to inspect the facility, and it has been nothing but downhill from there. In fact, a lot of the problems that go on in the area are because of the people who are living there now. All of the balconies are filled with garbage sitting outside, and this is the homeless problem that exists in the city. And this is one place where if ever there could be a new development like what we saw on the screen, this would be fantastic. It's time for change, and we have to support this development and clean up the whole area.
Yeah, I agree with that. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On that point, I was concerned that I knew the over 50 people that were living there and what was going to happen to these 50 people. This is one of the short-term buildings that people are living in long-term. So I did connect with the manager, and she did tell me about the Niagara Regional Housing Project Share, the region helping people get out there. I understand that this development, I think it's great, but these are people that are living there and they're in bad circumstances, they're lower income, and we have a responsibility to help them find places, and I'm glad that we're doing that. But this is part of our issue with affordable housing, single room occupancy, long-term rentals, short-term rentals, and I just wanted to put it out there. All of the problems are not from these people in this development.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions or comments of City Council? Okay, members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referrals that it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per Section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone who wishes to speak?
Yes, Your Worship. We did have two members of the public that registered, one being Christopher Horton. I have been informed that he is no longer online. I know that he did send in some comments and had some general questions about the proposal, which I think have been answered tonight. The other is Rick Tesey, who is the chair of the historic Drummondville BIA, and I believe Rick is standing by.
Okay, Mr. Tesey, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. You welcome to the meeting. You have the floor.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor and Council. And I just want to point out, thank you, Councillor Lococo, for saying that I don't believe that these are the people that are just responsible for the problems in our area. They are a contributing factor, but they're not the overall factor. I'm here to represent the other board members for the BIA, and we're in total support of this project. I think it's a much needed facelift to that area. I think, like Councillor Thompson has talked, it's been an issue for quite a while, and I think this is going to be a beautiful facelift to raise the profile of that area. I'm happy that the owners have taken so much diligence in relocating some of the less fortunate people that live in that building. So I want to commend him on that. I think I always have. I've been at the meeting talking to the people that live in there, and most of them are just unfortunates. So hopefully they'll be taken care of, and I was assured by some of the other members of the city and the communities that they will be, so I applaud that, and I hope that you guys pass this, so thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Is there anyone else then, Mr. Clerk, or is that it? Okay, great. Council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
So we should have Mile Weeks on standby. I think he's just connecting now.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Excellent. So my name is Miles Weeks. I'm a professional land use planner with AJ Clark and Associates, here to speak on behalf of the owner and applicant. I'll forego the presentation as with the other meetings so far tonight in the interest of time. But I would like to make one recommendation to the proposed amendments. In discussions with staff over the last few days leading into the weekend and on Monday, we noted that there was one amendment that was, we'll say, overlooked, which is a maximum 66% GFA for residential uses. This is in the parent general commercial zone, and it makes sense for a 3-story building where you have a third of the building commercial and the upper floors residential. In a 9-story building, limiting a third of the building to commercial uses is not really appropriate, and we feel that the residential component will be limited by other zoning regulations such as parking, setbacks, building height, and all units, with the exception of the superintendent unit that Mr. Hurlovich mentioned. All other dwelling units will be above the ground floor, so you will still get that active street frontage with commercial uses. So it's to quickly summarize that, it's my recommendation that council consider eliminating that 66% residential GFA maximum. I have spoken with staff about this, although it was after the report was finalized, so they are aware, and I can't speak to their position on it, but I would like that to be considered this evening.
Okay, let's just go to Mr. Hurlovich for some comment on the 60% residential GFA component.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Staff agrees with the speaker. This would ensure that the property.
Okay, so in terms of the recommendation then, how does it change? Or will that change in your subsequent bylaw, or how do we amend that? Did we lose him?
Yeah, no, I'm still here, sorry.
Okay, sorry.
I was looking for the report and how the report is worded, because I've had to switch back and forth between my iPad and my laptop. So I don't have that report in front of me any longer. But so I would just suggest that the council move the recommendation with the inclusion that the zoning include an apartment building. Or apartment dwelling is actually how the zoning words it. And include an apartment dwelling as a permitted use.
Okay. So, and include an apartment dwelling as a permitted use. Is that
Yes.
right? Okay, got
Yes.
it. Okay, where's our other guy here? Okay, so is that okay then with our applicant as well? Are you good with that then?
Yep, as long as the wording is clear, a week, 2 weeks from now, that that 66% requirement is no longer applicable, then that's totally fine. However, staff would like to word it.
Okay, got it. Questions? Councillor Strange? Yep.
Yeah, we had the one comment from the Quickie Car Wash about their noise and stuff like that, and they just wanted to know that they were basically okay with it. Like, they weren't going to complain about the noise at the car wash.
It's Mr. Quick, not Quickie.
Mr.
So I want to be
Mr.
clear about
Quick.
that.
Quickie.
But just going to leave that one alone.
Okay.
Sir, did you just want to weigh in on the on the car wash? Hold on. Yeah, I know, at the Emerald Inn. Yeah, I know that. Sorry, can you hear me? This is a question to the applicant.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, with regards to the car wash, we did submit a noise study as required as part of a complete application, and we would be submitting a further detailed noise study through the future site plan application, which would identify noise sources in the area, such as a car wash, and would include recommendations, be it advisories to future residents before purchasing. It would advise them of the noise source. If necessary, there might be certain construction requirements for thickness of glass, those kinds of things, to ensure that residents aren't negatively impacted by any noise.
Okay, yeah, that's great. Triple pane glass or whatever the case is. Are you good now, Councillor Strange? Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering if that got reversed. It's the noise from the car wash that the residents would complain about, not the noise from the apartment building.
Right.
Yes.
Right, that's what we're saying. So they might have to put triple pane glass in on the apartment building because of the noise from the car wash.
Okay.
Is that the way you understood it? I'm sorry, the applicant, I forgot his name.
Miles Weeks, it's no problem. Yes, that's correct. It's to buffer the residents from the car wash.
Right. Okay, got it. Were there any other questions? Okay, so I think we're good. And I'm going to close the public meeting. So the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. I've got Councillor Pietrangelo, you're gonna make that motion. I got you for the second, Councillor Thompson. So Councillor Peter, did you, okay, Councillor Pietrangelo is gonna support the amended recommendation that will include the provision that it can operate as an apartment dwelling without the 66% residential restriction. Is that right? And Mr. Lewis, do I have that right?
Mr. Mayor, that sounds good.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you for that. So we have a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Thompson. If there's no further discussion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Okay, that's great. Thank you very much, Mr. Weeks, and thank you, Mr. Hurlovich, on that one. You're welcome. It's all good. Hey, Mr. Clerk, would you please introduce the next item on the agenda?
Yes, our final public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to permit a two-story apartment building, as well as a special policy area designation at 4118 Main Street and the rear of 4130 Main Street in Chippewa. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Friday, August 13th, 2021, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, to participate in any site plan process if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I now ask Mr. Hurlovich, our Director of Planning, to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I brought I'm back on my laptop, so I have my screen share on. So this property involves the former Greenwood Manor on Main Street in Chippewa at the corner of Main and Greenwood. It also includes the rear yard of the dwelling next door, depicted with this shed. So it would expand part of the parking lot into the rear yard of the dwelling that fronts onto Main Street. So there are two properties involved in this application. So the properties, as I said, at the corner of Main Street and Greenwood involves two properties, the former retirement home and a dwelling to the west of that. There's a church at the corner of Sodom and Main Street. Across the street are parklands associated with the Welland River to the I'm not sure if that's south and east are detached dwellings. The proposal, I'm sorry, this is on its side. So Main Street is on the left. So this is the former Greenwood Manor. There's a dwelling to the west of that, and then the existing parking lot behind the building, and then the expanded parking lot onto the adjacent property. So right now, the Greenwood Manor is zoned institutional, and the residential property is an R1C zone. The proposal is to zone all of these lands to an R5D zone to allow the conversion of Greenwood Manor into an apartment building. So the proposal is to provide for 21 units in that apartment building, and it's a conversion entirely within the existing structure. So they are looking for some site-specific provisions related to that R5D zone. So an exterior side yard of 6.6 meters, where typically 7.5 is required, a front yard depth of 3.7 meters, again recognizing the existing building, where 7.5 is typically required. The interior side yard on the west side of 2.8 meters, and then a maneuvering aisle of 5.9 meters instead of 6.9 meters. An open space requirement of 34.5%, whereas 45 is typically required, and then to allow for the projection of the existing fire escapes on the exterior lot line of green wood, and again in the interior lot line. And then there's a unsupported canopy that is on the Main Street side, so they'll be looking for site-specific provisions for that as well. So the property has an area of approximately half an acre. As I said, they're proposing 21 units. That has a density of 105 units per hectare. The lands are currently zoned institutional in R1C. Most of this I've already outlined. So we did hold a public or neighborhood meeting in July of this year. There were concerns from area residents. They were concerned about the number of units proposed in the building and the size of those units. They were concerned as to whether the building was structurally sound. They wondered about the future tenants who would occupy this building. They're concerned about lights illuminating the parking lot and the configuration of the parking spaces. And they wondered whether or not visitor parking would be provided for the density proposed. To address those concerns, the explanation was that the redevelopment is with larger 2-bedroom units being constructed in the previous common space areas of the building, resulting in 21 units. There's a mix of bachelor, 1-bedroom, and 2-bedroom units. The building is not to be expanded beyond its current footprint. Proposed 21 units will be at market price, but due to their size, they'll provide for more affordable rental opportunities for residents. There were no concerns about the structural integrity. The building is sound. There is no relief being sought for the parking spaces. They're required to have 29 parking spaces, and they provide 29 parking spaces. So they're meeting the 1.4 parking space ratio per unit. The configuration of the parking space is being done in an efficient manner, and if lighting is proposed, it would be dealt with at the site plan stage. It's a requirement that lighting in parking lots have shields so that the light does not spread beyond the property boundaries. The provincial policies were examined, and we found that this would add to the diversity of housing, and it would help meet the moderate income households with incomes earning between $39,000 and $83,000. The recommended regulations would facilitate the redevelopment of the land that minimizes the costs and would supply housing in a compact form. The official plan does designate these lands as residential, so the R5D zone is appropriate. It's recommended, or it's typically held that is 75 units per hectare on an arterial road if it's not in proximity to a commercial area. So the property is approximately 700 meters away from foodland, which is the closest commercial use. And while that typically wouldn't accommodate a density of this, we did find that the 105 units per hectare would be acceptable because it's within the existing building's footprint. There will be no structural or exterior structural changes, and the building form will remain consistent as it's appeared in the neighborhood for many years. And the proposed development will provide much needed rental housing. The proposed apartment use will give residents a greater choice of housing. It's an adaptive reuse of a vacant building. It's been sitting idle for a number of years. The subject land is suitable for intensification as it abuts an arterial road, and there's open space across the street. The character of the neighborhood will be maintained as the massing of the building height and setbacks will not change. The zoning bylaw, as I mentioned, it's currently zoned I in part and residential 1C. That's the rear yard of the single detached dwelling where the parking will be provided. So the applicant has requested the 5 D zoning to provide all of that. I've already been through the list of requested regulations on the site plan. We're in support of each of those regulations being amended as it addresses basically the existing situation. The staff has recommended the whole of the lands be included to accommodate the 21 units, and it will be necessary through this zoning for the applicant to obtain a consent to sever that rear yard area, the area I showed you with the shed that would accommodate the additional parking to ensure that visitor and resident parking is provided. The building height should be limited to 10 meters, 32.8 feet, which is the same as the R1C zone, which are the abutting residential properties. Therefore, we found that the proposal does conform with provincial policies. It maintains the intent of the residential use and character of the neighborhood in the official plan. And the requested R5D zone will permit the apartment dwelling as requested, and the recommended regulations are appropriate. Therefore, staff is recommending that council approve the official plan amendment as detailed in the report, subject to a special policy area designation in the official plan to allow a density of 105 units per hectare and permit a 2-story apartment building with 21 units, subject to the regulations outlined in this report. And that's the conclusions of this report, or this this application.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Herlovich. Do we have any questions of council? Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The one email was asking about where the garbage would be collected and where the snow would be pushed. I was wondering if we could look at the map and see where that is.
Okay, Mr. Herlovich.
I can't bring that up because I would have to go someplace else. So the garbage is actually located inside the building on the first floor, or on the ground floor, so the same floor as the parking lot. And the snow would have to be pulled forward, and there's a grassed area just at the back of the building adjacent to the parking lot. So I don't know if the councillor can turn to the site plan in the application, but there is space at the back of the building by the parking, as well as the building towards the Greenwood Street as well. So there is space for snow.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, bringing up all my favorite buildings. I used to go in as a nursing home 30 years ago or longer, and it's been vacant and just not being maintained for the last probably 10 years. I think this is a great proposal for our homeless situation and for affordable housing right now. 21, the building is the same. It's going to remain the same. It's going to be apartments, 21, and it'll be affordable. So I think this, and it's going to clean up the property that has been neglected for so many years. So it's a great proposal.
Okay, great. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Pietrangelo?
Thanks, Your Worship. I know that the property in question has given the neighborhood residents some concerns over the years, and I think they're all happy to see it be converted into apartments. I think it's a good use for the building. I know there are some concerns with using, part of the backyard as a parking lot. It is only going to be 5 spaces. My suggestion was going to be that, if any of the residents that are in the immediate vicinity that have concerns want to be part of the site plan, I think it would be good to bring them in. Maybe they have some thoughts on, those parking spots. I kind of thought that, you know, not leaving them open, so not leaving them as visitor parking would, I guess, deter people from being there, because those spots would always be full if they were actually, you know, for the units that were there as opposed to visitor parking. I know there was a concern about snow, you know, snow, where it's going to go. Perhaps the applicant can address that. And also garbage. I'm not sure that garbage is shown right now on the site plan. But I think that bringing in the neighborhood residents would be a good idea and let them be part of the site plan process. So if and when we come to a decision, I'll ask that that be included.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, if there's no other questions at this point, members of the public are advised if failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed amendments. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone who wishes to speak?
Yes, Your Worship, we did have 2 members of the public that had registered. I believe we do have one of them, Mr. Martin Goyich, on standby. Okay, and then we do have a second speaker after.
Okay, Goyich. Mr. Goyich, are you there? Mr. Goyich, are you there?
I'm here now.
Okay, there you are. Okay, great. Welcome to the meeting. The floor is yours.
One of the main items is the small unit size of some of the units. I can't see the people being long-term residents. They're just going to be in and out till they get something else. The units are very small, 7 foot wide. Then there's the off-site parking. Where will that be? Main Street, there's no parking. Greenwood, very limited parking. So it's going to interfere with the neighbors. Those are my main concerns.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Hurlovich, did you want to weigh in on those 2 comments?
Thank you, Worship. With respect to the parking, the parking standard of the city is 1.4 parking spaces per dwelling unit, which is to provide resident parking and visitor parking, and they meet that requirement. They should not be impacting on the street. They're meeting the required parking on site. With respect to the unit size, yes, some of the units are designed to be bachelor units, so that they are at the entry level for those people who are just leaving home for the first time and wanting to be able to live on their own, or those who are working in the service industry. Also, because there are 1 and 2 bedroom units in the building, they'd be able to move into the building and move up to one of the larger units as they become available. And there are many people who be quite happy to have a bachelor unit for a long time. So I'm not sure that a bachelor unit is equivalent to transitional housing. So, a bachelor unit is just another form of dwelling unit. They are to have a full refrigerator, a full stove, full cooking facilities, and kitchen washing facilities. So that it's not a, you'll recall council dealt with a single room occupancy proposal a couple of years ago on Lundy's Lane. Those units were to have kitchenettes. They basically had a bar, fridge, and a microwave. That's not what's proposed in these units, so quite a different housing form.
And the parking?
They meet all the parking requirements.
Okay.
It's as Councillor Peter Angelo said, you know, they're using the property to the west to expand their parking lot to be able to provide the 29 required parking spaces. And some of the residents say, well, we don't want that parking behind us. And now we have another speaker saying, well, where are they going to park? That's where they're going to park. So the applicant has come up with a solution which is acceptable because it meets all of the parking requirements.
Okay, that's great. All right, thank you for that. And the other, was it Paul Krochuk you said was the other name? Okay, Mr. Krochuk, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you fine. Welcome to the meeting, and the floor is yours.
Yeah, my concern is just about using half of a backyard as a parking space. And Councillor Thompson mentioned that they're using the same layout that they had before, but it's just been said that there's going to be more units. I don't see why they can't just keep with the existing building and the existing units and the existing parking rather than cutting off half of a backyard in the middle of a residential subdivision. You know, there could, like, I don't see any good that can come out of that. There's potential for vandalism. I know the people in the area previously had problems with attempted break-ins and drug use and things of that nature as it is with just the building as it is. And to have to cut out half a backyard, I mean, it just doesn't seem to make sense.
Mr. Hurlovich, did you want to weigh in on that?
Well, Mr. Mayor, that's just what I said to council a minute ago. Somebody wants to know where they're going to park. Somebody else is going to object to the area of the parking. So they're meeting the parking requirements that will be designed through site planning. I heard one of the councillors say he wants to have the residents involved in the site plan process. That could involve Mr. Krochuk. With respect to the units, it was a retirement home, which basically were, bedrooms for those in a retirement home. They're now turning those into apartments. So combining rooms, realigning the divisions. So they've designed it for bachelors, 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom. So it's supported by staff.
Well, you're adding units, and the parking argument is you're only adding those parking spots because you want to add more units. And I don't see why you can't just keep with the existing number of units, and the existing parking would be sufficient. So the argument of the parking on the street seems to be a moot point if you're willing to keep it at the existing number of units that are there.
Okay, well that, I appreciate, yep, go ahead, Councillor Thompson.
Not expanding the building. It's going to be the same building there that they're going to convert to apartments, smaller ones, and certainly affordable housing, and cleaning up a mess that has existed. Who's this, Mr. Krochuk?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the one involved with the 1,600 petitions that they gave to Lori Lococo.
Well, we won't go, let's not even go there, Councillor Thompson. Let's just stick to this.
And were you the one that had the office right in front of the house on Main Street?
No, it's not in front of a house. It's been a commercial building for probably 100 years.
No, it has not.
Well,
yeah,
let's just
it's the Whiteman's lumberyard office, historically speaking. And so if you knew about Chippewa, you'd know that.
Okay, folks, well, listen, let's stick with the recommendation we've got here. So, Mr. Clerk, do we have any other requests for comment?
Your Worship, there were no other public speakers that had signed up. We do have the agent, Mr. Daniel Romanko, and Matthew Moxness available to speak to council.
Okay, thank you for that. So now then we'll ask the applicant or his or her representatives if you would like to address council. Are you there? Can you hear us?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for the opportunity to present to you tonight. I'm a planner with Better Neighborhoods. I'm here on behalf of the owners of 4130 and 4118 Main Street. I have prepared a presentation. However, I'm happy to advise council that we are in agreement with staff's recommendation for this proposal. If there's any specific questions, or if you'd like me to take you through a presentation that has been prepared, I'm happy to do that.
Okay, well, I think everybody's followed along with staff's presentation, and if we have questions, we can ask you. Do we have any questions of council for the representative? Have any? Yes, Councillor Lococo?
Actually, I'll wait till later to comment. No questions.
Okay, okay. So I am now going to officially close the public meeting with respect to the official plan and the zoning bylaw amendment. So I'll now look for a motion. Yes, Councillor Thompson? Okay, move the recommendation. Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will second the recommendation. I think this is a great use of the building. We are looking for affordable rental housing. A lot of our developments are purchases, not rentals, so this is absolutely amazing. I do understand that there's only 2 bachelor apartments. I know some people were concerned about the size of apartments. Not everybody needs a lot of space, and that's their choice, and the region is actually saying we are so short on bachelor apartments, we need to start filling those, so that this is really great. I do understand Mr. Krochek's questioning about why not keep the same amount of units. Those units that were in there were not really units. They were bedrooms with the services of meals being outside of that. These are self-contained units, and that's why they're changing them so people can live self-sufficient, and that's why the parking changed. So I fully support this. I think it's a great use of it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. I just wanted to see if the mover and seconder wouldn't mind adding that the residents be included in the site plan approval process.
Yep. Councillor Thompson, you.
If the residents could be included in the site plan.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so we've got a motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Lococo, that we move the recommendations, adding in that the residents be a part of the site plan approval process. Okay, if there's no further discussion, then we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, I would love to take that motion, let me tell you. Okay, we're on to reports. Item 8.1, CAO 2021, a National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. There's a recommendation there for Truth and Reconciliation. Councillor Campbell.
Your Worship, I would love to make that motion.
Okay, motion by Councillor Campbell, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. Is there any discussion to that? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor? Okay, and that was approved. Thank you. Item 8.2, COVID-19 vaccination policy. We have a recommendation from staff on the policy. What's the will? Yes, Councillor Dabrowski?
Yeah, I've looked at the report. We all know vaccines work, and if you look at the daily caseload, like I do on a regular basis since they've posted them, you'll see that 70 to 80% of people that are positive are those who are unvaccinated. So I think it's important that we deal with this tonight, obviously. I'm looking at the options. I'm prepared to make a motion, but you know, it's an important issue that I think we all have an opportunity to weigh in on, so I'll let my other fellow council members speak from here, but yeah, I'm prepared to make a motion once
okay,
once
we'll come to you for the motion. That's
table.
fine. I've got Councillor Carrio and then Lococo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm prepared to support the recommendation of staff. I just have a couple questions. The fourth bullet point on number 2 suggests that a training. Could we have just a little bit of an explanation of what that would entail? Is it be training on the job site? I want to know what that would be. The other question I have is on the testing. Twice per week testing, employee pays for the tests, and maybe the employer can change it to as many tests as they want. I had to go away a couple of weeks ago. My test cost me over $100. I don't know if I think that's pretty onerous for the staff. I don't know. I'd like to have a little bit of a discussion on that part of it. Other than that, I would support that staff's
Okay,
recommendation.
great. Mr. CAO.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll start, and Mr. Dark may add some commentary to it. To the councillor, the one point with regards to the education, that would be a requirement. It's an education and a sign-off so that the employee was made aware of all the, all the information from public health as to the reasons why, and an acknowledgement that he or she continues not to either disclose their vaccination status and or take a vaccine, and therefore is subject to the rules. So it's a bit of a procedural sign-off and education to inform the individual or for that individual to receive any information that he or she may be concerned about with regards to the vaccination. So it is a standard procedure that some organizations are doing just to make sure that if there are any questions or hesitancy on the vaccination, that we address those and also obtain the sign-off that they've received that education and understand the policy. And then with regards to the testing, there is some testing available that's free currently for employees or for individuals. Some of the quick testing. The challenge is we don't have the capacity to coordinate the testing, and we don't have the capacity to administer testing, and therefore the administrative burden on the organization to try to arrange that and to pay for it would be too much. It is the employee's choice to undertake that, but there's also a mutual responsibility for that employee to ensure that they are coming in and not endangering any of their other employees, and that testing is required. The twice a week is the province through with the teachers are using twice a week also. They're saying that the tests are valid for 3 days, and that's how we're getting the twice a week status. So that's what that's what staff have developed at this point in time. We may amend it from time to time as new information comes out, but that was the rationale behind those 2 points. And I turn to Mr. Dark if he has any additional comments.
Mr. Dark?
Mr. Mayor, through the chair, I just want to reiterate a couple more points. On the education, is just probably a 20-minute PowerPoint presentation, and it would cover the benefits and the science behind the vaccine, and then there would be also a sign-off that the employee has gone through the session and understood our compliance with our policy. In terms of the cost, there's 2 pharmacies in Niagara Falls that I'm aware of that are doing the rapid tests, and those are $40. There are PCR tests, I think, that you are required for travel. Those are more expensive. Those are $150, but we wouldn't be requiring those type of tests. And as the CAO says, it is difficult and onerous for us to actually administer the tests internally. So it would be our desire that that the employees go to these pharmacies that are making the tests available in Niagara Falls. I believe there's one at PharmaSave, and there's Shoppers in town that administer these tests, and so we have spoken to them, and they are absolutely willing to do the tests on our behalf, and it's $40 at the employee's cost.
Well, just a follow up to that, so that's $80 for the employee a week. That's $80. I think that's a significant cost for a working person, and that's if we do that at that interval. If for some reason we decided we want to step up the testing to 3 times a week or 4 times a week, the employee could be facing, $150, $160 a week in testing. And I just don't want to see us just wash our hands of the testing. I mean, I believe in the vaccines. I believe that it's the right thing to do, but I don't want to strap the employees as well. They don't have the resources that we would have, at least to go out and try and find a bulk buyer of tests or whatever. We have that. They don't have that. So I don't know if there's some compromise that we might come up with to try and help them. People who don't want the tests, they have legitimate reason. They're not stupid. They've thought about it, most of them. I know we're going to educate them, but they've made a conscious decision for whatever reason not to have it, and I do sympathize with them. I don't believe it's right for me, but I believe that they should have some rights as well. And I just would like to see us help them somewhat if they're not going to get tested. That's my feeling. I wait to see what the other council members think.
Okay, good discussion. I've got Councillor Lococo, then Dabrowski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're all humans, and each one of us should be treated with respect whether we're vaccinated or non-vaccinated, and this is really causing a huge divide among communities, whether you're vaccinated or not. And I'd really just like people to look at that we're all the same, we're just making different choices, and respect those choices, and let's move forward. Whatever we decide should be fair and reasonable. Councillor Carrio just brought up about the cost. I think that sort of falls under fair and reasonable, so I would like to look into that. I did have a conversation with Mr. Dark. We talked for quite a while, and I had a bunch of questions as usual. And he did answer most of my questions, and we had some good discussions. I wanted people to understand that the policy that we put in place should be reasonable and very clear, that there's no ambiguity, so we should do that. Privacy and confidentiality has been an issue for a lot of people, not just with the federal government or provincial, but even with us. So when I did speak with Mr. Dark, if I'm vaccinated, which I am, I will give my vaccination status. It will be put in an employee file. All of our employees who are vaccinated goes in the employee file one time. If I'm an unvaccinated employee, I was thinking that we would have to have 2 times a week information going somewhere, 8 times a month. Every time you have that transmission of data, there could be errors, there could be breaches, and that's not what's happening. You would show, just like our screening when we come into City Hall, you would show your vaccinations, your testing status to your supervisor twice a week. So there's no data being stored if you're not vaccinated. And I think that's really important for people to understand, because they are concerned about the data breaches and the privacy. We talked about cost. The third party issues have come up. I know that that's the next step, to look at third party, our contractors. I'd like us to consider, if we have an unvaccinated employee and they're going to, let's say, Empire Communities. It's a long-term care facility. I don't know why we would be going that, but this is just a good example. Let's have a better example. The water meters. That's the Empire I meant. Those people coming in are our contractors. They're coming into our residents' homes. The third party has to have the vaccination status. So we have to be looking both ways. So if we're sending our people out, are they going to a place that they need to be vaccinated, or is the city responsible to ensure our people are vaccinated when they go out? So I want to make sure that we're looking at both of those. And then the last thing is that I do respect that each person has a choice, but at the end of the day, I feel that the city is responsible for the health and welfare of our community. And whether that's here at City Hall or people going out, I will back the vaccination policy, and I think it's important, but I have talked to many people and looked at all of the issues, and I want people to understand that we all need to respect each other no matter what side. And I don't want it to be sides, but whatever choice you make, let's respect each other. And I think going the vaccination policy can be safer and save more lives and sicknesses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I've got Councillor Dabrowski and Campbell.
Through you to Mr. Dark, and just to Councillor Carrio's point, have we reached out? I don't believe we have it in here. We had, but have we reached out to one of the local pharmacies to see if we can get a bulk rate? I don't want to say, like, I'm not sure if it's privately run or who's making the profit off the testing, but if we could work with one of the pharmacies, especially if we have 50 to 100 employees going every Monday and every Wednesday to get tested, they'll obviously have to be in tune with what's happening. I'm just wondering if we can kind of work towards that $40 and maybe get a drop in price. I'm not sure if it's a set price or if it's provincially mandated, but just throwing that idea out there. And then I have another point after that, but I'll let Mr. Dark chime in.
Mr. Dark?
Through the chair, yes, we can have that conversation with them. At this point, they we had a discussion about their capacity to do the business, and they're willing to help us out. But really, I haven't got into those type of details with them. But we can certainly go back and have those discussions.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks, Mr. Dark. I mean, I credit staff for coming up with this report. It's probably the most difficult thing to talk about these days. COVID's talked about at every table, and so is your vaccination status or whether or not you're going to get it. But I think it's important as a community, if we want to put this pandemic to an end, that we do implement something. So I support option 2. I would like to see us go to those pharmacies directly to see if we can get that cost lowered. To Councillor Carrio's point, I'd hate to put that burden on city staff. It's $80 a week is a lot of money. Times that by 4, times that by 6, it adds up, right? So I can imagine, but either way, I'll make a motion to support option 2. And again, maybe if there's a caveat, if Councillor Carrio wants to chime in on that, if we can look into the cost for testing, but I'll leave it at that for now and see where it goes from there. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so I'm just digging it up here. And I should point out, I know we were talking about $40 for a test, but some of them are more expensive than that.
So Mr. Dark was correct. I looked into it previously. It's $150 for the PCR test.
Yeah.
And the rapid antigen test, I believe they call it's $40 per test. It's the cheapest one you can get right now, but
part of the problem too, and they're not accurate, right? They're 50 to 90% wrong. So I mean, it's a real, it's a tough one. And no matter what we do, everyone's not going to be happy.
Well, no, you can't please everybody. It's just, we're almost at 70 to 80% fully vaccinated across the country. Eventually, I mean, starting next week, indoor dining, bars, sporting events, large meeting spaces, I guess we can be considered a large meeting space in some respect, but those all require double vaccination. So again, we have to make a decision. I don't have all the answers.
So the motion, it's option 2, and what was the other part of it?
And to look into the testing, to see if we can work with a local pharmacy. And Mr. Dark alluded to it. He mentioned that they don't even maybe have the capacity to handle the amount of people we have coming in for tests. I don't know what the percentage is of city staff on who's vaccinated, who's not. So I'm not sure where that lies. I wish that was in the report, but we don't have those numbers in front of us. I'm just trying to make a decision in line with the province. And I know, it's important that hopefully we can make some sort of decision tonight.
Okay, got that. So we have a motion by Councillor Dorowski. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Okay, Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. From my perspective, the mandatory policy number 1 is really, really too restrictive. Number 3 is too loosely put together. I would support the motion by seconding it, but I'm not looking at it from my perspective. I'm looking at it from the perspective of the residents who we're going to have employees going into their homes, and they want to know if that person's been vaccinated or not. I'm not going to let anybody in my home that has not been vaccinated. So I think we have a responsibility to do the best we can to educate those employees that are not vaccinated. But if they are satisfied with spending that extra money to get those tests done on a weekly basis, I'm okay with that. So I've seconded that motion.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I actually got a couple of calls from a couple of employees, and the one in particular says, his wife's vaccinated, but he just does not want to get vaccinated. He doesn't feel safe. He's not an anti-vaxxer at all, and he says he'll do anything. He knew this was coming up, and he goes, Mike, I'll get tested twice a week, whatever you want. So this is a pretty good option. Hopefully we can come up with some kind of deal with the pharmacies to get down the prices. But You know, and maybe it's possible that once the employees do show that they did get vaccinated by November 15th, I think it was to Human Resources, maybe we can get an update after that to find out exactly the percentage of city workers that are currently vaccinated. Might be 98%, who knows, right? We'll keep it confidential, obviously, but they'll say, okay, how many employees, and 3 or not, or whatever it may be, but maybe the percentage might be a little bit better, but maybe we can add that as a friendly amendment to the motion to find out afterwards, just get an update of once they do send their double vaccination certificates and everyone's vaccinated, if we can find out the percentage of employees that are actually double vaccinated.
Okay, yep, so just before we do, so to the mover, I forget who made the Chris. So the suggestion was an amendment, if you consider friendly, that we come back, I guess, with staff report or an update from staff on the vaccination status.
Yep.
Okay, so you're comfortable with that? And
Yep, I'm
you're
comfortable with that.
Okay, great. I've got Councillor Carrio and Lococo.
Your Worship, Councillor Strange made the suggestion I was going to make. I'd like to see staff come back to us. I'd like to know what kind of money we're talking. We might not be talking a lot of money. There might not be a lot of employees that we're talking about. But I'd like it to come back here as soon as we find out, so this council can sit down and decide whether we're going to pitch in and help the employees. Or it might be a small amount of money, but it might be onerous for those who have to do it. So I'd like to see it come back. I'll support it if it comes back when we get the additional information. Then we can decide, and I want the staff to get into it to see what they can do for costing. Okay. And also, I don't like the part about it leaves the employee unsure about the interval. So if we changed it to they had to be tested every day, that would really be hard on the employee. We could do that.
To that point?
We could do that.
Yes.
I think that the medical officer of health has said those tests are valid for 3 days. So twice a week would put you into the next week. There's no need to do it on a daily basis.
I understand that, but it's in the bullet point is saying that it's our discretion to decide how many times a week.
Well, I think that would be a poor choice on our part.
It might not be the only time that's ever happened.
We've never made a poor choice before. I've got, our CAO would like to comment, and then I got you, Councillor Coco.
Thank you. Through the chair, just for clarity, the intent is 2 days a week, but because of shift work, in the way some of the shifts roll out, using the term 2 days a week might not actually apply. But the intent, as Councillor Campbell has said, is to go with public health guidance on that. And if, is to, make sure that the test results don't extend past their useful time frame. This is not the fulsome policy, it's the framework for the policy, and a more fulsome policy, once chosen, will be provided back to the staff and council.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Coco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There may be another option. We're talking about cost. I've heard of employers purchasing kits that have 200 or whatever of the rapid testing. So if we are concerned about cost, maybe we could look into purchasing the rapid testing on our own instead of sending our employees out to a pharmacy and then provide those kits. And that would keep the cost down. I did talk to Mr. Dark about that, and we sort of got off of that, but the cost of $40 per test is very high. Mm-hmm. So I know we didn't want to get into the scheduling or the cost, but I think that the cost is very prohibitive for some people. So if we could look at those kits and then distribute them or whatever, maybe that could be part of the motion.
Councillor Dabrowski, and we've got, yes, Mr. CAO, you'd like to weigh in?
I have a phrase, and you might hear it in the future, that every night's budget night, and every decision you make has a budgetary implication. And, if council's desire is to subsidize these costs, then that's council's decision. But, that would be a cost that the taxpayer is paying and would have a budgetary implication. And I don't mind bringing back a report on that. What I would caution council or stress to council is we may be the only municipality and the only major employer that is allowing a testing option. As the other major employers, Brock University, Niagara College, Niagara Region, there is no testing option. And one of the reasons for that is because of the complexities of trying to administer tests and frankly, this cost issue. So they've all gone with option one. It was staff's recommendation to allow some more flexibility for those who don't want it, but not to be more burdensome to Niagara Falls taxpayer than any other taxpayer in the region, and that's why the shift was to the employee. So that's the rationale behind it. But I would be more than happy to take back further information for council. But like I said, everything has a price, and that would be something that council would have to decide on.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. Another option we could look at is maybe the city does not pay for those boxes of rapid testing, but we put the cost to the employee. If we're buying in bulk, it would definitely be cheaper and maybe more affordable than going to a Pharmasave or a Shoppers Drug Mart. So maybe not necessarily that the city take on the cost, but maybe the city could help purchase those kits to pass on the savings to the employees. So maybe if the mover and the seconder would be open to that report of including that information.
Yeah, maybe it should be a separate motion, so just so I'm understanding it, so we may want to purchase 200 self-testing kits?
Look into the cost of them.
I mean,
I'm not saying purchase them, I said look into them.
If we could do that as a separate motion, I'd rather do that,
Sure.
just because I think they're two different ideas, but.
Okay, Councillor Strange?
Yeah, Mr. I was just going to say, you know, what, there's no use buying all these tests if we don't even know how many people will be using them, right? So it's better to get some numbers back and an update from our human resources department. It's actually the percentage and maybe how many people are actually need to take these tests before we actually, you know, purchase any of these. If we want to look into it, that's fine, but not to purchase them.
I think that's fair. You know, okay, Councillor DeRosa.
And just to that point, one last point. Once we put this into place, I'm hoping that more people who didn't want to get vaccinated, once we put this policy in place, do get vaccinated. I know it's hearsay, but either way, looking to put something in place today. Hopefully, we can vote on this. But yeah, it's important we all get vaccinated. It's proven, in my opinion.
Okay, got it. So we have a motion. It's option 2. And what was one of the other parts? We've changed it so many times.
We're going to look into the cost of testing and report back on
and vaccination status, percentage of employees. Right, okay. That's the motion, and that was made by Councillor Dabrowski, second by Councillor Campbell. Okay, if there's no further discussion at this point, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. Now, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to put a motion forward that staff look into, I'm not saying purchase right now, just look into the possibilities, how we can get them, where we can get them, how many of them are, and then through that information that was part of the other motion, if we, then we can just look at it and discuss it at that point.
Okay. Motion by Councillor Lococo, second by no? Did you want, do I have a seconder
I'll
to get,
second
yep,
that,
Councillor Campbell, Councillor Pierangelo, sorry.
Your Worship, I heard staff earlier say that they did not want to be in charge of any of the administration of testing. So would this motion not lead to that? Would we not be responsible for these kits, giving them out, keeping track, those kind of things, maybe through yourself to our CAO?
Okay, we'll get our CAO to weigh in.
I don't mind taking a look to see if there is an easy way for us to distribute tests. I know some of the local chambers of commerce, for example, got test kits for it. It may not be us administering it. It might be we can maybe do it through a third party. So I don't mind looking, seeing if there is a bulk option. I think it'll just, you know, to some extent, it'll be part of the report back to council.
You know what they do at the airports? They give you the kit as you come back into the country, and then you do it on the phone, or I'm sorry, on your iPad or on a computer with the nurse on the other end. So there's so many ways, variations. So I think it's fair to get some numbers, some price, some comparison, and look at all our options. So yeah, Mr. Clerk.
Just before you call the vote, our Director of HR does have his hand up.
Okay, sorry, my screen, it doesn't show that. I just want to be clear. It doesn't show anything other than what I'm looking at. Yes, Mr. Dark.
Through the chair, I just wanted to, the report indicates that the employees have to disclose their vaccination status by September 30th. And if they don't disclose their vaccination status by September 30th, then they may be subjected to the testing that we've been talking about. So in terms of the numbers that you're asking for to be able to cost this out in terms of what the potential cost is going to be, we won't have the numbers until at least the first week in October. And we're assuming that, all employees will disclose their vaccination status, but there may be some that refuse. So I just want council to just be aware of that, I guess. That's all I have to say.
Okay, all right, good. Any other comments or questions of council for Mr. Dark? No? Okay, so we have the motion from Councillor Dabrowski, or no, this is the one from Councillor Lococo now. Okay, so we'll call the vote on getting more information on the vaccine kits and costing. Call the vote, all those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. All right, thank you for that. Okay, and 8.3, surplus land sale, Cummington Square. We've got 3 recommendations from council. Councillor Dabrowski, yes, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. I'll speak first, I guess. I'm really not in favor of declaring this building surplus. I think to me, it falls under the category of heritage, historical, and I guess I see, these buildings or these pieces of property kind of slipping away from our ownership. And once they're gone, they're gone. They really can't come back. I think this one in particular is an iconic building in Chippewa. It was their very first town hall, and I really don't see the harm in hanging on to it and trying to repurpose it. So I really can't support the motion to declare it surplus. Haven't supported it all along the way.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will not support it as well. We don't have a lot of historical buildings left. Either we've neglected them, they haven't been maintained, or we've sold them, so I will not support it. A lot of residents are concerned that council will remove the designation whether we own it or if we sell it. I just wanted to let people know of the process. The designation moves with the sale of it, so the designation will sit there. If by chance that new owner wants to de-designate it, is that a correct word?
So.
De-designate it, they would have to come to council. Council would have to look over all of the information, but it's not our final decision. It is the Ontario Land Tribunal that would make the decision, and the decision has to be that you prove that the heritage features are no longer there. That would be very difficult. The features are there. So I just want people to understand that with the new changes under the Ontario Heritage Act, there's this new process that it's not just up to council. It does go to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and it has to be proven that there are no heritage features left. So if people are concerned about that, I did some research to ensure that that's not an easy thing to be done, but I still think we should keep it as a city building and not sell it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Thompson. And then carry on.
Yes, I've been consistent with this right from the start. This building is very special. It reminds me of the armory, which we made sure we set it aside historically, and it's being used by the veterans now. I recall being in there with Mayor Whiteman, Mayor Bucator. I was there with putting a plaque on the front for historical reasons, and I think it would be very difficult for me to say, just sell it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carrier.
Well, Your Worship, I was in favor of doing something with it that would move the development of that area along. What we've been doing with it has been doing nothing, been empty. We had it leased out and nothing was going on there. So a lot of the business people had approached me in the area and said, if you're not going to do anything with it, let it go into private hands so something can be done with it to help to get things moving in Chippewa. So that's why I was for selling it, getting it into private hands. Obviously with the designation, they'd have to keep, you know, the historic value there. So I was in favor of moving it along. If we're going to keep it, I don't want to keep it to the point where we did with the building out here, where we end up, because it was so contaminated, we just had to tear it down. So if that's what we're going to do with it, I'd rather sell it and see it put to good use. Otherwise, let's have a plan. If we're not going to have a plan, let's sell it and have someone put it to use who's going to invest in it and help to get things moving in Chippewa.
Do we have, I didn't notice it in the report, do we have the cost on the impending repairs to the building, so we know what's going to be required? I know we've had that before, but I don't notice it in this report. I don't know if Ms. Moldenhauer, if you're online or if you have that handy. I can't tell from my screen.
Hello, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm just trying to find the past report that detailed all of the costs.
And I will say, I don't think anybody here ever intended for the heritage designation to leave. No. The question was, does the city put the money into it to fix and change things and maintain it as what, a museum? I mean, our museums don't have too much foot traffic. Our beautiful one on Ferry Street gets very low foot traffic. So it's an expensive museum to run. And the thought was, if we could keep the designation and turn it into something that the public will actually go into and use, that's what our thoughts were. But it doesn't cost the city. Keep it the way it is, but put it into use, because the way it is now, everyone drives by it, but nobody goes in it. And it's unfortunate, but it is the way it is. So, I don't know, Ms. Moldenhauer, if you've got any prices on what it's going to cost us to keep it the way it is.
Yes. Hi, everybody. The immediate cost for the repairs that we need to do right now is $50,000. And then in the next couple of years, we're going to need to spend at least another $100,000 on the building. And then, of course, there are annual utility costs that have to be paid, costs for regular maintenance, snow removal, waste, insurance, and just day-to-day maintenance. So that there definitely are costs, and that's just keeping the building as is. If we were looking at making the facility accessible, if we were looking at doing further repairs, then obviously this would be additional costs as well.
Could you tell us just the $100,000, what that is, like what those ticket items are?
Yes, the $100,000 that will be needed is asphalt pavement. So in the back on the driveway, the front canopy, interior flooring, interior door frames, and other interior work.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering if we could put an expression of interest out there to see what interest is in the community, what ideas people have. Like Councillor Carrier just said, if we're going to do something with it, let's do something with it. But if we're not, let's sell it. Well, I'd like to do something with it, but how do we find out what to do with it? And my understanding is, if it's privately rented or owned and the second floor is private, that no public goes up, you don't have to make it accessible on the second floor. You would only have to make it accessible on the first floor. So depending on what interests are out there, maybe it didn't have to be accessible if it was privately just on the second floor. Mm-hmm. So I would be happy to put a motion forward that staff bring put a proposal for requests of interest to see what we could do before we put it up for sale.
Okay. We have a seconder for that? Yep. Councillor Pietrangelo seconds that. So the idea is, we don't make a decision tonight we asked staff to go out and do an expression, similar to what we did with McBain Center. And we asked the public, and there was private sector, there was public sector. A lot of groups came in to talk to us about what we had and what was available, and see what comes out of it. So, yes, Councillor Carey.
Could we have added to that all of the financial information when it comes back, what the costing is, and also you might as well put in there what we would hope to get for it if we sell it, and the loss of the tax revenue as well, a total financial look at it as well, so that we know what we're asking the residents to pay for.
Full picture. Yes, Mr. CAO?
Just from a staff clarity point of view, if you're going out for an expression of interest, which is a non-binding document, there should be some stated goals, you know, from the municipality of what you're looking to do. So, you know, maybe we can gain some clarity from it. You know, staff have done their internal surplus, so the city has no use for the building as far as the services it wants to deliver. So if we go with an expression of interest, is the financial goals of the municipality to essentially not have it cost anything, including long-term capital maintenance costs of the building? Or is the city still interested in subsidizing the operations of the building? And what would be the, would it have to be for community use only if we're going to retain it, because we tend not to get into the business of, you know, leasing property for active business use. We tend not to be commercial landlords. So if we are going to go with an expression of interest, I think for it to be successful, we would need council to give us a bit of direction of what would be the goals of council that they'd want to see out of that.
That's a good question. Yes, Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, it is a beautiful building, but like the CEO said, we don't want to be landlords in the end. You know, that's not our jobs, and you don't want to be losing money every month on it too, costing taxpayers money. And you know, we saw a few buildings, the one right out front here, the one on Lundy's Lane and Montrose deteriorate because there was mold, everything like that. So, and we want to be maintaining it all the time as well. So, and you can get somebody that might want to come in here, a real estate office, a lawyer, maybe Paul Krochuk will want to buy it. But they're going to want to keep that same facade, and they have to because of the designation, and they're going to take care of it. It's a nice building. There's not great parking for it, but in the end, I don't know. Do we ask for a number then? Do we want, say, $5,000 a month, or what? Like the CEO said, we have to find out what makes sense so we don't lose money on it every month, and we got to ask ourselves: do we want to be a landlord? Is that our jobs to be, city to be a landlord for other people trying to rent this out? Because you're going to get someone who comes in here and want to rent it for $1,000 a month, and we're losing so much money. Or you can go out and get the best price for it, and they have to keep that designation, and it's a great little center, and I think it'll improve the area if you got some really good business person in there, like I said, a real estate office, lawyer, whatever it may be. So it's just my couple points.
Yes, Councillor Coco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the CAO, I understand we should be looking at some sort of ideas about what we're looking to get out of it. I'm wondering if staff having more experience and education on those types of things, maybe they can give us some options. Maybe we don't go right to the expression of interest. Maybe through you and through the staff, get some ideas about what we could do, and then we could form an expression of interest with those targeted goals.
Mr. CAO.
I guess the answer is yes. We can certainly go out there, and what we can do is we can do an EOI or expression of interest, and we can funnel that back through council for council's approval based upon the conditions we see fit. I just want to get clarity that we're not looking to increase our service levels of services delivered to the community. So it's nothing that would be of a municipal service delivery, for this building. Because there wouldn't be that, if it is to do something that is a community service, which will be subsidized, then that really widens the scope for an expression of interest. But if it's not, we can narrow it. But if it is council's desire to say, yes, maybe we'll take a look at things where we continue to subsidize it for community benefit, then it would be a very wide expression of interest. And so I would just want that clarity. If we are looking to reduce our financial exposure on that, if that is the goal of council, then that, you know, that would be the key thing for us to go away and do an expression of interest. But if we're satisfied with subsidizing the operations of it and the long-term capital cost of it, then that opens it up. I know the community has expressed a number of different options for the building, but you know, all those options could be obtained, you know, through a sale of the building. Also, if someone wanted to run a museum out of it, and you know, they could essentially purchase the building and run a museum out of it. But you know, most of the suggestions that I've seen come through the emails and stuff have been for continued financial support from the municipality. So we would just want clear direction of whether that's on the table or off the table before we go out to an expression of interest.
So the idea, yes, Councillor Strange.
So on that point too, and you see what people do when they rent buildings, because they don't own the buildings, they don't take care of it. You know what I mean? It's not our job to take care of it. I mean, it's our building, but now we got to go in every couple of weeks to take care of it, make sure everything's okay, make sure they're paying, cleaning up, whatever. But if someone buys it, they're going to be taken care of. That's their building now. They're going to keep that beautification up. So I really think it would go a long way. I know the designation stays with it. So if someone, I'm sure someone will pick this up and they'll love it. If they love it, they'll buy it because of what the building looks like, and they want to keep that look.
Yes, Councillor, I got Carrie on Dabrowski.
Just a quick one. I think that the CEO's direction is very clear. He wants to know from those that like the color of that building, how much you're prepared to subsidize it. And we already know there's $150,000 worth of work it needs. Plus what? Plus. What's the council's appetite for subsidization of that? I think it's clear. We need to tell them that, because I think to make money on it, there's no way. Not gonna get anybody to come in there and rent it, and we can make some money because it needs too much work. So.
Councillor Dabrowski?
No, I'm fine.
No, you're good? Yes, Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My thoughts are that it's not real, well, I guess it is going to cost us a little bit of money to maintain it for the next month that we go to. But if we could put the expressions of interest out there, if nothing comes out, then we can revisit the sale again.
Okay. So why don't we do this just before, now I know we've got a motion on the floor. Mr. Clerk, or we've got a time constraint we're up against?
Yeah, just a reminder, the procedural bylaw does state a 10 p.m. curfew. Council can extend that curfew by majority vote.
Okay, can we entertain another motion right now, Clerk? Well, we've got one on the floor.
I think in this case it's appropriate.
Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Carrier that we extend beyond 10. Pardon me?
I'm not past one.
All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. So we're back to you, Councillor Lococo. So do you want to refine, so you've got your motion, just maybe review it so that we're all on, because one thing I want to say, I think everybody agrees, we all want to keep the heritage and the character of that building, the historic designation. We all agree. The only question is, does the city own it, or do we have some private interest on it? If the city owns it, we're going to pump a pile of money into it, and we're not going to get that money back, for sure. Even if we rent it. But if private interests, because I've seen this happen, when people have money, they retire, they buy something that's like a hobby, and then they put up their art, and maybe they run a high-end coffee shop, a dessert emporium, maybe they've got a real estate office, law office, whatever, but they don't care because it's their dwelling place for their business. They don't mind. And there's people like that, a lot of them, especially the GTA people moving to Niagara Falls now. These people come, and a lot of them are looking to do something like that. So that's our only decision. So Councillor Lococo, if you want to, and then I know I've got you next, Councillor Dabrowski, so if you want to kind of encapsulate this and review
so
it.
I guess the motion would be that staff provide us some information regarding the possibilities and go through an expression of interest to see what possibilities are out there. Obviously, if it doesn't cost us money, that's great. And And then, as Councillor Carrio said, all of the financial is if it's going to cost us. I just thought of something else. If we could look at maybe partners with grants on heritage property or different things, so maybe that could be part of the report as well. I don't know how else to wrap it up.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. CAO?
If the councillor chooses, maybe I could provide some friendly advice. Maybe the motion can read something to the effect that staff bring back to council a framework for an expression of interest which would maintain ownership of the building but minimize the financial risk to the municipality. And then staff can then bring that back for council's approval.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, so is the seconder good with that? Yes? Okay, Councillor Thompson.
Over the last 2 or 3 years, I've had a businessman in Chippewa wanting to take it over and put in a music studio. He teaches young people how to do music, and we haven't got there, whether we're going to rent it or we're going to sell it. So see what other interests we have.
Councillor Dabrowski?
Yeah, I appreciate all the back and forth. I was up in the air on this issue. Love heritage, love old buildings. I drive by Chippewa Town Hall every day. And as you mentioned, never gone in it. We respect the building, respect the heritage. The more I think about it, if we rent out the building at $1,500 a month or $2,000 a month, the building's worth, I'm not sure what the report said, but in the hundreds of thousands, 700, 800,000. Why not now take advantage of the strong market? It's a very hot real estate market right now. We have a lot of people from Toronto that are coming down looking to invest. I just think the more we talk about this and the more we look at reports, we're going to come down to the same solution in 2 or 3 months, and that will be to sell the building, and I think that's the highest and best use of the building. I don't think looking at a museum, municipal services doesn't make sense moving there. We have Wayne Thompson Hall that's supporting a lot of city staff and the McBain Center as well. I just don't know what we do with that building except just watch it deteriorate unless somebody comes in and gives us multiple or optimal rent, which I can't see that either. So
We can make you the mayor of Chippewa and put you in there.
Yeah. Beside the quickie shop. But either way, I can't support the motion. I've been back and forth on it as well, just like you said. I don't like to see any old building go, and I love history, I love heritage. I don't see why us as a municipality would take on the burden.
Yes, Mr. CAO.
Yeah, and I just, to add to the councillor, in a subsequent report from Kathy, you know, with the McBain Center, this council has expanded its service levels pretty extensively. And what's, you know, wasn't overly highlighted in the report, but what's mentioned in the report is that we're having trouble maintaining the facilities that we have at our standards currently. And there's going to be a subsequent report coming from our facilities director with regards to a further ask of staffing complement to maintain what we have. And I think if you go and look at the literature, you know, governments tend to be not good protectors of heritage buildings. You just need to go to Ottawa and Parliament buildings and see, you know, how much they had to deteriorate before the government of Canada actually redid it, or the Prime Minister's house, or, you know, you can go on and on. Governments tend not to do a good job on that. But that's where the heritage designation helps out, is that, you know, it doesn't matter who owns it, they still have to maintain those heritage features. And adaptive reuse tends to, you know, allow excess of profits to be able to offset those costs to maintain the building appropriately. So anyways, just to be clear to council, you know, I'm going to be bringing a report further that says I have concerns over the increase in service levels. I have concerns over our ability to maintain our building condition indexes. And, you know, if it's council's desire to continue on with it, it's fine. I just always say there's a price for that, and council has to be prepared when it comes to budget time and setting levy to pay that to pay that price. So, thank you.
We already did this. We already went through this
Yeah.
exercise.
Yeah.
That's right. We were trying to sell it. The price was high, and the staff didn't want to keep it.
We have a motion on the floor.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yes, Mr. Clerk.
Unfortunately, before you call the motion, we do have one member of the public who had registered to speak. She is standing by. Her name is Maria Artiga.
Okay. Ms. Artiga, are you there?
Hi, I think you can hear me now.
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. I have been waiting a while, but I'm excited. So, hello, Mr. Councillor and other city councillors. Thank you for letting me speak today. I just wanted to say, I guess, a few comments to ensuring that the property stays with the city of Niagara Falls. I understand that there's some concerns that it's been not in use by people and that we won't be able to make money and things like this, but I think that the idea of putting out business opportunities for local people to either rent it on a case-by-case basis rather than a monthly basis like they do for the City of Niagara Falls History Museum. They rent out the rooms and they rent out the upstairs. There's the Niagara Falls Night of Art event that happens that also brings a lot of publicity for the city and artists up to the forefront. So I think that there's a lot of things that can be done with that building that don't involve specifically people coming in from out of town, and it doesn't have to just be a museum because I understand that also might not make a lot of profit, but right now City of Niagara Falls doesn't have a supper market like the City of Welland or City of Niagara-on-the-Lake, and that brings a lot of economic prosperity for the summer months. Or there could be a vendor market, or it could be extended programming for the Chippewa Library where they don't really have a huge space to do programming there. And I just think it'd be a great opportunity for it to be subsidized by the City of Niagara Falls with other people renting it for a case-by-case basis. And the comment that like things need upkeep, Cummington Square also needs upkeep, but money gets put into that every year or however many years, and events are being taken place there. So I think given the opportunity to the public, people would take advantage, and that opportunity just has not been given for quite a few years now. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Artiga. Appreciate your input. Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor. Mr. Burgess, could I trouble you to read it one more time just so everybody knows what we're talking about? Then we'll call the vote. But regardless, I believe if this goes through, we're going to be dealing with this. It's going to come back. Do we have a time frame on this? Next meeting?
Sure.
Is that possible, or is that miracle working?
I would ask for 2 cycles for an expression of interest to be developed, if that was okay from council. I'm volunteering my procurement staff, and they're not even here. So hopefully no one goes back and checks the replay, because I'm not sure exactly what I said the first time, but I'd say staff bring back to council a report with a framework for an expression of interest to minimize the financial risk to the municipality while maintaining the municipal ownership of the building.
Now, do we want to only maintain it, or do we want to look at both options, though, for expressions of interest? Or is that we're just looking at the expressions of interest if we keep it? That's right, that's right. And then we'll weigh that out versus the cost. I got it. Okay. Okay. So we heard the motion, moved by Councillor Lococo, seconded by Councillor Campbell. Councillor, oh, you said, I'm sorry, okay. Councillor Pietrangelo seconded, okay. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay. Okay, let's do that again. In favor of the motion? Okay, that passes. It passes. All right. All right. Where are we here? Okay. 8.4. Conveyance of part road allowance, Crowland. We've got 2 recommendations.
Conflict.
Okay, conflict by Councillor.
Should I go
You're
with-
good. This will be quick, I think. What's the will of council?
Move the recommendation.
Motion by Councillor Carrier, second by Councillor Strange. We move the recommendations. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Thank you. 8.5, addition of historic stained glass window feature.
So moved.
Motion by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Strange, that we move the 2 recommendations at the Holocaust Memorial at the Lundy's Lane Cemetery. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Item 8.6, renewal of franchise agreement between the City of Niagara Falls and Enbridge Gas. Councillor Carriol moves the 3 recommendations, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. 8.7, Niagara Veterans Memorial Highway signage enhancement. Councillor Pietrangelo, that's your baby. Speak to it.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I'm happy to move the motion. Just want to thank staff for following up on this and making sure that we're getting some bigger signs. They're also looking at putting other little markers on there, Your Worship, so that it's going to be more visible what the highway is actually called. So thank you again to staff.
Okay, great. So moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that we move the 3 recommendations for Niagara Veterans Memorial Highway. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Item 8.8, Section 20 Development Charge Act repeal regarding Niagara River Parkway applicant. The recommendation is that we not waive the development charge fee. Yes, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Your Worship, there's a bit of a process here. It's new to this council. We haven't experienced one of these that's actually made it this far. So if I could just take a few moments to explain this. There's a development charges complaint procedure. As per the Development Charges Act, should a property owner feel that the development charges have been incorrectly applied, there is a procedure for issuing a complaint under the Development Charges Act. As noted in the attached staff report, there is a person or person's agent, a person or a person's agent may complain to council in writing, stating their name, address, and reasons for the complaint if the amount of the development charge was incorrectly determined, a credit is available to be used against the development charge, or the amount of the credit or service with respect to which the credit was given was incorrectly determined, or there was an error in the application of the development charges bylaw. Staff met and decided that it wasn't staff's position to take away a resident's right for an appeal to council. So council should hold a hearing into the complaint and shall give the complainant an opportunity to make representations at the hearing. After hearing the evidence and submissions of the complainant, council may dismiss the complaint or rectify any incorrect determination or error that was the subject of the complaint. A complainant may appeal the decision of council to the Ontario Land Tribunal by filing with the clerk on or before the last day of appealing the decision a notice of appeal setting out the reasons for the appeal. So in other words, after this meeting, I will follow up with the complainant advising formally of council's decision. Where the development charge is amended by council or the tribunal, the municipality shall refund the excess charge or collect the additional amount. So we do have a resident online here, Brandon Ferry. He's speaking on behalf of a family member and the owner of the property, Connie Nothdorf, and I'll have to refer to them for correct pronunciation. But Mr. Mayor, if you would introduce Mr. Brandon Ferry.
Who's on the line? Is he on the line? Okay. 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 Nothdorf, Miss Nothdorf, are you there?
Actually, yes, I'm here, and my son Brandon Ferry is here as well.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so who will be addressing council?
I will address council.
Okay, sounds good, Brandon. So the floor is yours.
Okay. So how this all started was our house, as you probably all know now, burnt down in 2013. And the next part after that was there was a permanent application in 2015 made by my mother and Mike Emmons. That went to the end of the permit application, then we were told to get a demolition permit. And once we got the demolition permit, the development charge fees would be credited. There was then some issues determining why we needed a demolition permit after it was already cleaned up, and the permit ended up it did not go forward. Then in 2018, we tried to resurrect the permit, again with Mike Emmons of R.O. Bean. But again, the city said to start a new permit application. We ended up doing that last year and finishing it off this year. So I guess the points I want to make is I don't really understand why the whole time we weren't really told of this 5-year limitation. Especially in 2018 when we tried to resurrect that original permit, we weren't told about that. And even this year, when finishing the permit, we were told multiple times that the development charge would still be credited. And I've read the bylaw, and I see it says it will be credited if the existing structure existed within 5 years of such application. Now then, I have to decide. I don't know if it's a gray area or because we did have an application in 2015. Granted, it didn't go get finalized. It went through the whole process, just didn't get finalized, and we just did the exact same application this year. So I don't know if that counts as being within 5 years. And another part of that is the garage of the old house still remains, and we are reusing it and tying into it. So again, that's another question. Is that the original structure? Is it still there then? And it's being built on the same footprint as the old house. So I guess I'm open to hearing what you guys think about that.
Just one other thing, if I can just interject. When we were applying for the permit, just in this last go-around, I spoke, and I also, Brandon had emails with Tyler Assow and Selena Tudini, and they both said that our development fees would be waived once we got a demo permit, and never ever did anyone mention a 5-year grace period or window for that to happen, for us to have development fees waived, even just as recently as last March and April. So the whole time, I believed that the development fees would be waived, and then suddenly, when it came down to the finalizing of the permit, now they're telling me, oh, sorry, we can't waive those fees. You're not within the 5-year limitation, whereas no one ever mentioned that to me before.
Okay, thank you for that. So I've got a few speakers here. Council want to speak. I've got first Councillor Carey go first. Then I've got Councillor Thompson and then Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Worship. I have a problem with this. The family lost their home. It was, I was at the fire. It was a complete loss, save and except maybe for the garage. They lost their home and all their possessions. There are no city services here. There's no water, there's no sewer. So the development charges, I mean, I don't know why they would pay them again. I understand the rule is the rule, but I'm not going to support them not waiving the development charges, Your Worship. If the property changed hands, I would have a different opinion. It's the same family that had the home, that lost the home, that's going to now try to rebuild the home, and they've had to fight with their insurance company to get whatever they could get, and we all know how that is these days. It's still in their hands. If they sold it and it was a new buyer and the house had been gone for 5 years, I understand the situation. But in this particular case, I'm not going to support it. If this doesn't pass, I'm going to move to give them the credit on the development charges.
Well, if you want to make the motion, Councillor.
Well, I would make the motion that we do not accept the recommendation, that we just reimburse them the development charges.
Okay, so we got a motion by Councillor Carey, seconded by Councillor Campbell, that we do not support the recommendation, that we do in fact reimburse them the development charges. Just before we go forward, I'm just going to call on the CAO, and then I can work my way around the room. Mr. CAO.
Thank you. Through the chair to the motion, I would just also request the waiver of a development charge requires it to be subsidized from the levy. So if council, as part of that motion, can make the funding source also available to staff, i.e. reserve or from current year surplus, or however you wanted to phrase it, but there is a requirement once you waive a DC bylaw, the levy has to pay for that waiver.
What would you prefer, Mr. CEO?
It would have to come from a reserve at this point in time. So
Okay.
you can just say a reserve to
A
be
reserve.
determined, to be determined by the treasurer.
Okay.
Okay, got that motion? Yes? Councillor Coco?
Right.
Thank you,
Oh, I thought
Mr.
you were trying to make the motion. Did you want to speak to it?
No, yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, Councillor Coco. I thought you were just making the motion. Go
No.
ahead.
Well, I was going to second the motion. This house burnt down in 2013, and I know Mr. Ferry and his family, and was shocked about that. Their whole house was burned down, and they had lots of trouble with the insurance. They had trouble trying to get another building permit with the region and the city, because there was a little bit of it that wasn't, I think, environmental lands that they couldn't use, and they went through years fighting back and forth, and I heard about it all the time. And not once were they told there was a 5-year limit with respect to the timing. So I think anybody who would look at it at the building department who were there new wouldn't realize what these people have been through with their loss of their house and their attempts to get through the red tape to try to get back to normal. So I think 5 years, I don't think makes any difference.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Coco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I could have clarification, Mrs. Northdorf said even to March or April of last year. Does she mean 2020 or does she mean 2021?
We can ask her. Miss Northdorf? Was that last year or
Yes.
2020?
That would be this year,
2021.
March, April.
Okay, thank you. So the way I was looking at it was if the house was destroyed in 2013 and there's 5 years, that takes it to 2018. But in 2015, they had they were trying to get the building permit and the demo permit and all of that. So at 2015, there could have been information that you have 3 years left, and then in 2021. That would have been past the 5 years from 2013 or even past the 5 years of 2015. So what I'd like to see moving forward, that at any time we have these types of situations, that our building department create some sort of tickler system, a reminder system, and let the residents know that if it is 5 years, it goes from this specific date, and here's your expiration date. Looking at these dates, I think we missed the boat on the expiration, and I would not support the staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you for that. What did you call it, a tickler system?
It's a legal term.
You say you and Councillor Strange could open up a business.
It's a legal term. In the old days when you didn't have a computer, there were these little cards. When you would file a statement of claim, you would have so many months or years that you'd have to follow up on, and staff would make these little cards, and there was carbon, and you would write on it the date of when the next thing had to be filed or you had to follow up. It's called a tickler system.
We use them at the Quickie car wash.
Yeah. Okay, excellent. All right, so we've got a motion, we've got seconded. We're going to call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. So thank you very much, Mr. Ferry and Miss Northdorf. We're not going to support the staff recommendation, and we will be waiving the development charges.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't
Okay.
think they can hear us.
Thank you very much. And that was, of course, coming from reserves at the discretion of our treasurer. Yes. Oh, we have another 10:30 timeline? Did we pick a time?
I thought past 10:30 had to be 2:30.
I wish that was in the procedural bylaw, but I just checked our procedural bylaw only mentions the 10 p.m. curfew. If we stay later than 11, I think all the lights go out, but the procedural bylaw only talks about the 10 p.m.
I like
curfew.
Councillor Thompson's motion, the entire agenda. Okay, we can motor through a lot of this stuff, I believe. Okay, 8.9, Sports Wall of Fame inductees. Motion by Councillor Carrier, second by Councillor Thompson, and Councillor Strange, you wanted to speak to this?
Yeah,
on the
just,
committee?
I'm part of this committee, and we were unable to do it last year because of COVID. So I'm just glad that we're allowed to do it this year and have meetings. And for these 6 inductees, they're well deserved, and we've gone over them. And just looking forward that we can do another ceremony at the arena for this. So I just very, very happy that we can do our induction ceremony again this year. And on that point, just we're losing our staff member. Unfortunately, Lori Albanese is retiring, and she was just amazing to work with too on that committee. So I don't know how you let her retire at 35, but I don't know what you pay her. But just want to wish her the best. We're going to miss her.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're going to miss her. Okay, so we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that. 8.10, Santa Claus Parade fee for service. We've got 2 recommendations. Councillor Campbell?
Yes, Your Worship.
I have a conflict. Would you
Yep.
like me to leave?
Okay, no problem. Just, I don't know how long this is going to go. Yes, Councillor Campbell.
I'm trying to find out where the dollars and cents are.
Oh, yeah.
However, I had a good talk with the chair of the BIA and the executive director today, and I think that they're looking at how much this is really going to cost them, and I think that there's only about $6,000 that the city's going to
14. It says here 14.
14 each year for 3 years.
14,000.
But is that just for the parade, or does that also include a Canada Day?
That's just Santa Claus Parade. It's just Santa Claus Parade, $14,000 a year for 3 years.
Okay, I think that there was a complication where they're going to have to go out and hire other people. Like 14,000 is nothing compared to what Lori Albanese was being paid to do in terms of Canada Day and the Christmas. And I think that they're looking for more money. And I suggested that I table this, but they said that won't work because we got to get to work on the Santa Claus Parade, and we can't wait a month. So I'd like to make the motion that we pass the motion, but staff go back and renegotiate the monies that they are going to invest in this operation.
It looks like 1,000 hours is what I'm looking like that we've tallied here. And if it's 14,000, that's $14 an hour. I don't know who makes that, but I agree. I don't know that number is very accurate for the cost of the parade. But so what you're suggesting is that we make the motion approving that we deliver the Niagara Falls Santa Claus Parade as a fee for service, and that the Niagara Falls Downtown BIA be contracted to provide the service, but that we review the costs. Is that what you're suggesting?
Councillor Dabrowski has the numbers.
Yeah, sorry. So the executive director, Amanda, emailed me earlier. So they're saying, so there's the 14,000 plus they requested 2,500, which comes to 16,500. But their budget, they worked out a budget because they've been working on it for the past week or two. They're looking at 21,000. So if we could actually, I don't know if we can make the motion tonight, but they're looking for an additional $4,000, or sorry, $3,500.
Okay,
so 14 plus the 25 plus 35 to bring it to 21. If my math is correct.
Well, it'd be plus 7,000 more. It's 14 in the report.
So 14, well, and then there's a letter. I don't know if you see it, 1, 2, 3, the fourth item. They're requesting an additional 2,500. So that would bring it to 16,500. But they need to get to 21,000. So whatever that. We can report back to staff, but to Councillor Campbell's point, they need to get working on this.
They need to get working on it.
Christmas is 147 days away.
But it's, the way it's set up here, it's not fair, and it's gonna be a failure financial-wise with the BIA and for the city. I mean, you had somebody working on this, there's getting 90,000.
So is the motion
it's not fair.
21,000? Is that what the
So
motion is? To make it 21.
If we make it 21,000 total, that will,
A
my
year.
math was all over the place,
Yeah.
but 7 plus 14 is 21,000, and the BIA would have enough resources to start working yesterday on this.
And that would be a year
Yes, it's for a 3-year contract. It's 21,000 per year.
per year.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, is that the motion?
yes.
Okay, is that second by you, Councillor Dabrowski? Is there any further discussion to the motion? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, that's
Thank you.
approved unanimously. Yeah, we'll grab Lori, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay, so item 8.11 is the Arts and Culture Wall of Fame. So we have 3 inductees. Yes, Councillor Carrio, you move the inductees? Approval of the inductees, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. Approval of the 3 inductees, Councillor Lococo for the Arts and Culture Wall of Fame. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that. Item 8.12, the McBain Community Center Operating Plan. So there are 4 recommendations, and I don't know, is this going to be Mr. Burgess, or is this going to be Ms. Moldenhauer, or how do you want it? Okay, Ms. Moldenhauer, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you.
What's that?
So the report in front of you tonight is the McBain Community Center Operating Plan. So we're pleased to update you on our proposed plan. Years ago, YMCA permanently closed their branch here at the center in January. In March, we did update council with the expression of interest submissions. And at that meeting, they directed staff to start working on a proposed operating plan. The new McBain Community Center. Our mission for the center is to provide recreation and wellness programs and services to the community. The purpose is to provide a place for the community to build and maintain an active lifestyle that is fundamental to a happy and healthy life, to enable and facilitate inclusive activities, connect and socialize, and of course to take pride in a rejuvenated, vital gathering place post-COVID. The priority groups that this plan focuses on are preschool, children, youth, and older adults living in Niagara Falls. Staff are currently undertaking our 10-year Recreation, Culture, and Parks Plan. One of the recommendations in the plan stated, a city of our size does require a minimum of 2 gymnasiums and 2 indoor pools. At McBain, of course, we have 1 gymnasium, 1 pool, and then the other gymnasium and pool are located at the Boys and Girls Club. With this plan, we can offer enhanced community service levels and benefits to the community. At the present time, the city only has access to 5 outdoor pools during the summer months. If the city is maintaining and programming the pool, there will be an increased access to our community to swim lessons, for lane swim, public swim, aquafit, other programming, and then we will also have available time for the community and other organizations to rent pool time. The same is for the municipally owned gymnasium. We can offer drop-in programs, pickleball, older adult fitness classes, preschool programs, and rentals. We will have community space on our upstairs 2nd floor for local organizations to rent. And we can provide access to the only municipal squash and racquetball courts in the city. Here at the McBain Community Center, we also are home to 1 of the 2 indoor walking tracks. With this plan, we plan to provide improved dedicated indoor and outdoor activity space for older adults, and also to offer some new scheduled programs and activities. Our proposed space allocation. Here's a map of our 1st floor. And of course, a number of items on the first floor will remain as is. We have our library branch. We have the city's customer service offices. I've spoken about the pool, the gymnasium, and the courts. And we also did receive a submission from Niagara Autism Group to lease room B and C and the former daycare space, and that's included on the map for the first floor. So on the second floor, we are proposing that the former YMCA weight room and cardio second floor space be converted to a future Coronation Center space. This area would be used exclusively by the older adults. The walking track, of course, the Coronation Center members could use, as well as the public. It would also be available for exclusive rentals. Say, for example, if a running club wanted to book the track for some time. The second floor, we also do have the multi-purpose rooms, multi-purpose room D&E, Coronation Room. They will be available for the public and other organizations to rent, for public meetings, for programs. We have offices that are located at the second floor. The former United Way offices will be used for city staff offices, and the former Big Brothers Big Sisters offices will be used by Autism Niagara for their offices. Proposed space allocation. I have spoken about the community use, older adults, Autism Niagara, gymnasium. Some of the community groups that did submit a submission during the expression of interest include Red Raiders basketball, Niagara Rapids volleyball, and of course Autism Niagara, older adults, and early on, the early years drop-in program. So we have attached to this report just a very tentative gym schedule that can accommodate all of these groups in our gymnasium. Our plan includes operating the center for 7 days per week, similar to how the YMCA had programmed the building. And we're looking at a schedule at 10 to 12 hours each day. So in order to do this, there's a couple of items that need to happen. If we are to move our older adult programming from Coronation Center to McBain, the staff team will also move over to McBain. So how this helps with our operation is there are currently 2 caretakers that are working at the Coronation Center that will become part of the McBain staff team. And then we will be looking at adding 2 additional caretakers. This staffing team is very similar to how the YMCA had maintained the building. Customer service reps, we would move the customer service rep currently at the Coronation Center to McBain. We do have 1 administration person here, and we would be looking at hiring an additional customer service rep to bring us up to a total of 3 administration staff that does match the Gale Center. New positions that we will need here at McBain in order to deliver the services that we would like to would be a manager of the McBain Community Center within the Recreation and Culture Department. They will have overall supervision of the center, the activities, customer services, program staff, and facility management. The customer service reps, the facility supervisor, and the community development coordinators will all report to this individual. The individual will also be the liaison with the communication staff. We do have a recent retirement in Recreation and Culture, and rather than filling this community development coordinator position as is, we are looking at creating a facility supervisor position. This supervisor is needed to help us maintain our building, to deal with day-to-day facility issues, and to take care of our aquatic facility. And they will also be responsible for the maintenance of the 5 outdoor pools during the summer months. The caretakers will directly report to this individual. In order to provide our lessons and other aquatic programming, we do require an aquatic supervisor. This is a new position, and all of the lifeguards, the instructors, and other program staff will report directly to this individual, and they will also help out with the supervision of the summer outdoor pools. The other staff that we do require, I mentioned the customer service rep, the caretakers. We also recommending a facility technologist that would be from the Building and Enforcement Services. This person is needed to help us maintain all of our buildings with our building mechanics and systems at the community center, but also at the Niagara Falls Exchange building. The Niagara Falls Exchange will be opening up June of next year, and we do require additional facility staff to help out and to maintain this new building. As mentioned before, Building Services will be bringing a report to council as they're also looking to add to their team. Aquatic staff, of course, are necessary, and we've talked about the lifeguards and instructors that we will need to hire. The majority of them will be part-time staff. The other area that we need to deliver a successful programs over here at McBain are additional communication staff. Our current communication staff team is 2.5 people. Most municipalities the size of Niagara Falls have a team of 8 staff in their corporate communications. So within this report tonight, we are requesting 3 new positions for the communication department. We're looking at adding a marketing and advertising officer that will help implement and prepare our marketing plans to advertise opportunities to increase participation and to generate revenue at the center. We're looking at adding a graphic designer that will help with the graphic work, and again, not only at the McBain Community Center, but also for the Niagara Falls Exchange, Recreation and Culture, and other city programs and activities. And then the third position is a communications officer that will, of course, support recreation and culture communications needs, as well as across the corporation. So what's next? McBain, of course, has been a clinic, a vaccine clinic since March. We've been hosting advanced polls, election night, and we're looking at moving into a new phase this fall and winter. Starting in October, we hope to reopen our My City customer service office and to offer some limited programming in the gymnasium Monday to Friday, 8:30 to 4:30. We're looking at starting to, if approved tonight, recruit and hire new non-union staff. We're also looking at expanding our schedules over here at the center, developing programs for all of our rooms and for the pool. And if approved, starting the renovations on the 2nd floor of the center. Some general painting repairs also need to take place. Within this chart, you can see we hope to bring on the non-union staff in November, and then in December, recruit and hire unionized staff and have a grand reopening of the center January 2022. So I'm sure you're asking, what is this going to cost? No. Attached to the report tonight, of course, we have a budget. And to operate the building 7 days a week, as I mentioned, for 10 to 12 hours, with the additional service level, we're looking at approximate cost of $1.7 million. If we include the cost of debt repayment, this brings it up to approximately $2.6 million. However, some of our expenses are already budgeted and approved, such as the Coronation Center expenses and the majority of the McBain Community Center expenses are included in the 2021 operating budget. Therefore, when you exclude the approved budget, the approximate net cost to maintain and operate the center is approximately $700,000. Corporate communications and building services, the cost for their new staff is approximately $328. And then these costs will support the McBain Community Center and the Niagara Falls Exchange. The City of Niagara Falls will continue to benefit from these positions across the corporation for years to come. Tonight's motion, of course, 1, for the City of Niagara Falls Recreation and Culture Department to assume full operating and programming responsibilities for the McBain Community Center. To approve the hiring of 9 new full-time positions and part-time staff to provide aquatics, community programming, customer service, facility management, and corporate communications services for the McBain Community Center. 3, to recruit and hire the 5 non-union positions this fall. So again, we'd like to bring them on in November for 2 months, and to amend the 2021 operating budget by amount of $83,250 to cover the additional labor expenses and benefits to be funded through the HR Stabilization Reserve. And 4, to initiate the process of relocating the Coronation Center Older Adult programs and activities to the McBain Community Center. I know I have shared a lot of information tonight. We're quite excited about this plan, and we would love to offer the additional services to our community. I'm sure all of you have received emails from our community asking, when will McBain be open? You know, can we rent time in the gym? When can we get back to swimming lessons? And we'd really like to offer all of these services to our community. I assume you have questions, so I'm here to provide the answers. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ms. Moldenhauer. I've got Councillor Thompson up first.
Yes, and I'm very happy about the...
Oh, is your microphone on?
I'm very happy, make the motion for approval. A lot of work went into this one, but I had so many calls from the Coronation Center wanting to be in McBain, and that's part of the recommendation. So may move.
Okay, motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Dabrowski. You want? Yep, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, just to echo Councillor Thompson's remarks, Councillor Campbell and I sit on the seniors committee, newly formed committee in the past year or two, and yeah, they're elated. This is exciting news. And what a great highest and best use of a building. We just talked about Chippewa Town Hall, but the McBain Center, it sat empty only for a little bit. I think this is a huge welcome addition to the residents of Niagara Falls. One question I did have, and to Ms. Moldenhauer through you, the office rental space, how will that be allocated, or what kind of strategy do you guys have moving forward on that?
With the offices, I assume you're referring to the upstairs offices?
Correct, sorry, yes.
The offices, what we looked at, we did have some people apply to our expression of interest, and those are the submissions we looked at to determine who will go into the offices. So as I mentioned, it would be Niagara Autism nonprofit that would go into the former Big Brothers and Big Sisters offices, and then the offices beside that are going to be allocated to city staff.
Okay, great. And if I could just make one recommendation, and I'm not sure if it's part of the motion, but if we could have the Seniors Advisory Committee maybe look at, since the Coronation Center is moving, new digs, maybe a new name, and having that committee get involved, and maybe involving the seniors that reside here in Niagara Falls and naming it. But either way, kudos on the report. Looks great. And
okay, I've got Councillor Pietrangelo, Councillor Lococo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I was just going to mention that, you know, when the Y closed, I think a lot of people were upset. But this is probably the best case scenario for us. I think we're finally moving towards making this a true community center building. I know I would hear in the past that, you know, people weren't able to use the pool unless they were part of the Y. They weren't able to use other parts of the facility. And I think that's one of the goals that council has by adopting this plan, is that we're going to open it up to everyone. I know the Coronation Center is going in there. That's great. I've always believed Red Raiders need, you know, a very visual home. I know Rapids Volleyball is going in there. There's going to be a lot of organizations, and as well, it's going to be fully open to the public. So it's very much a step up in terms of service, and I think it's going to make a lot of people in the community happy. I'm happy to support the recommendation.
Great, thank you. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to support the recommendation. When you look at the four motions that are put forward, it just talks about the McBain Community Center when we're hiring these extra positions, but within the report it talks about the exchange as well. I think it's really important that we note that within the motions, that these positions are not just for the McBain Center, that they will be shared with the exchange. So if we can add those into the motion, whoever put the motion forward, if we could do that as a friendly amendment.
Okay, did you want to, who made the motion? That was
Councillor Dabrowski.
Councillor Thompson did.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Thompson. If we could just add the exchange in there as well, I think it's more clear.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, you're comfortable with that? Mr. Clerk, you've got that? Kathy, you heard that as well?
I did, thank you.
Okay, great. If there's no further discussion, let's call the vote. All those in favor? All right, thank you for that. That's unanimous. Okay, item 8.13, capital budget amendment, sole source purchase of driver protection systems and use of safe restart agreement funding. So there's a recommendation that you can see from staff. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? That's approved, thank you. Consent agenda. What's the will of council?
I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Dabrowski, that we move the consent agenda with the conflict noted. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? And that's approved. Thank you for that. Move on to, find my way here. What's the next one, Mr. Clerk?
Communications, 10.1.
Let me just see if I got, there we go. 10.1, thank you. The Niagara Community Garden Network.
I would refer to staff addition.
Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Strange, that we refer to staff. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. That's approved unanimously. Item 10.2, Integrity Commissioner Report, Holm Dabrowski. Yes, Councillor Dabrowski?
I guess since my name's on it, I'll speak to it in response to the report and the Integrity Commissioner's findings. I take full accountability. I respect our process. I respect our code of conduct. And simply in my attempt to correct a fellow council member at a previous meeting, just on a mistake that was vocalized in terms of what was said at a previous in-camera meeting, I breached the code of conduct. Again, I take full accountability. My status quo as a council member remains the same. I'm going to work hard as a council member. I want to be transparent as a council member, loyal, hardworking. I want to work for the members of our community. But either way, if I truly offended anyone around this council chambers or within the public, I do apologize. I'll chalk it up to a lack of experience. And I'm confident, constructively, I have a takeaway. Maybe many of you have a takeaway from this as well. But either way, hoping we can move forward from this. I know myself, I will in a positive manner. But looking forward to any feedback that my fellow council members may have. But I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for that, Councillor Dabrowski. Yes, Councillor Strange?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. When you look through the report of the Integrity Commissioner, and I think it's 6.1, the Integrity Commissioner even admitted he concluded that the council did not purposely or with ill motive or intent make that public disclosure in contravention of the code. So, it was an easy mistake in trying to point something out, but he basically apologized, and I think that's good enough for us.
So we'll look for a motion to accept the apology and explanation and receive the report. Councillor Carrio?
Your Worship, I would move that. And in the report, I obviously heard Councillor Dabrowski's explanation and his feeling, but the report also suggests that, in the report, that it's a suggested reprimand. So if we accept the report, we're actually going to suggest that we reprimand the councillor for what he did. So I'll move the report with the inclusion of the findings of the Integrity Commissioner and the reprimand.
And accept the apology.
Accept the apology, yes.
Yep. Okay, thank you for that motion. Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to claim a point of personal privilege because my name was mentioned in the report. I'm very disturbed and disappointed that my fellow councillor, Councillor Dabrowski, made the following statements in the investigation. That I possibly intentionally misleading the public by suggesting that I was not afforded the opportunity, and that he strongly believed Councillor Lococo was intentionally misleading the public by stating that she did not recall the process for stating the intent to be placed on the CAO hiring committee. I know this to be not true. Mr. Mayor, we all have a right to defend ourselves during an Integrity Commissioner complaint. Councillor Dabrowski could have said that he didn't understand the information the same way that I did, that I was incorrect in my recollection. Instead, he stated that I was purposely misleading the public, and that for reasons that remain quite unclear, that I lied about what took place. His claim is an assumption and not true. Councillor Dabrowski's statements are a contravention of the Code of Conduct. We have so much information to go through and process, as you can see tonight. We had a lot of reading to do, and we're still here. All of us, every single one of us, has misread, misunderstood, or missed information at some point. The evening in question, I stated what I understood the process to be. I also apologized if I was wrong. That is honestly what I believe to be, and there was no ulterior motive. I find it disturbing that Councillor Dabrowski believes that this was anything else. I have a suggestion that will clear up this issue, and I'll put a motion on the floor. It's a two-part motion that the clerk...
We're dealing with the motion right now, Councillor.
Okay, I'll deal with this motion after then. Okay, and then okay, so the rest of it is a part of another motion, and I'll do it after this then.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So we've got a motion by Councillor Carriot. Do we have a seconder for his motion? It was Councillor, that's right, I'm sorry, Thompson. Was there any further discussion to that? Yes.
I'm sorry, there was one last part. I do not believe, I do agree with the reprimand. I do not agree that Councillor Dabrowski should lose his pay, but we have set a standard for another Integrity Commissioner report for a conflict of interest for 90 days pay. I do not agree that there should be the pay removed, but we have set a standard in others. I will agree with the reprimand, and I would like to put a motion after this, please.
Okay, so you're gonna vote, you're supportive of the motion, is what you're saying?
Correct, yes.
Right, okay. Is there any other discussion to the motion? Okay, seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. And now, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you. So my first motion is that the clerk, so I have a suggestion that will clear up the issue, and I'll put this motion forward. That the clerk, Councillor Dabrowski, and I listen to the recordings of the 2 in-camera meetings where we discuss the process of the hiring of the CAO. And the second part is that a council will allow these results of the recording to be released at the next council meeting. So that's my first set of motions.
Can I have them repeated?
Yes, sorry. That the clerk, Councillor Dabrowski, and I listen to the recordings of the 2 in-camera meetings where we discuss the process of the hiring of the CAO. That council allow the results of the recording to be released at the next council meeting.
Okay, well, there's a motion. Do we have a seconder for that motion?
Just, can I?
Yes?
Is that allowed to release in-camera video or like, is that like allowed in the municipal act to release that?
Why is this just getting sprung on us?
Our CEO. Well, let's get the input from our CEO.
Yeah, motion of council. With a motion of council, you can, either release a transcript of the in-camera, but it would require a motion of council to undertake that. Council can choose to keep anything in camera or to take anything out of camera, but it has to be a motion of council.
Okay, yes, Councillor Lococo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe my second part of this might bring some more detail into this first part, so I'll leave that one there for now, but I'll just read my other part because it brings a little bit more information. I have a further suggestion to help prevent conflicts such as this and others that surround our current in-camera process. In the past, some of us have had challenges with the new motion regarding in-camera meetings to not allow electronic devices into the meeting, not be provided material before the meeting unless you make alternate arrangements to view the reports immediately prior to the meeting and not being able to take notes. As I stated in the last meeting, this has been very difficult for me to do my job effectively. For example, when the Ombudsman was investigating one of our meetings recently, had I been able to go back to my notes, it would have been easier for me to answer their questions. Residents asked why we have so many in-camera meetings. They feel that we're hiding things and we're not being transparent. If there is a process to cut down the in-camera meetings, should we not try it? I was speaking with our CAO and he's told me of another process that we could adopt. The reports would be posted ahead of time for the in-camera council meeting. Each councillor would be able to review the reports at their leisure and have time to think about the reports or do their own research. At the time of putting forward a resolution to go in camera, council could choose not to go in camera. We would do this if there were no discussion or questions on the items. We can only do this if the reports were provided in advance. We could also pull some of the items and go into camera on only certain items. The CAO also said that council could agree to have those in-camera reports made public, which he just brought up on that other motion. Obviously, there's sometimes for specific issues, such as legal issues, that would not be permitted. For items such as funding announcements that would be announced at a later date, we could agree that the reports be released at a later date. There are other municipalities that produce minutes of the decisions, directions to staff, or motions for in-camera meetings. To my knowledge, we do not implement this practice. I believe that following a process like this would be transparent to our residents, would allow councillors to effectively read and retain the information, and creating minutes would allow councillors to go back and review the decisions. I believe if we were using a process like this, we would not be discussing this Integrity Commissioner report tonight. One further note, the Integrity Commissioner reminded Council that this is the second decision regarding discussing and disclosing information from in-camera meetings. If we followed this process, the number of items placed on in-camera would be reduced and these issues would be reduced as well. So the second motion would be that staff provide a report of different options of in-camera procedures. It could include accessing the reports prior to the meeting, processes of the resolution to go in camera or not to, how discussions can arise prior or during in camera, note-taking, minutes, adding in cameras after the agenda is posted, or any other relevant processes. So I wanted to bring that up to give context to my first set.
So, just to bring it back to center, what's the motion then? So your motion is about listening to the in-camera?
I'm sorry. The first set of motions was that the clerk, Councillor Dabrowski, and I listened to the recordings of the two in-camera meetings where we discussed the process of hiring the CAO, and that council allow the results of the recording to be released in the next council meeting.
Can I ask you what the purpose of that would be?
To clear up what was said at the meeting. If I was wrong, I will apologize, and I expect the same for Councillor Dabrowski.
Okay. Okay, well, let me start with this. We have a motion. Do we have a seconder to this motion? The motion is that you, Councillor Lococo, and the clerk listen to the in-camera meeting in regard to the hiring of the CAO. Is that right? So that's what the motion is.
The second part that it be released.
And the second part, I'm sorry?
Sorry, the second part was that the results of the recording be released.
Right. Yes, Councillor Kerry.
Can I weigh in a little bit? I just heard Councillor Dabrowski make an explanation on the findings of the integrity report, where he apologized and said he was sorry if he offended or said something that hurt someone. He said that. So to me, that would end this, not keep it going. I mean, am I wrong? He made the comment that he apologized if he offended anyone in his comments. And I was assuming that meant everything that was in the Integrity Commissioner's report. So I read that to believe he's already apologized for it. So what purpose would it serve to go back and rehash it?
Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In response to Councillor Carrio, had Councillor Dabrowski said, that he apologized specifically to me for what he said in the report, I wouldn't have said this. It was very broad, my name was in there, and he basically called me a liar. That's the reason.
Okay, well, procedurally, do we have a seconder, and that's where it's going to go, because if not, then we can't even vote on this. So is there a seconder to the motion, Councillor Lococo? Yes, Councillor?
Before you call on that, I'll just go to this. Councillor Carrio, if you understood Councillor Dabrowski, is that what he was saying? If Councillor Dabrowski will apologize to me for what he said in the Integrity Commissioner report, we can end it.
I thought that's what he did.
That's not the way I took it. It was very general, and I think I owe an apology. He questioned my integrity. There was no ulterior motive.
Yeah, Councillor Dabrowski?
This report's been on the agenda for, I mean, Councillor Lococo, you and I have communicated quite well over the past 2 or 3 years, open door policy. I'm quite shocked to hear this. I figured me coming here today and apologizing publicly, which I did, I'll apologize to you. I apologize. I'm not sure why, and I'm sorry, I didn't mention you by name, but I made myself pretty clear. I take full accountability. I remain transparent, I remain loyal, and I apologize.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Dabrowski. I will accept your apology. My name was specifically in the report, and had you mentioned that, we wouldn't be talking right now. But thank you so much for your apology. Then I'll remove my motions. But I would like to keep the second motion for looking at a process to stop some of the misunderstandings about process about in camera. Nothing to do with what just happened, but the second part. Would you like me to read it again?
No, but I did want to comment on a few things just before we get started. The first one was there are 3 reasons that we have to go in camera, right? By virtue of the Municipal Act. So we don't have an option on those 3. And generally we go to the expert in the room, which is either our clerk or our solicitor, and with advice from our CAO as well. So they advise us because none of us are experts. Bless you. And we used to have an open process that you're making reference to, Councillor, but that was before some councillors decided to leak in-camera information, and they were obviously identified by the Integrity Commissioner as having done so. We changed our policy because of that, because if we can't have our information secured in camera, then we have to have a system that it is. Unfortunately, the other system, the trust system, wasn't working. That's why we went to this system. It's unfortunate, I agree, but it is what it is. So that's how we got to this position that we're in right now. So it's less than perfect, but it's better than the situation we were in, where we had leaks, because things we talk about can expose the corporation. And that's why we get legal advice in there. That's why people who are identifiable are dealt with in there. That's why property sales and that type of thing are dealt with in there, because we are here to protect the corporation, which is the city. Not everybody has that same philosophy, and we need to make sure that's what we do. So you're welcome to bring this forward. I mean, we did this deliberately because of outcomes that we dealt with. So, I mean, if you want to put any kind of emotion on this, and similarly, the other thing I wanted to point out, when you mentioned about sharing of in-camera recordings, we only do it for one reason, for the Ombudsman or the Integrity Commissioner. It's not done for councillors. And again, we were in the same situation. And it was a he said, she said type of situation with the Ombudsman. We don't have those anymore. And I know what you're saying, because I've been questioned many times by the Ombudsman or Integrity Commissioner about things that were said in camera. And I don't remember. Talk to me sometimes a year ago, specific things. But they have access to the recording. They don't need to ask you. They're just checking the way you answer. They have the recordings. They listen to the recordings. So that's why I said, why are you asking me? You already know the answer to the question. So for what it's worth, it's not important that you have that information to tell them. They already know the answers before you do. So they're not checking the facts. They know the facts. So anyway, but if you want to put a procedural amendment to how we handle in camera, I mean, by all means, but I wanted to give you the back history on how we got to the system we're in today.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do understand how we got to this place, and I did vote on it as well. but I find it is affecting my ability to do my job as a counselor. I have to read reports over and over again to understand them. Coming in an hour, half an hour, 45 minutes early to read them, sometimes I don't process it, and it is affecting my job, and I didn't find that out until after we started doing it, and I have found that I've had to go back to notes that I don't have because of this process. So I understand where you're coming from, I understand why we did it, but it is affecting my job, so I can remember about what's going on. And if I am correct, I know that there's a report later on in the agenda about audio recordings. That wasn't on at the beginning when I prepared my information to ask about it, but if I do recall, other municipalities have said it's only for integrity commissioner and ombudsman. That's sort of what we've been doing, and that's been the reason, but there's no bylaw or ruling for that. And as the CAO said, council can do whatever it wants. If it wants to make a motion, then you do it. So I understand that it's coming later, but as of this moment, we do not have any ruling that it's for integrity commissioner and ombudsman only. That might be the thought, but there was no ruling. So my motion was for staff to provide a report on different options for the in-camera procedures, which would include accessing the reports prior to the meeting, processes of resolution to go in camera or not, how discussions can arise prior or during the in-camera, note-taking, minutes, adding in camera after the agenda is posted, and any other relevant processes. And I just wanted to add one other thing. Oh, I lost it. I'm sorry. If I remember it, I'll put my hand up.
Okay, so is there a motion right now?
The motion that staff.
Okay, sorry.
The motion that staff bring a report with those items about how other municipalities handle in camera, and go from there.
Okay. Do we have first of all, do we have a seconder to the motion?
Oh, I know what it was. We talked about, you talked about there's 3 reasons to go in camera. So my understanding, and if the CAO can correct me if I'm wrong, is if you have the reports ahead of time and you read them and there is no discussion, we've read the experts, that's why we would go in camera. If there is no discussion or questions, you don't have to go in camera, you just accept the report and then move on.
That's right.
Right, so I did want to clarify that I did understand that. We would not have to go in. And again, talking about transparency and our residents thinking we're hiding things, we have a lot of in-camera meetings compared to other municipalities.
I don't know that we have any more compared to other municipalities. Yeah, I'm not sure, because I'd say it's pretty, I can tell you at the region, sometimes we spend hours and hours in camera, so I'd say we're probably pretty typical. Because we all are governed by the Municipal Act, we all go in for the same reasons, right? So I don't know if I'd go that far.
I've looked at Welland, I've looked at St. Catharines, the region was different, but it does appear that we have a lot of in-camera meetings.
Yeah, I wouldn't look just in Niagara either. Maybe we're not the best example of good governance with highest area of represented by municipal politicians anywhere. I mean, we're probably a bad example. Yes, Councillor Carrio.
I appreciate Councillor Lococo's concerns. Your Worship, I don't feel pressured in camera at all. I don't have a problem with the way we do in camera, and I don't feel pressured to make a decision ever in camera. I might want to have this discussion that we're having today if after 7 or 8 in-camera sessions, we had to defer because council and their wisdom couldn't come up with a solution. But that doesn't happen to us. So the majority of us, either we ask enough questions to get ourselves comfortable in camera, or if I wasn't comfortable, I would defer. I would ask for deferral. It hasn't happened. So we're not deferring a whole bunch of things that we're discussing in camera. So if you have an issue with something in camera, up till now, I haven't heard you defer something for more information, more time. If we feel pressured, I'm sure we could slow the process down. We could ask for a deferral on issues if we wanted to have more time to talk about them. We're in the position, because of what the mayor discussed, I would love to have the information to go home and digest it. But I've had to give that up too, because of what we did to protect the taxpayers and proprietary information that we're entrusted to. That was leaked out. So we're all in the same boat. We all have to bend because of that happening to us. But I don't feel pressured in camera. So I don't really feel a need for any changes, Lori. Sorry.
Yeah, Councillor?
I just want, sorry, Mr. Mayor, I just want to state that we all learn differently. Some of us are visual learners, some of us are audio learners, some of us are tactile. If you only do one thing, you're missing 60% of the audience of only doing one. I have to read things over and over again. My age and stage of being in menopause is very different than the other men sitting here. I have not felt pressured to make a decision in camera, but I have struggled with trying to read and retain the information, and to me it's not enough of my reading and understanding that I would have liked to have done to be prepared to go in camera. So that's why I'm putting it forward, just to get some more information. It's not tying us down to anything, and I think it lets the residents know that yes, we do want to be transparent. If there are different things that we can do, I'd like to look at it.
So you have a motion for information on in-camera procedures and ways that we could expand the opportunity to review some of the information. That's what you're looking for. Okay. So we've got a motion for information, so it's up to council. Do we have a seconder for that?
No.
Okay.
Your worship, I considered seconding it, but I know it's going to get defeated. And I don't think there's any purpose in it moving forward because I think that our administrative staff has a pretty good handle on what is required as being in committee. So I don't want to embarrass Councillor to give a second and then it's voted down.
Your worship, another idea. I think that staff's here. We have a new CAO. He hears concerns of some of our councillors. Why don't we just leave it up to him to maybe see if we could do something through our process that would give us a little more time, maybe not put so many things on the agenda. He hears the concerns. Why don't we just leave it if there's no seconder and see if we could come up with a solution, or come up with a solution to make it easier so that everyone can understand. I think that we ought to give them that chance. Oh, there's no motion. It's just. Or let him.
I can't hear you. Sorry. This glass, you can't hear. Yeah, so he's suggesting take it as staff direction, and he can come back with something like that. Rather than make a motion, he can come back just staff direction.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This process that I did lay out was discussed with the CAO because of my concerns of me retaining information during the in-camera. So he did give me that information. I did talk to the CAO prior to let him know that I would be bringing this up. So if we don't want to put a motion and it just comes back to staff, I'm happy with that, as long as we look at something.
Okay, he's going to do that. And we've got Councillor Pietrangelo. You had no?
So I can second that motion. I'll refer
There's
to
no
staff.
motion.
Sorry.
There's no motion.
Yeah, he's just saying no motion. He's just saying just direction.
Okay.
So this way he'll have a look at it. So now he heard your concerns. He heard the response to, because again, he's going to use I'm new for about 4 years probably. But I mean, he hasn't been here to hear these discussions and debates and all the things. Although I'm sure he's always followed City Council in Niagara Falls very closely, as everybody does. But in case he missed the odd one. So are we okay with that, Councillor Lococo? Yeah.
Yes, that's fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So did we vote on it? Yes, we did. We voted on accepting, receiving the report and accepting the apology. We voted on that?
Yes.
Okay. And that was unanimous?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, moving on to item 10.3, Integrity Commission report, Spanton Carrio.
I'd like to get an apology, but I don't think that's going to happen.
I think you're probably right.
Move it be
Okay, Councillor Pietrangelo? Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I mean, I'll move, receive, and file. I just wanted to say that You know, as I read through this decision, as I read through even the next decision as well, and a couple of the other ones that have come out, I see Mr. Maynard and Mr. McDermott use the same word, and that word is speculative, right? And it's almost like they're trying to sort of educate the public that, you know, especially in Councillor Carrio's, you know, situation, Mr. Maynard actually talks about the fact that, you know, Niagara Falls is a world-class destination, and maybe you should look at it from the viewpoint that you're pretty much lucky to have a person on council that is so prominent in the tourism industry. And no, just because that person has holdings in the tourism industry doesn't mean that person has a conflict on everything. They can vote on things if they don't directly affect their business. So I think the word that I continue to see is speculative, and you know, maybe people can do a little bit of homework before they start to put these in, because after a while, Your Worship, they get very costly. I know this one was very extensive, actually. It was a lot of pages, and I would imagine that the legal bills on both sides are going to be quite large. So I'll move, receive, and file, Your Worship.
Okay. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Thompson to receive and file. Councillor Carrio.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. I did want to make a couple of comments on the two of these, the one about Dabrowski and the one about myself, the one there where he was innocent, and this one. It's certainly not fair to the taxpayers. This bill is going to be large. My report went on for months and months and months, back and forth with my legal team and the Integrity Commissioner. I'm sure this is going to be a big bill. I don't know about Councillor Dabrowski's. This is going to be a big bill. My bill, personally, legally, is a huge bill. And the person's not even from Niagara Falls, is not even a taxpayer in our city, is going to cost our taxpayers thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. I would suggest, Your Worship, I have a suggestion that we shouldn't presuppose that after this person, I don't want to mention any names, I mean, it's out there, but presuppose that after they read the report and find out how wrong they were, that they might want to pay the bill. So I would suggest that when the bill comes in, that we forward the bill to the complainant to see if they do the right thing now that the Integrity Commissioner has shown how wrong they were in their submissions, that they might step up and do the right thing, feel a bit guilty about what they did to the taxpayers of the city of Niagara Falls, and pay the bill. We have nothing to lose. We have nothing to lose by sending the bills to this person to pay them. Well, the city and I send bills to customers all the time that I don't get paid for. Doesn't mean that they shouldn't pay them. I might not get paid, but I think this bill should be sent to this person and give them the opportunity to do the right thing.
So is that a motion?
Absolutely.
Oh, hold on, we have to caucus, excuse me. Okay, the CAO would like to share a little bit of information, just technicality. Sure.
Through the mayor, and I do like the councillors' creativity, but municipalities are restricted to what they can bill under their bylaws and under the Municipal Act. My suggestion is, instead of sending a bill, that we send a letter informing the individual of the cost that was incurred by the taxpayers and whether they'd like to contribute to the cost of it, instead of a formal invoice, because that might lead to another Integrity Commissioner complaint.
So is that the motion? Okay, moved by Councillor Carrio, seconded by Councillor Strange. Yeah, if I just a piece of paper and a stamp. Yes, oh, Mr. Clerk, yes.
We've got two motions on the floor, so either that's a friendly amendment or a second motion.
Okay, what was the first motion? I'm already...
To receive and file the Integrity Commissioner report.
Okay, why don't we do that one first? Yep, we'll do the first one. Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange to receive and file the both Integrity Commissioner reports. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous, thank you. And then the second motion, Mr. Clerk, do you have it? Or do you need it crafted?
Basically, the second motion then would be for staff to forward a letter to the complainant to inform them of the cost and ask if they would feel obliged to contribute to that cost.
Okay, great. So motion by that was made, I'm sorry, that moved by Councillor Kerrio, second by Councillor Strange. Okay, we'll call the vote on this. I'm sorry?
The invoice has already been submitted. We do have the cost.
Oh, we do. Okay, pardon me? No, we have the invoice. Okay, let's call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Okay, great, so, pardon me? Yeah, sure, it's public information. What, Mr. Clerk, can you share with us what the amount of the, each one?
On tonight's agenda, the cost of the report under 10.2 was $13,754.93. The cost of the report under 10.3 was $12,977.33. 10.4 has not yet been submitted.
10.4 has not yet been?
No.
10.2 was, which one was what? First one.
Okay. So are we done the Integrity Commissioner aspect of the agenda now, Mr. Clerk?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, 10.5, optometrist concern letter of support, moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor, yes, Thompson? Councillor Thompson, yeah.
I'll second it, and I think that this is disgusting. The government has not looked after. 15 years ago, after I got beat up in the office, I had macular degeneration
Yep.
in my left eye, and I was being to doctor in, I'm not going to mention his name, $3,000 for a treatment.
Wow.
And the next one was $2,300. And I got involved with a woman who was in the legislature and had both macular degeneration.
Yep.
And she had one of the members say, there she is there, she's going blind because she can't afford to have it. And they took over the cost of that. And I think them not doing this is disgusting. So I certainly second the motion.
Okay, great. So we're going to call the vote on supporting the optometrists. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Item 10.6, Niagara Regional Correspondence. Motion to receive and file. Councillor Kerrio, Councillor Campbell. All those in favor? Thank you. Approved. And a conflict, Councillor Pietrangelo. City of Welland, recommendation. Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was speaking with Mr. Hurlovich, and I was wondering if we could go through the City of Welland's staff report to see if there was anything that we're not doing or that we could do as part of our housing committee. And Mr. Hurlovich said that his staff would go through it. There were some things in there that were that I haven't heard of before, or maybe that the things we can do for that. So I just wanted to put it out there that we're going to look through that report and see if there's anything else that we can be doing.
Excellent, excellent. Did you want to move the motion or the resolution?
Yes, please.
Okay, sure. Moved by moved by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. Item 10.8, downtown BIA fee waiver request for the Christmas market. Conflict? Yes.
So moved.
Okay, you could probably sit still. Yeah, moved by Councillor Campbell, seconded by Councillor Strange.
Yeah, I just got, I was talking with BIA executive director.
Oh, is your microphone on? Microphone?
And they need to try to get this approved right away and not defer to staff, so hopefully we can just get it approved right
No,
away.
we're approving it right here. Wait a minute, refer to staff and go through the waiver application.
They would like it approved right away if possible, because they have to go through the Christmas market.
Was your motion, what was your motion, Councillor, to waive the,
I didn't make the motion on this one.
The downtown BIA, the fee waiver request for the Christmas market.
Well, if that's the case, then I think it should be that we waive it.
Yes.
I mean, ultimately, it is going to be waived.
Yeah.
But they need time to get organized.
To plan it out, right, okay. So, okay. So, well, I got Mike Strange, you made the second, you did the second.
That's fine.
Well, it doesn't matter, okay, that's fine. Moved by Councillor Campbell, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? To waive the fees.
Waive the fees.
With a conflict from Councillor Lococo. Item 10.9, resolutions from Canadian, United States, Great Lakes Advisors. Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange that we move, receive, and file the one I just mentioned, City of St. Catharines Comprehensive Marine Strategy and the Land Use Compatibility Guideline sent from the Gravel Watch, Ontario. All those in favor? That's unanimous, thank you. Item 10.12, motion by Councillor Carrio, second by Councillor Pietrangelo that we raise the flag for the United Way 2021 campaign on September the 15th. All those in favor? Thank you, that's approved. Actually, you're involved, are you not, Mr. CIO? Pardon me?
I'm back as a board member.
He's a board member with the United Way, so. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Dabrowski, that we move item 10.13, proclamation request for Rail Safety Week, September 20th through 26th. Also the Rett Syndrome Awareness Month for and the Falls Turning Purple, Friday, October the 29th. And lastly, proclamation request for Fire Prevention Week, October 3rd through 9th. All those in favor? Okay, and those are unanimous. Thank you for those. Item 10.16, resolution City of St. Catharines looking for stiffer penalties for infractions relating to the importation, production, or distribution of fentanyl. Yes, Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to support that, and I see the benefits of doing that with everything going on in our community right now. What are the options, what are the options? It's for council's consideration. What are our options?
Well, in this case, they've made a resolution, so they're just asking us to support their resolution. I mean, we can do that and do something else if we like, but, you know, it gets momentum when you support each other, communities. So when we send them a resolution, hopefully they support ours.
Okay, well, I'll
too.
put a motion forward that we support their resolution and then send a resolution to the other communities in our municipality.
Okay, the other communities?
Sorry, the other municipalities in our region.
I think that's what they've already done. That's probably already been done, and that's why we're getting it.
So go to the Ontario government?
Oh, yeah, I
and
guarantee
federal
this will be
government.
probably going, does it say?
Federal, provincial, EMO, and FCF.
Yeah,
So other than us supporting it, what else could we do?
I think it's going all the way to AMO, so that's where it needs to go.
Thank you.
Okay, so motion by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Campbell.
I thought it heard Councillor Pietrangelo.
Okay, Councillor Pietrangelo, okay.
Just had a
Oh,
question.
you wanted to speak to it, okay.
I wanted to speak.
Okay.
Is this asking that it go back to regional government to move forward to the other levels of government?
It's that council requests the province and federal government consider imposing stiffer penalties for infractions relating to the importation, production, or distribution of fentanyl. That the motion be forwarded to the provincial and federal government, AMO, FCM, that staff forward this motion and deny agrarian municipalities for their consideration and support.
I agree with that, but if it's going to go back to the region, I remind council that 11 out of the 12 municipalities supported our motion to declare a state of emergency, which it included drugs like fentanyl.
Right.
And it didn't get any place. That's all.
Okay.
So, and I don't understand why it didn't, but I'm glad it's not going back to the region
Yeah.
because they just watered it down and it never got any place.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Did, I'm sorry, Mr. Clerk, did we vote? I don't remember. Did we? No, okay. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. Item 10.17, Downtown BIA appointment to the Board of Management. They've got a new
Conflict.
member. Yeah, conflict, yep.
So moved.
So moved by Councillor Campbell, second by Councillor Dabrowski. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Thank you. Item 10.18, noise bylaw exemption for the annual Heaters Heroes Run. When is that? Is that coming soon? What was that? You have conflicts. Okay. Motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? Okay, with noted conflicts from Councillor Dabrowski and Strange. That's approved unanimously. Item 10.19, audio recordings of closed meetings of council. Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. I like the clerk's report. I like that at the very bottom it talks about the fact that Hamilton just passed a bylaw stating that you could only use in-camera recordings for either the Integrity Commissioner or the Ombudsman's office. So I think that's a great policy, Your Worship. I'm happy to move that.
Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Carriot. Yes, Councillor Lococo.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor. It says we have suggesting that council as a whole either direct staff to allow or not allow these recordings, direct staff to obtain a legal opinion, or refer the matter back to staff. There's three.
So his motion is that we endorse the Hamilton one. Those are staff's ideas, but it's up to council to make the actual motion.
Sorry, I misunderstood that. I thought he was accepting the report.
Okay, no problem. Did we? No, we didn't vote. No. Okay, all those in favor? Okay, opposed? Are you for or against it, Councillor Lococo? It's the Hamilton, we're endorsing the Hamilton procedural.
I'm opposed.
Okay, with one opposed?
I'll move the resolution.
Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange, that we move the resolution of a renewal of franchise agreement between the City of Niagara Falls and Enbridge Gas. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you for that. Now, ratification of in-camera. Mr. Clerk.
Out of in-camera today, the following to be ratified, the direction be given to staff and external counsel, that's legal counsel, on how to proceed with the downtown zoning appeal at the Ontario Land Tribunal. Secondly, that council authorize the mayor and clerk to act on the behalf of the city to execute a license agreement with the Autism Society of Ontario, Niagara chapter for the McBain Community Center second floor office space and main level multi-purpose rooms B and C and former childcare space under the City of Niagara Falls general terms and conditions. And lastly, that the Coronation Center property at 5925 Summer Street be declared as surplus to the city's needs.
Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, noted conflict. Yes, Councillor Lococo?
And my conflict about the downtown zoning.
And and Councillor Lococo with the downtown zoning. Would you second that with the conflict? Yes?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Okay, moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Lococo with the noted conflicts. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. And the bylaws.
Hold on.
Hold on. Clerk
Sorry,
is slowing me down.
You'll notice on the agenda tonight that there is one bylaw that's listed there, 2021-86. It only gets two readings, first and second. It'll just be provisionally adopted, and this was explained in the Municipal Works report earlier on the agenda, also in the resolution that was just passed a few moments ago. So let's deal with that one first, just to get a first and a second reading.
Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange, that that bylaw 86 be given a first and second reading. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. And then motion to give the bylaws a first, second, and third reading. And I know Councillor Lococo, you wanted to speak to this?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. On 2021-89, regulate animal care and control. I seem to remember something about squirrels and feeding squirrels with peanuts, and other than that, I can't remember where this went, but I've had residents contact me. What if they're feeding feral cats? What if they feed squirrels with peanuts? Where did this come from, and why are we putting it in there?
Yeah, I've had the same complaints.
Well, there is a bylaw against feeding animals, and but I don't know if Mr. Clerk, you can help us understand. Excuse me.
Yeah, I know this was discussed at a previous council meeting, and I think our bylaw just did not have the word wild in there, or or sorry, to have the word feed in there. So this was just a housekeeping matter to tie up that previous discussion. I don't have all the details on my fingertips.
Yes, Councillor Campbell.
If this bylaw passes tonight, who's going to enforce it? And I've always said, if you can't enforce a bylaw, don't have that bylaw. I'm sorry, I had a lot of complaints as well, Councillor. I mean, I feed birds. I feed squirrels in the wintertime. Are you telling me I'm breaking a bylaw if this goes through? That's ridiculous.
I think we already have the bylaw. You know,
Well, this is going for third reading.
Well, you know where we had problems in the past? The coyotes. Remember we had the coyotes?
Well,
at the
why
schools?
don't you say coyotes?
Well, so it started off with people feeding, because the coyotes come to eat your squirrels and the birds. So it's kind of like this chain effect. I don't know. I'm not the expert.
Who's going to enforce the bylaw if I'm feeding squirrels?
The CAO.
It's not enforceable.
It's very difficult to.
Yeah, so why are we even including it? It's ridiculous.
So maybe there's a way, because I know there's some people who feed feral cats.
What? Why don't we have it specifically for feral cats?
Yeah, and coyotes.
And coyotes.
And we had one guy, this was at Father Hennepin School, and we had the problem with the coyotes prowling in the schoolyard. It was because people were feeding the coyotes, and they had motion cameras because they want to catch the wildlife eating the food. So maybe we need to refine that. I'm not sure.
Well, as it states right now, I'll be breaking the bylaw. And maybe I shouldn't have said that, because now they're going to come to my house and say, what are those things hanging from their trees? This is ridiculous.
Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of my phone calls was about feral cats. There's organizations out there that are trying to catch them and spay or neuter them, but they feed them. So then they would be breaking the law as well?
Well, I'm not going to answer the questions because I don't know. I'm not the expert for sure. But I know I get calls too. People who put food out for feral cats, but the skunks come, the possums come, and then because they come, the coyotes come, and then the cats disappear, and so it's this chain effect.
It's called nature.
No, I know.
Could we refer this to staff, because nobody really seems to know
I think
where
that's
it's
probably
coming
not a
from?
bad idea on this one. That's Bylaw 89.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so give it to Bill. Yeah, go ahead.
And one more, if we are finished that one, opposing 2021-90, the Chippewa Town Hall.
Okay, well, why don't we deal with 89, because that one we're going to refer to staff. What's that? Right. So did you want to refer, Councillor? Okay, we've got to, okay.
Refer to staff.
We've got to refer the 89 to staff, right?
I'll second that.
Okay. Can we vote on that one? All those in favor to the animal feeding one, we're going to refer it to staff. Okay, that's approved unanimously. Thank you. And the remainder of the bylaws, which were moved by Councillor Pietrangelo and Councillor Strange, be given.
I'm against 95 and 98.
Wasn't it 96? 95, 96.
I'm opposed as well.
Okay, and Councillor Lococo and Councillor Thompson are opposed to bylaws 95 and 96.
Yes, and I'm opposed.
Yes, and Councillor Campbell is too. Jason's going to go back to Norfolk. Okay, can I call the vote on this now, folks? All those in favor? All those in favor? Okay, thank you for that. New business. We're in a new business. Do we have any new business?
No, we're not.
What's that?
I'm going home.
Yes, Councillor Strange.
Very, very quick one. We're about 11, Mr. Mayor, we're about 11 months away from the Canada Games 2022. We're expecting it to be a great event. We know a lot of people will be coming to stay
this is important.
in Niagara Falls. And, we were scheduled originally, I think, to have volleyball at Convention Center. I think that got canceled, but we were scheduled to have golf and baseball at Oaks Park. Part of those legacy projects, and I think they did some upgrades at Oaks Park with the dugouts and stuff like that, and they did an amazing job. But there was actually some legacy funding that was supposed to go towards Hope Park as well, and they were talking about artificial turf, and it would be amazing. And I haven't heard anything, and I think they've put all their kind of money into Brock because most of the venues, and that's where the athletes are staying. I'd just like to find out what's actually happening, so if I can get an update from staff, make a motion, an update from staff from the Canada Games Committee, like what is happening with our legacy fund towards Hope Park, and what's the status on the events in Niagara Falls as well, because I know originally we were supposed to have volleyball at the convention center. I think they canceled that. I know we still have golf, I believe, and then baseball is 100%, but we were supposed to have some legacy from that park towards Hope Park and have our artificial turf there as well for our local team. So I'd like to make a motion to get an update from staff from the 2022 Canada Games Committee.
Okay, that's great. And I was part of those discussions with the group, and you're right, there were a lot of promises made trying to secure the games. And Councillor Strange, you were a big part of helping us get the games.
Yeah, I was on that committee to get the games, and we beat, Ottawa and a lot of big communities. And I remember being in those meetings and then promising Niagara Falls the world, and it seems like, everything is going towards the Brock University campus, and which is amazing, but we want our piece of the pie too. Right.
And you've been in the Canada Games, have you not?
Yeah, I was in the Canada Winter Games. How boxing is at the Winter Games, I have no idea. We don't box on ice, but it should be. You can make a motion to put it in the Summer Games, but.
So, and I agree. So there were a lot of commitments made. So let's follow up on where we're at with those commitments now. So motion by Councillor, I've got Councillor Pietrangelo. Motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Pietrangelo, that we have our staff come back with a full update on the commitments and the legacy funds for the Canada Summer Games. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you for that. Very good. Yes, I've got Councillor Thompson. Are you going to say something? And then I got Councillor Dabrowski.
No, I was seconding motion to adjourn, but
give this very quickly. I was going to spend some time on, but I keep getting very severe storms are coming right very soon.
I can hear the thunder.
With hail, and so
it's thundering right now.
So this is a report I got from the clerk about the committee for Chippewa, that was passed, the Chippewa docks and the changes in what happened with everything down there. And then there's another motion here about recommending taking the docks away with any houses that were sold. And I made the motion and it was passed by council. No, we're not doing that. And then 2 docks have been taken away by the OPG. And I would like you to talk to Alexa. He's on the committee with Strange, Dabrowski, myself, and Jay Mason. Everything is on. I'll just give you that.
Great.
So
thank you. Okay, great. Okay, we'll get on this. Anything else? That's it, Councillor Thompson?
Yep.
Okay, Councillor Dabrowski, do you have something? Motion to adjourn. Motion for adjournment?
Yeah.
Seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? And we're adjourned. Thank you. Get your umbrellas.
That should count as 2 meetings.
No, but it's coming. Can you hear it thundering?